Hello guys, welcome to Cosmic Wand. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry Potter was trained by Escanor, the sin of pride. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Lion and the Cub. The cupboard under the stairs smelled like dust, old shoes, and something that might have been mouse droppings if Harry let himself think about it too hard. He didn't. He'd gotten good at not thinking about things, the smell, the dark, the way the wood pressed against his shoulders when he tried to sit up too fast. He was 5 years old and he'd already mastered the art of making himself small. Which was funny, really. Because making himself small was exactly what had gotten him locked in here tonight. No, that wasn't right either. He'd gotten locked in here because he'd done the opposite. He'd gotten big. Or at least, something big had happened. Something he couldn't explain. Something that made Aunt Petunia's face go white as chalk and Uncle Vernon's neck turn that specific shade of purple that meant Harry wouldn't be eating for a while. All he'd done was get angry. Dudley had taken his drawing. It wasn't even a good drawing, just a scratchy little picture of a sun Harry had done with the stub of a yellow crayon he'd found behind the washing machine. But it was his. The only thing in the whole house that was his, and not a hand-me-down or a leftover or something broken that nobody else wanted. Just a wobbly circle with lines coming off it, sitting in the middle of a piece of scrap paper. And Dudley had ripped it in half. Right in front of him. Slowly. Grinning that piggy grin. Harry had felt something snap. Not in his chest or his heart or whatever poetic nonsense adults talked about. Something snapped lower, deeper, somewhere in the pit of his stomach where all the swallowed-down feelings lived. And then the kitchen had gotten hot. Not warm. Not stuffy. Hot. Like someone had opened an oven the size of the room. The windows fogged up. The milk on the counter started steaming. Dudley yelped and dropped the torn pieces of the drawing, stumbling backwards, and for one wild second Harry swore, his own hands were glowing. Not brightly. Just, warmly. Like when you held a torch behind your fingers and your skin went orange-pink. Then Uncle Vernon was screaming. And Aunt Petunia was grabbing Dudley like Harry was a bomb about to go off. And the cupboard door had opened, and Harry had been shoved inside, and the lock clicked, and that was that. That was 3 hours ago. Harry pulled his knees to his chest, pressing his forehead against them. The thin blanket they let him have was scratchy and smelled like dust, and he wrapped it around his shoulders because November in Surrey was no joke, even inside a house. His breath came out in little clouds he couldn't see in the dark but could feel against his kneecaps. He wasn't crying. He'd stopped crying about 6 months ago, somewhere around the time he'd realized it didn't make anyone come. Crying was a signal, a flare sent up to say help me, I need someone, and when nobody answered the flare enough times, eventually your body just stopped sending them. So no. He wasn't crying. He was doing something else. Something he didn't have a name for yet. He was waiting. He didn't know what for. 4,000 miles wasn't quite right. It wasn't really a distance at all, not in any way that made sense with maps or compasses or the concepts humans use to describe the space between 2 points. It was more like a fold. A crease in the fabric of something enormous, something that separated realities the way a page in a book separated stories. On one side, a world of knights and goddesses and sins made flesh, of a kingdom called Britannia where magic was as real as gravity and twice as dangerous. On the other side, a quiet, mundane little island called England, where magic also existed but hid itself so thoroughly that most people had forgotten it was real. The crease opened on a Tuesday night in November, somewhere above a stretch of unremarkable countryside in Surrey. No fanfare. No explosion. No dramatic tearing of the sky. Just a flicker, like heat haze over asphalt on a summer road, and then a man fell through. He fell about 12 feet, which honestly could have been worse. Could have been worse in a lot of ways. Could have been the middle of an ocean, or a volcano, or 6 miles up with nothing below but a lesson in terminal velocity. Instead, he landed in a hedge. A very thorough, very prickly, absolutely unforgiving English hedge. "Ow," said the man quietly. "Ow. Ow, ow, ow." He extracted himself from the hedge one limb at a time, like a very tall, very thin giraffe trying to navigate a thicket. Branches snagged on his clothes, simple clothes, a white shirt and dark trousers, nothing remarkable. His glasses sat crooked on a thin nose, and his mustache, a truly magnificent handlebar situation that seemed wildly disproportionate to his otherwise slight frame, was full of leaves. He stood up. Looked around. Blinked. The street was quiet. Rows of identical houses stretched in both directions, each one a carbon copy of its neighbor, same hedges, same driveways, same curtains drawn against the November chill. Street lamps cast pools of orange light on the pavement. A car hummed somewhere in the distance. No castles. No Boar Hat Tavern. No towering forests or magical landscapes. Just, suburbia. "Oh my," said the man, his voice barely above a whisper. It was a gentle voice. Almost apologetic, as if the act of speaking might inconvenience someone. "This is. I don't, where am I?" He patted himself down. The motion was habitual, the kind of self-check someone did when they were used to waking up in unexpected places. Glasses. On his face, somehow. Shoes. Present, if scuffed. The axe? Gone. Rita was gone. That realization hit him like a punch to the sternum, and he staggered slightly, pressing a hand to the hedge for support. Gone. All of it. The sins. Merlin. The captain. The war. Everything. He remembered the final battle, fragments of it, at least. Light. An impossible amount of light, pouring out of him like he was a vessel that had finally cracked. The Demon King. The clash. And then, a sound like glass breaking inside his soul, and the sensation of falling through something that wasn't air. And now he was here. Wherever here was. The man who had once been called the lion's sin of pride, Escanor, the vessel of sunshine, the man who stood above all others when the sun was at its peak, straightened up slowly. In the dark of this November night, with the moon hidden behind clouds and his grace flickering like a candle in a draught, he was none of those things. He was just Escanor. The small version. The quiet one. The one who apologized too much and couldn't look people in the eye and felt, on some fundamental level, that he was taking up space the universe hadn't really allocated for him. He adjusted his glasses and began to walk. He didn't know where he was walking. That was fine. He'd spent a lot of his life not knowing where he was going. Before the sins had found him, before Captain Meliodas had looked at him and seen something worth saving, Escanor had wandered for years. Alone. Feared. Cast out by his own family because the thing living inside him was too big, too bright, too terrifying for them to love. So walking aimlessly through a strange world. Honestly, it felt almost nostalgic. He made it 3 blocks before he felt it. A warmth. Faint, flickering, almost imperceptible, like catching the scent of a flower from across a field. But Escanor had carried the essence of sunshine for decades. He knew solar energy the way a musician knew melody. And what he was sensing, however faintly, was something that resonated. Something that hummed on the same frequency as the grace that was even now dimming inside him. It was coming from one of the identical houses. Number 4, apparently, based on the little brass number on the door. Escanor stood on the pavement outside number 4, Privet Drive, and tilted his head. The warmth was tiny. Barely there. Like a match flame in a blizzard. But it was there. And it was sad. The warmth had a texture to it, an emotional quality, and the overwhelming note was sadness. Loneliness. A small, burning thing that desperately wanted to be bigger but had been told, again and again, that it shouldn't exist. Oh. Oh. Escanor knew that feeling. He knew it in his bones, in the part of him that remembered being a child prince cast out of his kingdom because the sun chose him and nobody asked if he wanted to be chosen. He knew it in the part of him that had wandered alone for years, shrinking himself down, whispering apologies to the world for the crime of existing. He stood there for a long time. The street lamp above him buzzed. A dog barked somewhere. The November wind cut through his thin shirt, and he shivered. It's not my business, he told himself. I should go. I should find somewhere to sleep, figure out where I am, figure out how to get back. The warmth pulsed. Just once. Like a heartbeat. And Escanor heard something that no one else on the street could have heard, because no one else on the street was tuned to the specific frequency of solar energy being emitted by a frightened child in a dark cupboard. He heard a small, shuddering breath. The kind of breath a child takes when they've been crying so long they've forgotten they were crying and now they're just, enduring. Existing. Breathing because their body hasn't figured out how to stop yet. Escanor's hands trembled. Not from cold. From something else. Something that felt a lot like recognition. I'm sorry, he whispered to no one in particular. It was his default. Apologizing. He apologized when he entered rooms, when he spoke, when he breathed too loudly. The night made him small in every way that mattered. But, even at his smallest, even in his meekest, most self-doubting, most pathetically gentle form, Escanor had always had one quality that the night couldn't touch. He was kind. And kindness, when it encountered a child in pain, did not walk away. It didn't calculate risk or weigh consequences or consider the proper channels. Kindness heard a child breathing in the dark and it moved. Escanor walked up the path to number 4, Privet Drive. He knocked on the door. Vernon Desley answered in his bathrobe, which was a sight that would have haunted lesser men. His face was already red, a perpetual state, like a thermometer that had gotten stuck, and the addition of being disturbed at 10:30 on a Tuesday night pushed it several shades deeper. What? Vernon said. It wasn't a question. It was a wall. I'm terribly sorry to bother you, Escanor began, and he meant it. He was genuinely sorry. He was always sorry. The night pressed down on him and made everything feel like an imposition, made him feel like an imposition. But I believe there might be, that is to say, I sensed. He trailed off. Vernon Desley was staring at him with the expression of a man watching a particularly unimpressive insect crawl across his threshold. Do you know what time it is? Vernon demanded. No, actually, I don't. I'm terribly sorry, I seem to have lost my watch, along with, well, everything else, and, not interested. Vernon began to close the door. There's a child. The words came out before Escanor could stop them. Quiet. Almost inaudible. But Vernon heard them, and his hand froze on the door. Excuse me. There's a child in this house, Escanor said, and his voice was still small, still apologetic, still the voice of a man who felt he had no right to take up space, but there was something underneath it now. Something that hadn't been there a moment ago. A child who is hurting. I can feel it. Vernon's face went through a rapid succession of expressions. Surprise. Confusion. Fear. And then, settling into its natural resting state, hostility. I don't know who you are, Vernon said, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper, but if you think you can come to my house in the middle of the night and make accusations, I'm not accusing anyone of anything. Escanor held up his hands. They were shaking. I felt something. Something sad. And I thought, perhaps. You felt something. Vernon's lip curled. Right. You're one of them, aren't you? One of those freaks. The word landed like a slap. Not on Escanor, he'd been called worse, but on the situation. Because Vernon said freaks the way someone squeezed a stress ball, with vicious, practiced familiarity. This was a word he used often. And Escanor could guess who he used it on. The child, Escanor said again. Please. There is no child. There is my son, who is perfectly happy and perfectly normal, and then there is, Vernon caught himself. Clamped his mouth shut. Get off my property before I call the police. Before you call, yes. I understand. I'm sorry. I'll go. And Escanor turned to leave. Because that's what he did at night. He retreated. He apologized. He made himself small. The night took his pride and his fire and his certainty and left him with nothing but doubt and deference and the constant, humming belief that he was not enough. He made it 4 steps down the path. Then the warmth pulsed again. Stronger this time. Not a heartbeat, a cry. Silent, invisible to anyone without the ability to sense it, but to Escanor it was as loud as a scream. A child's magic, raw and untrained and desperate, reaching out through walls and wood and plaster, sending a signal into the void that said please, please, please. Escanor stopped. He stood very still on the garden path of number 4, Privet Drive, a thin man in a white shirt on a cold November night, shaking from the chill and from his own inadequacy, and he did something he almost never did in his night form. He made a decision. No, he said quietly. Vernon, who had been watching from the doorway with satisfaction as the strange man retreated, blinked. What? I said no. Escanor turned around. His voice was still gentle. Still quiet. But there was a new quality to it, the faintest echo of something vast, like hearing thunder from very far away. I'm not going to leave. Not without seeing the child. Now you listen here, I have spent my entire life walking away from things. Escanor took a step back toward the house. Then another. His glasses glinted in the street lamp light. Walking away from people who needed me. Telling myself it wasn't my place, wasn't my right, that I was too small and too weak and too sorry to make a difference. Another step. And perhaps that's true. Perhaps I am all of those things. But there is a child in your house who is in pain, and I am going to see them. You are welcome to call the police. I will wait for them happily. But I will wait inside. Vernon Dursley had spent his entire life bulldozing through the world. He was a big man, a loud man, a man who dominated through sheer volume and physical presence and the unshakable belief that being normal and ordinary and right was a form of power. He had never encountered someone who was simultaneously apologetic and immovable. It was like trying to push a fog bank. There was nothing to grip, nothing to shove against, but it just kept coming. This is, Vernon sputtered. Escanor reached the doorway. He was taller than Vernon, even in his night form, considerably taller, in fact. He had to duck slightly to avoid the doorframe. But his posture was hunched, his shoulders drawn in, his whole body language screaming I'm sorry for being this tall, I'm sorry for being here, I'm sorry for everything. And yet he didn't stop. The cupboard, Escanor said softly. He could feel it now, pinpointed. The solar warmth was coming from beneath the staircase. From a small, enclosed space that no child should be living in. The child is in the cupboard under the stairs. Vernon's face went white. Not pink, not red, not purple, white. The color of someone who had been caught doing something they knew was wrong and had told themselves was fine. That's his room, Vernon hissed. The boy has a room. He likes it in there. No one likes being in a cupboard, Escanor said. I promise you that. He walked past Vernon. The big man didn't stop him. Maybe it was shock. Maybe it was the unsettling quality of Escanor's gentle certainty. Maybe, somewhere deep in the small, shriveled part of Vernon Dursley that still possessed something resembling a conscience, he knew that what was about to happen was supposed to happen. Escanor knelt in front of the cupboard under the stairs. There was a lock on it. A bolt lock, brass, the kind you put on a shed to keep tools from being stolen. It was locked from the outside. Escanor stared at that lock for a long moment. His hand hovered over it, trembling. Then, very carefully, he slid the bolt open. He opened the door. The cupboard was small. Smaller than he'd imagined, and he'd imagined pretty small. There was a thin mattress on the floor, a threadbare blanket, a single shelf holding a few broken toys, a lead soldier missing an arm, a cracked plastic dinosaur. Spiderwebs in the corners. A bare bulb on a pull string, currently off. And sitting in the middle of the mattress, knees pulled to his chest, drowning in a t-shirt 3 sizes too big for him, was a boy. Small. So small. Smaller than a 5-year-old should be, probably because he hadn't been eating enough. Dark hair that went in every direction. Round glasses held together at the bridge with a piece of tape. And eyes, green eyes, enormous green eyes that caught the light from the hallway and reflected it back like a cat's, or like sunlight through stained glass. Those eyes were wide. Terrified. Fixed on Escanor with the frozen, hyper-alert expression of a small animal that had heard a predator and was calculating whether to run or go very, very still. Escanor's heart broke. It just broke. Cleanly, completely, like a plate dropped on tile. He'd been alone. He'd been cast out. He'd wandered for years feeling like the world would be better off without him. But he'd never been locked in a cupboard. He'd never been a child trapped in a box by the people who were supposed to love him. "Hello," Escanor whispered. The boy didn't move. Didn't blink. "My name is Escanor. I'm nobody important, really." A self-deprecating little laugh. "I'm sorry to bother you. I know it's late. I felt you. I could feel that you were sad. And I wanted to make sure you were all right." Silence. The boy's fingers gripped his knees so tightly the knuckles were white. "I'm not going to hurt you," Escanor added quickly. "I would never. I could never hurt a child. I promise you that. I just want to talk. Is that okay?" More silence. Then, very slowly, the boy's chin lifted from his knees. Just an inch. Just enough to reveal a mouth pressed into a thin line and a jaw clenched tight. "You're tall," the boy said. Escanor blinked. Yes. I suppose I am. I'm sorry about that." "Why are you sorry about being tall?" Honestly, I'm not entirely sure. I apologize for a lot of things that probably don't require apologies. It's a habit." The boy studied him with those impossibly green eyes. Searching. Evaluating. No 5-year-old should have that expression, the expression of someone who had learned, through hard experience, to assess every new person for threat level. It was the look of a child raised on vigilance. "Are you one of the freaks?" the boy asked. The word again. Freaks. Used by a child this time, casually, the way you'd use any word you'd heard 1,000 times. Not as an insult, as a category. Like the boy was asking, "Are you one of the tall people or are you one of the people who wear glasses?" "I don't know what you mean by that," Escanor said carefully. "Uncle Vernon says there are freaks. People who do weird things. Unnatural things. He says my mum and dad were freaks, and that's why they died. Because freaks always come to bad ends." Every word out of this child's mouth was a fresh wound. Escanor absorbed them all without flinching, but inside, something was shifting. Something that the night usually kept buried. A warmth in his chest that had nothing to do with sunshine and everything to do with a much simpler, much older fire. Anger. Not the blazing, annihilating fury of his daytime form. That was Pride's anger, absolute, impersonal, the righteous wrath of someone who stood above all and looked down on those who dared offend. This was different. This was the anger of a gentle man confronted with cruelty. Small, quiet, and utterly implacable. Your parents, Escanor said softly, were not freaks. I didn't know them, but I know that. No parent who gave their life for their child was a freak. They were brave. And they loved you very much. The boy's lip trembled. Just once. He caught it, pressed it back into that thin line, regained control. 5 years old and already an expert at suppressing emotion. Escanor wanted to burn this house to the ground. How do you know they loved me? The boy whispered. Because you're here, Escanor said. You survived. Whatever happened to them, they made sure you survived. That's what love does. It makes sure the thing it loves continues. The boy was quiet for a long time. Then, I'm Harry. Harry. Escanor smiled. It was his night smile, shy, gentle, a little wobbly. That's a good name. It's just a name. Perhaps. But the person carrying it. I think he might be rather extraordinary. Harry frowned. Nobody's ever called me that before. Then everyone before me was wrong. Another silence. This one was different, though. The frozen tension in Harry's body was thawing, degree by degree, like ice under a gentle flame. His fingers loosened on his knees. His shoulders dropped half an inch. His eyes were still watchful, still cautious, but there was something new in them now. Curiosity. Why did you come here? Harry asked. I don't entirely know, Escanor admitted. I was falling. Through something. Between places. And then I landed in a hedge, which was very unpleasant, and I walked for a while, and then I felt, you. Felt me? Your warmth. You have a light in you, Harry. It's small right now, very small. But it's there. And it's warm. Like the sun. Harry's eyes widened. He looked down at his own hands, turning them over, examining them as if expecting to see flames dancing across his palms. I did a thing today, he said quietly. A bad thing. The kitchen got hot. Everything got hot. Uncle Vernon says I'm a freak because of it. Was anyone hurt? No. Dudley got scared. But no one was hurt. Then it wasn't a bad thing. Escanor inched closer, still kneeling, still keeping himself at Harry's level. It was just a thing. A thing that happened because something inside you was trying to express itself. That's not bad, Harry. That's just, growing. Uncle Vernon says, Uncle Vernon, Escanor said, and there was something in his voice now, something that made Harry go still in a different way, not from fear, but from attention, because even in his smallest, weakest, most self-doubting form, Escanor could occasionally produce a single sentence that carried the faintest echo of the man he became at dawn, does not get to decide what you are. The words hung in the air of the cupboard like golden dust. Harry stared at Escanor. Escanor stared back, slightly surprised at himself. Who does, then? Harry asked. You do. Vernon called the police. Of course he did. Escanor had expected that. He waited politely in the hallway, having gently closed the cupboard door at Harry's request. The boy was used to it being closed. Open doors made him nervous, too much space, too much visibility, and stood with his hands clasped in front of him like a man waiting for a bus. The police arrived 17 minutes later. 2 officers, a man and a woman, looking irritated at the late-night call and skeptical of Vernon's blustering description of a tall foreign lunatic, who had invaded his home. They found Escanor sitting on the bottom step of the stairs, having been invited precisely nowhere, looking for all the world like the least threatening person ever created. Evening, sir, the female officer said, one eyebrow raised. Want to tell us what's going on? Certainly, Escanor said, standing and immediately hunching to make himself shorter. I apologize for the disturbance. But I believe there is a child in this house being kept in a cupboard under the stairs, and I would very much appreciate it if you would look." Vernon erupted. Petunia, who had appeared on the landing in a dressing gown clutched to her throat like a shield, erupted. There were denials and accusations and threats of lawsuits and invocations of privacy and a truly impressive amount of sputtering. The male officer sighed and walked over to the cupboard. He opened it. He stood very still for about 10 seconds. Then he called his partner over. The next 3 hours were a blur of additional officers, child services phone calls, and Vernon Desley's face going through every color in the visible spectrum and a few that probably shouldn't exist outside of a physics lab. Harry was brought out of the cupboard, wrapped in a blanket provided by one of the officers, and sat on the couch with a cup of warm milk that Petunia made with shaking hands while refusing to look at anyone. Through all of it, Harry kept glancing at Escanor. Those green eyes tracked the tall, thin man wherever he went, sitting in a chair, answering questions from officers with quiet honesty, apologizing approximately 600 times for various things that weren't his fault. Every time Escanor caught Harry's gaze, he offered that wobbly, gentle smile, and every time, something in Harry's expression softened just a little more. When the child services representative arrived, a tired woman named Margaret who had clearly been pulled from bed and was running on pure professional obligation, she assessed the situation with the grim efficiency of someone who had seen too many cases like this. The cupboard. The lock. Harry's small frame and too big clothes and the careful, practiced way he kept himself contained. "The boy will need to be placed," Margaret said to the room at large, not looking at the Desleys. "Good riddance," Vernon muttered, and Petunia elbowed him hard enough to make him wheeze. "Placed where?" Escanor asked from his chair. "Foster care, initially. We'll find a suitable home, I'll take him." The room went quiet. Margaret looked at Escanor with the expression of someone who had heard this offer from strangers before and knew exactly how to handle it. "Sir, I appreciate the sentiment, but this isn't a matter of, I understand there are processes. Evaluations. Requirements." Escanor's voice was still soft, still apologetic, but it had that undertone again. That gentle, immovable quality. "I will meet all of them. Whatever is needed. Background checks, home visits, references, I will provide everything. But I am asking, to let me take care of this boy. You don't even know him. I know that he was alone in the dark. And I know what that feels like." Escanor removed his glasses and cleaned them on his shirt. His eyes, without the lenses, were brown and warm and very sad. "I also know that I can give him something no institution can." "And what's that?" Escanor put his glasses back on and looked at Harry, who was watching this entire exchange from the couch with his milk untouched and his green eyes wide. "Someone who understands what it means to carry something big in a world that wants you to be small." Margaret studied him for a long moment. She'd been doing this job for 22 years. She had protocols and procedures and a healthy skepticism that had served her well. But she also had instincts, and her instincts were telling her something unusual was happening in this living room. "It's not that simple," she said, but her tone had shifted. "Just slightly." "I know," Escanor said. "But I'll do whatever it takes. It could take months. You'd need to, however long it takes." Margaret looked at Harry. "What do you think, love? Do you want to go with this man?" Every adult in the room held their breath. Harry looked at Escanor. A long, searching, 5-year-old look that held more wisdom than it had any right to. Then he looked down at his hands. The hands that had made the kitchen hot. The hands that glowed. "He's the only person who's ever knocked," Harry said quietly. Margaret frowned. "What do you mean?" "Everyone else just locks the door. He knocked." The process wasn't months. It was 6 weeks, and later, Escanor would learn that this was remarkably fast enough that Margaret herself had commented on it with raised eyebrows and a vague sense that something unusual had smoothed the bureaucratic gears. Something magical, one might say, though Margaret would never have used that word. What she didn't know, what Escanor himself only partially understood, was that the wizarding world had its own child protection mechanisms, and that the moment Harry Potter was removed from the Dursleys' home, several enchantments placed by Albus Dumbledore flickered, strained, and began to recalibrate. The blood wards tied to Petunia's relation to Lily had been contingent on Harry living with family. They were breaking. Dumbledore noticed. Of course he noticed. He noticed most things. But by the time he dispatched someone to investigate, Minerva McGonagall, who arrived at Privet Drive with her lips pressed into a line thin enough to cut glass, Harry was already gone. Placed in temporary foster care, the record said. Guardian pending. A man named Escanor. No surname on file. McGonagall reported back. Dumbledore listened. He stroked his beard. He said, "How curious," in the tone of a man who found very few things genuinely curious anymore and had just encountered one. He did not intervene. Not yet. He placed monitoring charms on the foster care paperwork and waited. Meanwhile, in a small, shabby temporary housing unit in Surrey, Escanor was learning how to make fish fingers. "I believe the package says 12 minutes, he murmured, adjusting his glasses and squinting at the back of the box. At gas mark 6. Which is? I'm sorry, what is a gas mark? Is that a measurement? In my world, we just used fire. You pointed fire at food and eventually it became dinner." Harry, sitting at the wobbly kitchen table with his legs swinging because the chair was too tall for him, watched with open fascination. He'd been with Escanor for 4 days. In those 4 days, several things had happened. 1. Harry had been given his own room. An actual room, with a door that didn't lock from the outside and a window and a bed that was only slightly lumpy. He'd stood in the doorway for 10 minutes the first time, not entering, as if walking through the threshold would reveal it as a trick. 2. Harry had been fed 3 meals a day. Every day. Consistently. Escanor wasn't a great cook, he was, in fact, spectacularly bad at it, possessing the culinary instincts of someone who had spent decades either eating tavern food or relying on others, but he tried. He tried so hard. The toast was always burnt. The eggs were either rubber or raw. The tea was either scalding or cold. But there was always food, always offered with that gentle, apologetic smile, always accompanied by an earnest, "I'm sorry, I think I may have ruined this, but please eat as much as you'd like." Harry ate everything. Every time. Even the burnt toast. Especially the burnt toast. 3. Harry had started talking. Not a lot. Not in great rushing torrents of childhood chatter. But in small, careful increments, like a door opening 1 millimeter at a time. He asked questions. Quiet ones, usually delivered while staring at his plate or his shoes or the wall, as if the question would be less vulnerable if it wasn't accompanied by eye contact. "Where did you come from?" "A place called Britannia." "It's very far away." "Why did you leave?" "I didn't choose to. Something happened, a tear in the world, like a rip in a piece of fabric, and I fell through." "Can you go back?" "I don't know. Perhaps. Someday." "Do you want to go back?" And Escanor had paused at that. Really paused. Because the honest answer was complicated. He missed his world. He missed the sins. He missed Merlin, with her eternal calm and her ancient eyes and the way she made him feel like he was part of something larger than himself. He missed the captain's quiet faith in him. He missed the sun rising over Britannia and feeling the grace fill him like a cup overflowing. But he looked at Harry. At this small, serious, hurt boy who was slowly, cautiously, tentatively allowing himself to trust. And something shifted inside him, something fundamental, something that reordered his priorities with the quiet certainty of tectonic plates moving. "No," Escanor said softly. "I think I'm where I'm meant to be." Harry had looked at him for a long time after that. Then he'd picked up another piece of burnt toast and eaten it very carefully, and Escanor had pretended not to notice the tears. The fostering paperwork went through. Then the more permanent arrangements. Escanor, it turned out, was surprisingly functional for a man who had been interdimensionally displaced into a world he didn't understand. He learned quickly. He adapted. He figured out money, confusing but navigable, transportation, he preferred walking, housing, he had plans, and documentation. This required a bit of help from circumstances he didn't fully understand but suspected involved the same hidden magical world that had produced Harry's cupboard heating abilities. In fact, Escanor had encountered a wizard. A small, ancient man named Daedalus Diggle, who had been dispatched by the Ministry of Magic to investigate a localized magical anomaly in Surrey, the dimensional rift, and had instead found a bewildered, polite, impossibly tall man caring for the boy who lived. Diggle had panicked. Then he'd sent an owl. Then more wizards had come, asked questions, performed various scanning spells that made Escanor tingle, and ultimately concluded that he was, A. Not a wizard, B. Not a muggle, C. Not a magical creature, D. Not anything they'd ever seen before, and E. Somehow radiating trace amounts of an energy signature that made their instruments go haywire. They'd reported this to the ministry. The ministry had filed it. Bureaucracies, magical or otherwise, were excellent at filing things and forgetting them. Dumbledore did not forget. But Dumbledore also did not act. He watched. He waited. He was, above all things, patient. And Escanor, unaware of most of this, took his new son and left Surrey. The Lion's Rest opened its doors in the spring of 1986, in a small village in the Wiltshire countryside that was exactly the kind of place England specialized in, ancient, green, slightly damp and populated by approximately 200 people who all knew each other's business and had opinions about everything. The pub was a converted farmhouse at the edge of the village, stone walls and wooden beams and a thatched roof that leaked in 3 places that Escanor kept meaning to fix. The name was painted on a sign above the door in warm gold letters, beneath a carved image of a lion's head that Escanor had done himself with surprisingly delicate skill. It was, by any objective measure, a terrible pub. The food was questionable. The selection of drinks was limited. The decor was sparse. Escanor, as a publican, possessed all the assertiveness of a particularly timid mushroom and tended to undercharge everyone because he felt guilty about the concept of profit. But people came. Not because of the food or the drinks but because of the feeling. There was something about the Lion's Rest that defied logic. You walked in on a cold day and felt warm. Not just physically, though the fire was always going and the rooms were always cozy, but emotionally. Like someone had put a blanket around your shoulders. The regulars couldn't explain it. They just knew that when they sat in Escanor's pub and he brought them a drink with that shy, gentle smile and asked about their day in his soft voice, the world felt a little kinder. And in the mornings, early mornings, before the pub opened, the locals sometimes saw something strange. The thin, hunched man who ran the pub was different. At dawn, they'd catch glimpses through the windows, a figure that was larger, broader, standing straighter. A shadow that didn't match the man they knew. But by the time they blinked or looked again, it was just Escanor, hunched and apologetic and offering them a scone that was only slightly underdone. They chalked it up to morning light and moved on. English villagers were, as a rule, excellent at not asking questions they didn't want answers to. Harry started school in the village. He was quiet, well-behaved, and academically bright in a way that suggested he'd been hungry for learning long before anyone offered it to him. The teachers liked him. The other children were wary of him at first, new kid, strange guardian, slightly intense green eyes that seemed to look through you, but Harry won them over through a combination of kindness and an absolute refusal to be bullied. This last quality emerged early and emphatically. A boy named Thomas, 2 years older and a head taller, had decided that Harry's too big clothes and quiet manner made him a target. He cornered Harry behind the school during lunch on Harry's 3rd day and shoved him into the fence. Nice glasses, 4 eyes. Where'd you get them, a bin? Harry looked at Thomas calmly, with an expression that, on a 5-year-old, was deeply disconcerting. My dad gave them to me, Harry said. Your dad? The weird tall bloke. He's not even your real dad. Everyone knows you're a foster kid. Your real parents probably didn't want you. Harry punched him. It wasn't a hard punch. Harry was 5 and weighed about as much as a large cat. But it was fast, faster than Thomas expected, faster than Harry himself expected, and it caught the older boy right on the nose. Thomas staggered back, more shocked than hurt, his eyes watering. He is my dad, Harry said, and his voice was shaking, and his hands were shaking, and something in the air around him was doing the temperature thing again, getting warmer, shimmer-edged, like heat rising off tarmac. He chose me. That's more than your parents did. They just got you. Thomas ran away crying. Harry got sent to the head teacher's office. Escanor was called. He arrived in his night form. It was mid-afternoon, which was confusing until you understood that the sunshine grace was fading, its rhythms becoming less predictable, its peak shrinking, and sat in a tiny plastic chair across from the head teacher with his knees practically at his chin and his expression one of genuine distress. I'm so sorry, Escanor said, for the 14th time. Harry isn't violent. He's never, this isn't like him. I'll speak to him. I'm so sorry. Mr. Escanor, just Escanor. Please. Escanor. The head teacher, a practical woman named Mrs. Chen, folded her hands. I want to be clear, Harry isn't in serious trouble. There were witnesses. The other boy was instigating. But we can't have students hitting each other, regardless of provocation. Of course. Absolutely. I agree completely. Good. Now, she paused, studying him. May I be frank with you? Please. Harry is a remarkable child. He's sharp, he's kind, and he has a maturity that, honestly, concerns me a little. Children shouldn't be that composed. It usually means they've had to be. She held up a hand as Escanor opened his mouth to apologize again. I'm not blaming you. His file tells me enough about his previous situation. What I'm saying is, he punched that boy because the boy insulted you. Not because the boy insulted him. Harry didn't react when his clothes were mocked or his glasses. He reacted when someone questioned whether you were his father. Escanor was quiet. That child loves you, Mrs. Chen said simply. Whatever you're doing, keep doing it. Maybe just. Also teach him not to punch people. Yes. Yes, I will. I'm sorry, stop apologizing. Sore, yes. Right. He collected Harry from the corridor outside the office. The boy was sitting on a bench, legs swinging, staring at his shoes. He looked up when Escanor appeared, and his expression was a complicated mixture of defiance and guilt. I punched Thomas, Harry said. I heard. He said you weren't my real dad. I heard that too. Are you angry? Escanor knelt down. He was very good at kneeling, years of being too tall for most furniture had given him practice. He brought himself to Harry's eye level and looked at the boy with those warm brown eyes. I am not angry, he said. I am proud. Harry blinked. But I hit someone. You did. And we'll talk about why hitting isn't the best solution, and about other ways to handle situations like that. But Harry. He put a hand on the boy's shoulder. Gentle. Warm. You stood up for someone you love. That is never something to be ashamed of. The execution needs work, but the impulse? The impulse was exactly right. Harry's lower lip did the trembling thing again. And this time he didn't catch it. He lurched forward and wrapped his arms around Escanor's neck and buried his face in the thin man's shoulder and cried, really cried, loudly and messily and with the full-body commitment that only young children could achieve. Escanor held him. Rubbed his back. Said nothing, because nothing needed to be said. On the walk home, Harry's hand in his, the boy asked, "Escanor?" "Yes." "You said you could feel my light. When you found me." "I did. Can you show me yours?" Escanor stopped walking. They were on a country lane, hedgerows on both sides, the late afternoon sun slanting through the branches of an oak tree. Harry looked up at him with those green eyes full of trust. "My light," Escanor said slowly, "is complicated." "How?" "It changes. Depending on when. During the day, especially at midday, I become someone else. Someone bigger. Stronger. More confident. And at night, I become this." He gestured at himself. "Thin, hunched, gentle. Many people who knew me preferred the daytime version. He was easier to admire. This version, the night version, is harder to love." "That's stupid," Harry said with the blunt conviction of a 5-year-old. "You're the same person." Escanor stared at him. "You're the same person whether it's day or night," Harry said, frowning like this was obvious. "You're just, more of yourself sometimes. Like how I got hot in the kitchen. I was still me. I was just, more." Escanor's vision blurred. He adjusted his glasses. Blinked several times. Cleared his throat. "That," he said, "is the smartest thing anyone has ever said to me. So can I see?" Escanor looked at the sun. It was getting lower, but it was still there. Still shining. And inside him, the grace, diminished, fading, uncertain, stirred. "Just a little. Tomorrow morning," he said. "At dawn. I'll show you." Dawn came at 6:47 a.m. on a cool spring Saturday, and Harry was already on the back porch of the Lion's Rest, wrapped in a blanket and vibrating with anticipation. Escanor stood in the garden. Thin. Hunched. Glasses glinting. The mustache magnificent as ever. He looked like a man about to give a very nervous public speech, which honestly wasn't far from how he felt. "It might be startling," he said, wringing his hands. "The change is rather dramatic. I don't want you to be frightened." "I won't be," Harry said. "You say that now, but, Escanor. Show me." The boy's voice had something in it. Not command, Harry was too gentle for command, but certainty. A quiet, steady belief. "Show me what you are. I won't look away." The first edge of the sun crested the eastern hills. And Escanor began to change. It started in his shoulders. They widened. Not suddenly, gradually, like watching a time-lapse of a flower blooming. The hunch in his posture straightened, vertebra by vertebra, and his spine extended upward. His chest broadened. His arms thickened. The thin, apologetic frame filled out with muscle that seemed to materialize from the sunlight itself, as if the dawn was feeding him, pouring substance into the vessel of his body. His face changed too. The nervous tension smoothed out. The perpetual apology in his expression faded, replaced by something serene and absolute. His eyes, still brown, still warm, gained a depth and intensity that made looking into them feel like staring at a bonfire. The glasses stayed. Escanor always wore the glasses. They were, he had once told a baffled Merlin, sentimental, but they now sat on a face carved from granite and sunlight. He grew. Inches. Then feet. The man who had been perhaps 6 feet tall at night climbed to 6'6", 6'8", 7 feet, each inch accompanied by additional mass, additional presence, until what stood in the garden of the Lion's Rest was no longer a shy innkeeper but a colossus. A figure that seemed to radiate light from his skin, that cast a shadow shaped wrong, too bright, too golden, as if even his shadow was made of sunshine. And the feeling. Harry felt it hit him like a wave of warm water. Confidence. Certainty. An overwhelming, bone-deep assurance that the man standing before him was exactly what he appeared to be, and what he appeared to be was unstoppable. It wasn't intimidation. It wasn't fear. It was the sensation of standing next to something so fundamentally, so absolutely sure of itself that doubt simply couldn't exist in its proximity. Escanor opened his eyes. He looked at Harry. And when he spoke, his voice was different, deep, resonant, carrying a weight and authority that filled the garden like thunder. "This," Escanor said, "is what I am." Harry's blanket had fallen off his shoulders. His mouth was open. His eyes were the size of saucers. "You're a giant," he breathed. Escanor, the daytime Escanor, the lion's sin of pride, the man who had once told the demon king that he was nothing before the power of the sun, looked down at his small, wide-eyed foster son. And laughed. It was a wonderful laugh. Rich and warm and completely unself-conscious, the laugh of someone who had nothing to prove and no one to impress and was simply, thoroughly delighted. "Not a giant," Escanor said, smiling. The smile was different too, not shy and wobbly but broad and sure. "Just, more of myself. As you put it." Harry scrambled off the porch and ran to him. He craned his neck back, way back, to look up at Escanor's face, silhouetted against the brightening sky. "This is your light," Harry said. "Not a question. This is my light. It's warm." "Yes. It's really warm." Harry held out his hand, palm up, like he was trying to catch the heat radiating from Escanor's body. And something happened. Something small. In Harry's palm, a tiny mote of golden light appeared. Barely visible. The size of a firefly's glow. It flickered, uncertain, and Harry gasped. Escanor's eyes widened. He knelt, carefully, because he was enormous now and the garden wasn't large, and brought his face close to Harry's palm. The mote of light pulsed. Steadied. Grew, just slightly, into a marble-sized ball of warm, golden luminescence. "Escanor," Harry whispered, "what is that?" Escanor stared at the light in Harry's hand. He stared at it for a long time. And in his expression, that confident, absolute, unmovable expression, something new appeared. Something softer. Something that looked, if you knew him well enough, very much like hope. "That," Escanor said quietly, "is your son." Training began the next day. Not formal training. Harry was 5, and Escanor, despite his daytime form's tendency toward dramatic declarations, was not the kind of person who would subject a child to a military regimen. No, the training was more like guidance. Gentle, patient, creative guidance, delivered by a man who understood instinctively that the most important thing was not to make Harry powerful, but to make him whole. The mornings were Escanor's. Dawn to noon, when the grace was at its strongest, he worked with Harry in the garden behind the lion's rest. They started with basics, breathing, centering, finding the warm place inside himself where the light lived. "Think of it like a campfire," Escanor instructed, standing at his full, imposing daytime height, arms crossed, voice carrying the easy authority of a man explaining something he understood perfectly. "It's already burning. You don't need to create it. You just need to learn how to feed it, how to control the flames, and how to make sure it doesn't burn the house down." Is that what happened in the kitchen? Exactly. Your fire surged because you were emotional and had no control. That's normal. That's expected. You're 5. But we're going to teach it to listen to you. They practiced. Harry sat cross-legged in the grass, eyes closed, tiny face scrunched in concentration, reaching for that warm place while Escanor stood over him like a golden lighthouse, offering calm, clear instructions. Feel the warmth. Good. Now don't grab it, let it come to you. Like a cat. You can't force a cat to sit in your lap. You have to create a lap worth sitting in. That's a weird metaphor. All the best metaphors are weird. Progress was slow, which was fine. Escanor had more patience in his daytime form than people expected. The arrogance was there, the certainty, the unshakable confidence, but it was layered over a deep well of tenderness that most people never saw because they were too busy being overwhelmed by the presence. The afternoons were different. As the sun passed its peak and Escanor began to diminish, a process Harry watched with fascination and a complete absence of the discomfort most people showed, they shifted to other things. Physical exercise. Not combat training, Harry was 5, but fitness, coordination, body awareness. Running. Climbing. Swimming in the creek that ran behind the property. A strong body is the vessel for a strong spirit, Escanor said, back in his smaller form, walking alongside Harry on a country lane with a slight wheeze because his night form was not what you'd call athletic. I learned this the hard way. For years, I was strong during the day and completely helpless at night. It was humiliating. If I'd trained my body earlier, the gap wouldn't have been so wide. Is that why you want me to exercise? That's one reason. The other reason is that you're 5 and you have the energy of a small nuclear reactor, and if I don't tire you out before bedtime you will never sleep. Harry grinned. It was an expression that had been appearing more and more frequently, not the cautious, tentative almost smiles of his early days, but genuine grins. The kind that scrunched up his nose and made his glasses sit crooked. Escanor lived for those grins. Evenings were for other kinds of learning. Escanor, it turned out, was remarkably well-read, or rather, he had been in his own world, and the knowledge translated in unexpected ways. He told Harry stories. Not bedtime stories, exactly, though they happened at bedtime. Stories about the 7 deadly sins. About Captain Meliodas, who looked like a child but was older than nations. About Diane, the giant with the gentle heart. About Ban, the immortal thief who loved so recklessly it changed the laws of the universe. About King and Gauther and Merlin. And about himself. This was harder. Escanor's stories about himself always came in his night form, delivered in that quiet, self-deprecating voice, and they were tinged with a sadness that Harry was too young to fully understand but old enough to feel. I was born a prince, Escanor told him one night, sitting in the rocking chair beside Harry's bed while rain pattered against the window. In a kingdom called Castellio. My parents were the king and queen. I should have been loved. I should have been safe. But you weren't. No. Because the sun chose me. When I was a baby, a power, a grace, we called it, was placed inside me. The sunshine. And it made me different. During the day, I would grow. Become massive. Radiate heat. My parents were terrified. The kingdom was terrified. They cast me out. Harry was quiet for a moment. Then, that's like me. With the Dursleys. Yes. Escanor's voice cracked slightly. It's exactly like you. So we're the same. In that way, yes. We were both rejected for something we couldn't control. But you didn't stay rejected. You found the sins. You found friends. I did. Eventually. It took a long time. How long? Many years. Harry pulled his blanket up to his chin and stared at the ceiling. I don't want to wait many years, he said. I want to find my people faster than you did. Escanor smiled his wobbly night smile. Then you will. You're braver than I was. Who decided that? Escanor blinked. The phrase, so specific, so familiar, so deeply embedded in his identity, coming from the mouth of a 5-year-old, in his own voice pattern but with Harry's inflection, it hit him like a physical blow. What? Who decided I was braver? Harry grinned, sleepy and satisfied with himself. Maybe you were just as brave. You just didn't know it yet. Escanor sat in the rocking chair for a long time after Harry fell asleep. Rain on the window. The creak of old wood. And a warmth in his chest that had nothing to do with sunshine and everything to do with love. Years passed. As years do. Harry grew. He grew the way plants grow, steadily, visibly, with a determination that was almost aggressive, as if he was making up for lost time. The scrawny, underfed 5-year-old filled out into a healthy, athletic child. His dark hair remained committed to chaos. His green eyes stayed sharp and observant. His glasses, upgraded from the taped-together originals to a proper pair Escanor had saved for, framed a face that was becoming, year by year, more defined. More certain. The training evolved with him. At 6, Harry could reliably summon the golden light in his palms. Small, flickering, nothing dramatic, but consistent. Escanor taught him to hold it, shape it, direct it. They turned it into a game. Harry tried to keep the light alive for as long as possible while Escanor timed him with a pocket watch. 37 seconds. Escanor announced one bright June morning, daytime form in full glory, beaming with an intensity that was part pride and part literal luminescence. A new record. At this rate, you'll surpass me within the decade. Don't get too excited, Harry said, shaking out his hands like they were cramping. I almost set the shed on fire. The shed was asking for it. I've been meaning to replace it anyway. At 7, the light became fire. Not actual fire, not yet, but Harry learned to condense the solar energy into bursts of intense heat. He could warm a cup of water to boiling in 10 seconds. He could make his palms hot enough to leave scorch marks on wood. And he discovered, entirely by accident during a particularly enthusiastic training session, that he could project the heat, send it outward in a concentrated beam that hit the old stone wall of the garden and left a blackened mark the size of a dinner plate. Escanor stared at the scorch mark. Then at Harry. Then back at the mark. Well, he said, in his daytime voice that managed to make even surprise sound majestic. That was rather impressive. Did I do it right? There is no right with power like this. There is only intention. What did you intend? I wanted to hit the wall. And you hit the wall. So yes. You did it right. He paused. Let's, perhaps not practice that particular skill near the pub. At 8, Harry's physical training intensified. Escanor, despite his night form's limitations, was a surprisingly effective coach. He understood biomechanics in an intuitive way that came from decades of experiencing his own body shift between two extremes. He taught Harry how to move efficiently, how to balance, how to use his core. He brought in books on martial arts and anatomy and exercise science, because while Escanor's night form was shy and unassuming, he was also deeply intelligent and obsessively thorough about things he cared about. And he cared about Harry more than anything. Strength is important, Escanor told Harry during a morning run along the creek, his daytime form keeping easy pace while Harry sprinted to keep up. But it is not the most important thing. The most important thing is the mind behind the strength. A powerful fool is just a natural disaster. A powerful thinker is a force for good. What if I'm a powerful fool? Impossible. You're my student. Harry rolled his eyes. Your ego is showing. Of course it is. It's Tuesday. At 9, Harry had a growth spurt that put him taller than most kids his age. His shoulders broadened. His reflexes sharpened to something borderline supernatural, a combination of his training and his developing magical abilities creating a synergy that Escanor watched with quiet amazement. Harry could catch things thrown at him without looking. He could feel people approaching from behind. His spatial awareness was uncanny. And his solar abilities were progressing at a rate that made even the daytime Escanor raise an eyebrow. You're not copying my power, Escanor mused one afternoon, watching Harry practice maintaining a sustained golden aura, a thin layer of warm light that coated his skin like a second layer of sunshine. You're adapting it. Making it your own. The core is the same, solar energy, heat, light, but the expression is different. Uniquely yours. Is that good? It's better than good. It means you're not dependent on the source. My power was given to me, a grace from an angel. It was always, on some level, borrowed. Yours is emerging from within. From your own magic, shaped by solar influence. That's unprecedented. So I'm special. You were always special, Harry. You're just now developing the tools to express it. Harry considered this. Can I also be special at making dinner tonight? Because your shepherd's pie last week was a war crime. I acknowledge that the texture was suboptimal. It was crunchy, Escanor. Shepherd's pie should never be crunchy. At 10, the philosophical lessons began in earnest. These were the sessions Harry would remember most vividly in the years to come, not the combat training or the magical exercises, but the conversations. Always in the early morning, in that golden hour when Escanor was transitioning, when the meek night form was giving way to the confident daytime presence and there was a brief, beautiful window where both versions seemed to exist simultaneously, gentle and sure, humble and proud. What is pride? Escanor asked Harry one such morning, sitting on the back porch with 2 mugs of tea, Harry's made properly, Escanor's, somehow, still wrong. Thinking you're better than everyone? Harry tried. No. That's arrogance. Arrogance is a mask worn by those who fear they are not enough. It says I am above you because it is afraid that without the comparison, it would have no identity. Arrogance requires an audience. It requires someone to be below. Then what's pride? Escanor looked at the sunrise. The light was doing beautiful things to the Wiltshire hills, painting them gold and amber, and it was doing beautiful things to Escanor. He was halfway through his transformation, broad-shouldered but still gentle-eyed, powerful but still kind. Pride, he said, is the quiet knowledge of your own worth. It does not require an audience. It does not require comparison. It simply says, I am. Not I am better. Not I am the best. Just. I am. And that is enough. Harry thought about this for a long time. Is that what you feel? During the day? During the day, I feel certainty. An absolute, unshakable certainty that I am who I am and that who I am is worthy. It is, I think, the most powerful feeling a person can have. Not because it enables you to do extraordinary things, though it does, but because it makes you immune to the opinions of those who would diminish you. And at night? Escanor's expression flickered. At night, I lose that certainty. I become afraid. Doubtful. I apologize for existing. I make myself small. He paused. This is my great failing, Harry. This is what I want to teach you to avoid. Avoid being small. Avoid believing you should be. The night takes my power but it shouldn't take my worth. Those are 2 different things. Power is circumstantial, it comes and goes with the sun. But worth? Worth is inherent. It doesn't change with the time of day. I've spent my whole life confused about this. Confusing what I can do with what I am. He looked at Harry with an intensity that was neither daytime nor nighttime but something holy, purely Escanor. I want better for you. I want better for you too, Harry said quietly. Escanor's eyes went glassy behind his glasses. He took a very careful sip of his terrible tea and said nothing for a while. The sun doesn't rise to prove it's bright, Harry, he said eventually. It doesn't need validation. It doesn't need applause. It simply rises. It simply shines. That's what I want for you. Not to prove anything to anyone. Just to be, fully, completely, unapologetically, whatever you are. Even when it's scary. Especially when it's scary. Fear is just pride's alarm system. It's telling you there's something worth protecting. Harry nodded slowly. He set down his mug and looked at his hands. The golden light flickered in his palms, steady and warm, brighter than it had been a year ago. Brighter than it would be tomorrow, because tomorrow he'd be even stronger. I think I understand, Harry said. Pride isn't about looking down on people. It's about refusing to look down on yourself. Escanor stared at him. Then he smiled, the full, genuine, blinding smile of a man who had just heard his own teachings reflected back in a purer form than he'd ever been able to express. Yes, he said. That's it. That's exactly it. The Hogwarts letter arrived on Harry's 11th birthday. It came, as these things do, by Owl, a tawny barn owl that swooped through the open kitchen window of the Lion's Rest at breakfast, deposited a thick parchment envelope on the table between Harry's cereal bowl and Escanor's toast, burnt, as always, some things never changed, and departed with the air of a postal worker who had seen too much and been paid too little. Harry picked up the envelope. Heavy. Sealed with wax bearing an ornate coat of arms, a lion, a badger, a raven, and a serpent surrounding a large H. His name was written on the front in emerald green ink, in handwriting so precise it looked mechanical, Mr. H. Potter, the Lion's Rest, Ashbury, Wiltshire, Escanor, Harry said slowly. Did you order something? Escanor looked at the envelope. Then at Harry. Then at the envelope again. His knight form blinked several times, adjusted his glasses, and took a very long sip of tea. I think, he said quietly, that the magical world has finally found you. He'd known this was coming. He'd known since Harry's abilities first manifested, since the golden light, since the telekinetic incidents, since the morning Harry sneezed at breakfast and every candle in the pub spontaneously lit itself. The boy had magic. Not just the solar-influenced abilities Escanor had helped develop, but something else, something native to this world, something that operated on different principles entirely. Wizarding magic. The kind that used wands and incantations and belonged to the hidden society that Escanor knew existed but had never directly engaged with. He'd been expecting contact. A letter. A visit. Something. He'd been dreading it. Read it, Escanor said, his voice carefully neutral. Harry broke the seal and unfolded the letter. His eyes moved across the parchment, and Escanor watched those green eyes widen with each line. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Harry read aloud. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. He looked up. There's a supply list. I need a cauldron. And a wand. And an owl, apparently, though that seems like more of a suggestion than a requirement. A wand, Escanor murmured. Interesting. You don't seem surprised. I'm not. How long have you known? Since you were 7 and turned the bathwater to gold because you were thinking about treasure. Your magic isn't just solar, Harry. It never has been. There's a whole other system in you, something specific to this world. I've been waiting for someone to come along and offer to teach you how to use it. Harry put down the letter. The question landed like a stone in still water. Escanor set down his teacup. His hands were trembling, not from the cold, not from the grace, but from the simple, human fear of losing the most important person in his world. Want, he said slowly, is a complicated word. I want you to be everything you're capable of being. I want you to learn things I can't teach you. I want you to meet people your own age, make friends, fall in love with the world. He paused. Swallowed. I also want you to stay here forever and never leave because the idea of you being somewhere I can't protect you makes me feel like I'm falling through that dimensional rift all over again. Harry was quiet. But that's not fair to you, Escanor continued. My fear is not your cage. You are not obligated to stay small because the people who love you are afraid of your bigness. You taught me that. I did. And now I have to live it. A watery smile. Which is considerably harder than teaching it. Harry got up from his chair. He walked around the table. And he wrapped his arms around Escanor in a hug that was fierce and warm and carried, in the pressure of it, everything he couldn't say. "I'll come back," Harry said into Escanor's shoulder. "Every holiday. Every break. I'll write every week. Every week. Every day if you want. I don't want to impose, Escanor. Every day would be nice." They went to Diagon Alley on a Saturday. Escanor had obtained directions from a magical contact, a witch in the village named Mrs. Abernathy, who had long suspected that the tall innkeeper and his remarkable son were in the know, and was delighted to discover she was right. She explained the leaky cauldron, the entrance through the brick wall, the general layout of the alley. What she didn't prepare Escanor for was the reaction to Harry's name. The moment they entered the leaky cauldron, Escanor in his knight form, hunched and apologetic and trying very hard to navigate a doorway designed for people under 6 feet, something happened. Tom the barkeeper glanced at them. Glanced at Harry. Did a double take of such violence it nearly gave him whiplash. "Bless my soul," Tom whispered. "Harry Potter." The pub went silent. Every witch, wizard, and ambiguously magical entity in the room turned to stare. And then, like a dam breaking, they swarmed. Handshakes and tears and, "Welcome back, Mr. Potter," and, "An honor, sir, a true honor," and people reaching to touch Harry as if he were a religious relic. Harry, to his credit, handled it with extraordinary composure. He shook hands. He nodded politely. He said, "Thank you," approximately 47 times. But Escanor, standing behind him, could see the tension in the boy's shoulders. The slight narrowing of his eyes. The subtle shift in his stance, feet shoulder-width apart, weight centered, the posture of someone who was keeping control of himself through conscious effort. When they finally extracted themselves and stood before the brick wall entrance to Diagon Alley, Harry let out a breath he'd apparently been holding for 10 minutes. "They know me," Harry said flatly. "They all know me. It would seem so. They were treating me like I'm famous. I believe you might be." Harry looked at Escanor with an expression that combined confusion, irritation, and something that looked like the early stages of a headache. "Did you know about this? I knew your parents died. I knew it was in the wizarding world. I didn't know the details." Escanor hesitated. "I should have investigated more. I'm sorry." "Stop apologizing. Soar, right." They entered Diagon Alley. And despite the awkwardness of the pub, despite the mounting questions Harry clearly had about his own celebrity, the alley itself was magnificent. Even Escanor, who had seen the magical wonders of Britannia, who had watched Merlin reshape reality and walked through forests where the trees sang, was impressed. The narrow, cobblestone street overflowed with shops that shouldn't have been architecturally possible, stacked on top of each other in cheerful defiance of physics. Owls hooted from open windows. Cauldrons bubbled on display shelves. A group of children pressed their faces against the window of a broomstick shop, and Harry's eyes followed them with naked longing. They bought supplies. Cauldron, books, robes, potion ingredients. At Ollivander's, Harry got his wand, and Escanor watched with quiet fascination as the old wand maker cycled through option after option, each one creating minor disasters, an exploded inkwell, a shattered lamp, a small fire that Harry extinguished instinctively with a thought, until finally presenting a holly wand with a phoenix feather core that, when Harry gripped it, produced a cascade of golden sparks that lit up the shop like midday. "Curious," Ollivander murmured, staring at Harry with silver eyes that saw too much. "Very curious." "What's curious?" Harry asked, examining the wand. It felt right in his hand, warm, vibrating slightly, like it was humming a frequency that matched something deep inside him. "The phoenix whose tail feather resides in your wand gave another feather. Just one other. It is curious that you should be destined for this wand, when its brother gave you that scar." "The scar." Harry's hand drifted to his forehead, where the lightning bolt shape had lived for as long as he could remember. Escanor had noticed it early on and asked about it exactly once. Harry had said, I've always had it. Escanor had said, scars are just stories written on skin, and they'd moved on. Now, standing in Ollivander's dusty shop, the scar seemed to pulse with a meaning neither of them had fully grasped. The brother wand, Harry said carefully. Who does it belong to? We do not speak his name, Ollivander said. But I think we can expect great things from you, Mr. Potter. After all, he who must not be named did great things. Terrible, yes. But great. The walk back through the alley was quieter. Harry held his wand inside its box, inside a bag, and carried it like something precious and slightly dangerous. Escanor. Yes. Am I famous because someone tried to kill me? They were passing Gringotts, the Wizarding Bank, where Escanor had learned about the Potter Vault and Harry's inheritance and felt a complex tangle of emotions about it. He stopped walking now, in the middle of Diagon Alley, with witches and wizards flowing around them like water around stones. I think, he said carefully, that when we get home, I need to tell you everything I know. And when I run out of things I know, I need to find out the things I don't. Okay. And Harry? Yeah. Whoever tried to kill you? Whatever happened when you were a baby? Escanor's knight form straightened. Just a fraction. Just enough. They failed. You're here. You're alive. You're strong and kind and brilliant, and everything they tried to take from this world is standing right here in front of me, holding a wand and wearing new robes. Harry stared at him. The past gives us scars, Escanor said. It doesn't get to give us our identity. You are not the boy who survived. You are Harry Potter, my son, and you will decide for yourself what that means. Harry's eyes glistened. He blinked hard, adjusted his glasses, a gesture so perfectly mirroring Escanor's habitual tic that neither of them noticed, and nodded. Let's go home, Harry said. I want to try the wand. The remaining weeks of August were a whirlwind. Harry practiced with his wand. The results were immediate and spectacular, and not in the usual first-year way. Where most young wizards struggled to produce even basic effects, Harry's spells blazed. His lumos didn't just glow, it radiated, filling rooms with warm golden light that felt less like a charm and more like a sunrise. His levitation attempts moved objects with a smooth, authoritative force that suggested the magic wasn't fighting him, it was following him. It's the solar training, Escanor theorized, watching Harry practice wand movements in the garden. Your magical core was developing for years before you got the wand. The wand isn't teaching you magic, it's focusing what was already there. Like giving a lantern to someone who's been making fire with their hands. So I'm going to be ahead of the other students? Significantly, I'd imagine. Should I hide it? The question surprised Escanor. He looked at Harry, 11 now, lean and fit, dark hair and green eyes, and that quiet, contained confidence that came from 6 years of sunshine training and philosophical discussions about the nature of pride, and tilted his head. Why would you hide it? I don't know. I don't want people to feel bad. Or think I'm showing off. Ah. Escanor smiled. Here is the difference between pride and performance, Harry. Performance is doing things so that people see. Pride is being what you are regardless of who sees. Don't hide your abilities. That would be dishonest, to yourself and to them. But don't display them either. Just, be. Let your work speak. Let your actions tell the story. The sun doesn't rise to prove it's bright. Now you're quoting me to me. How dare you? Harry grinned. I learned from the best. September 1st arrived like all important days do, too quickly and too slowly at the same time. Harry's trunk was packed. His supplies were organized. His wand sat in a holster on his forearm, Escanor's idea, a warrior's weapon should always be within reach, but never in the way. They drove to King's Cross Station. Escanor had learned to drive over the years, badly, in a battered old Land Rover that seemed to share his personality, apologetic, slightly unreliable, but stubbornly determined to get where it was going. Harry sat in the passenger seat, one hand on his trunk, watching London scroll past the window. "Platform 9 3/4, Harry said, reading from his ticket. "That's not a real platform. In a world where owls deliver mail and money is stored by goblins, I think the concept of a fractional platform is relatively tame. They found it. The barrier between platforms 9 and 10, through which you apparently ran at a wall and hoped for the best." Harry eyed it skeptically. Escanor eyed it with the expression of a man who had jumped between dimensions and was not impressed by a trick wall. "I'll go through," Harry said. "You should stay here. Platform's probably crowded, and... Harry looked at him. Really looked. Escanor was in his knight form, thin, hunched, gentle, glasses slightly crooked, mustache slightly wilted, the very picture of a man who would apologize to a chair for bumping into it. And Harry loved him so fiercely in that moment that the golden light flickered in his chest without his permission. "And I don't want to say goodbye in front of strangers," Harry said. Escanor understood. He knelt. He was very good at kneeling, years of practice, years of bringing himself to a child's level, years of meeting Harry wherever Harry was. "Listen to me," Escanor said, his voice quiet. "The world you're about to enter is going to try to tell you who you are. Famous. Special. The boy who lived. A celebrity. A symbol. People will have expectations. Opinions. Demands. I know. They do not get to define you. Your scar does not define you. Your parents' legacy does not define you. Your fame does not define you." He put his hands on Harry's shoulders. "You are defined by your choices. By the way you treat the people around you. By the way you face fear. By the standards you hold yourself to. And by the one question that matters more than any other." Harry smiled. "Who decided that?" Escanor's eyes crinkled. "Exactly. When someone tells you what you are, when someone tries to put you in a box, when someone says you can't or you shouldn't or you aren't enough, you look them in the eye, and you ask that question. Because the answer." He tapped Harry's chest, right over his heart. "The answer is always you." Harry threw his arms around Escanor. The hug was tight and fierce and lasted exactly as long as it needed to. "I love you," Harry said. "Dad." Escanor made a sound that might have been a word if his throat hadn't completely closed. He held Harry tighter. Then released him. Stood up. Adjusted his glasses. Cleared his throat approximately 7 times. "Go," Escanor managed. "Go and be extraordinary." "I already am." "You made sure of that." "No." Escanor shook his head, smiling through eyes that were definitely not crying. Absolutely not, it was allergies, he was allergic to train stations. "I just made sure you knew it." Harry grabbed his trunk. Turned toward the barrier. Took 3 steps. "Harry." He looked back. Escanor stood in the middle of King's Cross Station, a thin, gentle man with a magnificent mustache and crooked glasses and tears running down his cheeks. Commuters flowed around him like he was a rock in a river. He looked small. Fragile. Utterly unremarkable. And Harry could see, the way he'd always been able to see, since that first dawn in the garden when he was 5, the lion inside. The blazing, golden, unstoppable thing that lived in this quiet man's chest. Not a grace. Not a power. Just, love. "Make them remember," Escanor whispered, "that you decided who you are." Harry smiled. A real smile. A sun-coming-up smile. He turned and ran through the barrier. And on the other side, a scarlet steam engine was waiting to take him somewhere new. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, The sun rises over Hogwarts. The Hogwarts Express was loud. Not in a bad way, necessarily. It was the particular kind of loud that happened when you crammed several hundred children between the ages of 11 and 17 into a confined space and gave them sugar. It was the loud of excitement and nervousness and showing off and reunion, older students shouting across corridors, first years pressed against windows, owls hooting indignantly from cages, and somewhere in the distance, what sounded like a small explosion followed by laughter. Harry moved through the train corridor with his trunk, looking for an empty compartment. He'd been on the platform for approximately 4 minutes before someone recognized him, a plump, red-haired woman herding a small army of children who'd gasped and said, "Is that, Molly, is that Harry Potter?" to a woman who'd shushed her while simultaneously craning her neck to look. He'd kept walking. Politely. Purposefully. Head up, shoulders relaxed, pace unhurried. The way Escanor had taught him. Don't rush away from attention. That's retreat. Don't linger in it either. That's performance. Just move through it. Like the sun moves through the sky. Steadily. Without apology. Every compartment he passed was either full or occupied by groups of older students who looked at him with the territorial suspicion of cats whose favorite sunny spot had been threatened. Harry kept moving. He was halfway down the train before he found what he was looking for, a compartment with a single occupant. A gangly boy with red hair, freckles, and an expression of mild desperation, like someone who'd been left behind by a group and was trying very hard to look like he'd chosen to sit alone. Harry slid the door open. "Mind if I sit?" The boy looked up. "No. I mean, yeah, go ahead, it's just me. My brothers all went off to find their mates. I'm Ron, by the way. Ron Weasley." Harry. He hefted his trunk onto the overhead rack, smoothly, with a casual strength that made Ron blink, and dropped into the seat across from the redhead. The compartment was comfortable enough. Faded upholstery, a window showing the still stationary platform, the faint smell of old wood and magic. Ron was staring at him. Not rudely, exactly, but with the particular intensity of someone who was working up to something. "Sorry," Ron said. "It's just, I mean, your glasses and your hair and, are you Harry Potter?" Harry had been expecting this. He'd prepared for it, mentally, during the drive to King's Cross. He'd thought about what Escanor would say, both versions, the night whisper and the daytime declaration, and he'd synthesized them into something that felt authentically him. "Yeah," Harry said simply. "I am." Ron's ears went red. "Blimey. I mean, sorry, I'm not trying to be weird about it, it's just, you know. Everyone knows who you are. So I've been learning." Harry leaned back in his seat, one ankle crossed over the other, relaxed. "But everyone who knows who I am only knows the story. The scar, the thing that happened when I was a baby. That's not really knowing someone, is it?" Ron processed this. You could practically see the gears turning behind his freckles. "No," he said slowly. "I suppose not. So." Harry held out his hand. "Hi. I'm Harry. I like running, I'm rubbish at cooking but I eat everything anyway, and I'm told my hair is a lost cause." Ron grinned. It was a wide, slightly lopsided grin that transformed his whole face from anxious to warm. "Ron," he said, shaking Harry's hand. "I like chess, I've got 5 older brothers who are all better than me at stuff, and my mom makes the best sandwiches in the world. She actually packed about 20. He rummaged in his bag. "Want one?" "Absolutely." They ate sandwiches. They talked. It was, Harry reflected, remarkably easy. Ron was open in a way that Harry wasn't used to, wearing his insecurities and his enthusiasms right on the surface, no filter, no calculation. He talked about his brothers, Bill in Egypt, Charlie in Romania, Percy the prefect, Fred and George the menaces, with a mixture of pride and frustration that Harry found endearing. He talked about growing up in a magical family, about gnomes in the garden and ghosts in the attic, about a world that Harry was only just beginning to understand. And he talked about Quidditch. It's the best sport in the world, Ron said with the absolute conviction of a zealot. 7 players aside, 4 balls, 3 kinds of hoops, and you're flying the whole time. My team's the Chudley Cannons. They're terrible. Haven't won the league in ages. But they're my terrible team, you know. I respect that level of loyalty to a lost cause. Oi. They're not a lost cause. They're in a rebuilding decade. Several rebuilding decades. Harry laughed. A real laugh, unguarded, the kind that came from the belly. Ron beamed at having produced it, and something settled between them, a connection, easy and immediate, like 2 puzzle pieces that hadn't known they were looking for each other. The train started moving. London slid past the windows, then suburbs, then countryside. Ron pulled out a battered pack of cards and tried to teach Harry exploding snap, which was exactly what it sounded like and resulted in Ron losing both eyebrows temporarily. Happens every time, Ron said mournfully, patting his singed face. Maybe try not slapping the card when it's already sparking. Where's the fun in that? The compartment door slid open. A girl stood in the doorway. Bushy brown hair, slightly too large front teeth, and an expression of determined competence that reminded Harry, with a sharp pang, of Escanor's daytime face, that look of someone who had decided they were going to be excellent at whatever they were about to do and had not considered the possibility of failure. Has anyone seen a toad? She asked. A boy named Neville's lost one. No toads here, Ron said. Just cards and sandwiches. The girl's eyes flicked to Ron, dismissed, filed, moved on, and then to Harry. And stopped. Not on the scar, she wasn't looking at his forehead. She was looking at his eyes. Specifically, at the way they were watching her, calm, attentive, interested. Most 11-year-olds she'd met that day had either ignored her, been annoyed by her, or looked at her with the glazed expression of someone who was already bored by the conversation they hadn't started yet. This boy was seeing her. Actually seeing her. I'm Hermione Granger, she said, stepping into the compartment and sitting down without being explicitly invited, which Harry found both impressive and slightly funny. And you are? Ron Weasley. Harry Potter. Hermione's eyebrows shot up. Are you really? I've read about you, of course. You're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. I'm in books. Harry said, and his voice carried genuine surprise rather than the false modesty most people would have deployed. I had no idea. You didn't know you were in books. I grew up outside the wizarding world. My guardian isn't a wizard. Oh. Hermione processed this with visible recalibration. She'd clearly expected Harry Potter to be something. A celebrity who knew he was a celebrity. A boy raised on stories of his own legend. Instead she'd found someone who seemed almost as new to this world as she was. Well. You should read them. It's always useful to know what people think they know about you. That, Harry said, is genuinely great advice. Hermione blinked. Then, very slightly, she flushed. Not from embarrassment, from surprise. People didn't usually call her advice great. People usually called it bossy, or know-it-all, or simply changed the subject. Well, it's just common sense, really, she said, but the corners of her mouth twitched upward. Common sense is the least common thing there is. Someone very smart taught me that. Who? My dad. The word came naturally. No hesitation, no qualification. My dad. The man who'd found him in a cupboard and taught him to hold the sun and burnt every meal for 6 years without ever once giving up on trying. He sounds clever, Hermione said. He's the best person I've ever known. Something passed across Hermione's face, a flicker of recognition, maybe, or kinship. The look of someone who also had a parent who was their anchor, their reference point for goodness. She opened her mouth to say something else, the compartment door slid open again. 3 boys. The one in front was pale, blonde, and had a face that looked like it had been assembled by someone who valued symmetry over warmth. He was flanked by two considerably larger boys whose primary purpose appeared to be occupying space and looking threatening. "Is it true?" the blonde boy said. "They're saying all down the train that Harry Potter's in this compartment." His eyes found Harry. "So it's you." "Last time I checked," Harry said mildly. "I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy." Ron made a sound that was almost but not quite a snort. Draco's eyes snapped to him with laser precision. "Think my name's funny, do you? No need to ask yours. Red hair, hand-me-down robes, you must be a Weasley." The insult was delivered with practiced ease, the casual cruelty of someone who'd been taught that cutting people down was a social skill. Ron's ears went scarlet. His jaw tightened. Harry watched. He didn't intervene. Not yet. He watched the way Draco held himself, chest puffed, chin elevated, looking down his nose despite being no taller than anyone else in the compartment. He watched the two flanking boys, whose expression suggested they'd been told to be intimidating but hadn't been given detailed instructions on how. And he recognized it. Every bit of it. The posture, the tone, the carefully constructed superiority. He'd spent years discussing this exact thing with Escanor. Arrogance is a mask worn by those who fear they are not enough. "You'll soon find out some wizarding families are much better than others, Potter," Draco continued, extending his hand. "You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there." Harry looked at the offered hand. Then at Draco's face. Then at Ron, whose ears were still burning. Then at Hermione, who had gone very still and very rigid, the way someone does when they're being evaluated and found wanting by someone who doesn't even know them. "Define wrong sort," Harry said. Draco blinked. "What? Wrong sort? You said wrong sort. I'm curious what that means to you. What criteria are you using? Blood purity? Family wealth? Something else?" The compartment went very quiet. Ron and Hermione both stared at Harry. Draco's offered hand wavered. "Well, it's obvious, isn't it?" Draco said, but some of the sharpness had left his voice, replaced by the faintest note of uncertainty. "Some families are, there are standards, it's about breeding and, see, here's the thing." Harry leaned forward slightly. Just slightly. His posture didn't change much, he was still relaxed, still comfortable, still seated with one ankle crossed over the other, but something in the air around him shifted. The compartment got warmer. Not dramatically, not enough for anyone to consciously register. But on a subconscious level, everyone present felt it. A pressure. A weight. Like the room had gotten smaller, or Harry had gotten larger. Sorting people into right and wrong based on who their parents are, that's not a standard. That's a shortcut. It's what you do when you can't be bothered to actually get to know people, so you let their last name do the work for you. Harry's green eyes locked onto Draco's gray ones. "I grew up being told I was the wrong sort by people who didn't know me. They were wrong. And I think you might be wrong too." Silence. The train rattled. Somewhere down the corridor, someone dropped a cage and an owl screeched. Draco's face did something complicated. Surprise, anger, confusion, and, buried deep, almost invisible, the faintest flash of shame. It was gone in an instant, smothered by years of conditioning and a father's voice in his head telling him that Malfoys did not feel shame because Malfoys were never wrong. "You'll regret this, Potter," Draco said, but the words lacked heat. They sounded rehearsed, pulled from a script he'd been handed but hadn't fully committed to. "Maybe." Harry shrugged. "But at least it'll be my regret. Not someone else's opinion I inherited." Draco left. His two flanking mountains followed. The compartment door slid shut. Ron exhaled like he'd been holding his breath for a year. "Bloody hell, Harry. Was that too much? Harry asked, glancing at both of them. I wasn't trying to start something. I just don't like it when people rank other people. Too much. Hermione said, and her voice had a quality Harry hadn't heard from her before, something warm and slightly breathless, like she'd just watched someone do a magic trick that she hadn't figured out yet. That was brilliant. The way you didn't even raise your voice. You just took him apart. I didn't take him apart. I asked him a question. Sometimes that's the same thing, Hermione said, and she was looking at Harry with an intensity that would have made most 11-year-old boys uncomfortable, but that Harry met easily, because Escanor had taught him that being truly seen by someone was a gift, not a threat. Ron was grinning again. I think this is going to be a good year. Harry smiled. Through the window, the English countryside was giving way to something wilder, hills and forests and, in the distance, the first hint of mountains. The sun was still high, early afternoon, and Harry could feel it through the glass. Warm on his skin. Humming in his blood. A steady, golden assurance that he was exactly where he was supposed to be. Yeah, he said. I think so too. Hogwarts appeared at sunset. The train rounded a bend, and there it was, a castle that looked like someone had taken every fairy tale ever written and built them on top of each other. Towers and turrets and battlements and bridges, perched on a cliff above a vast black lake that reflected the structure like a dark mirror. The setting sun painted the stone walls in shades of amber and rose, and the windows glowed with warm interior light, hundreds of them, each one a tiny golden eye looking out at the arriving students. Harry felt something in his chest, not the solar warmth, not his magic, but something more basic and more profound. The feeling of coming home to a place you'd never been. They crossed the lake in small boats. Hagrid, a man so enormous that even daytime Escanor would have done a respectful double-take, led the first years, his voice booming across the water. Harry sat in a boat with Ron, Hermione, and a round-faced boy named Neville who had found his toad and was clutching it with the desperate grip of someone who expected the universe to take it away again any second. The boats glided through a curtain of ivy into an underground harbor. Stone steps led upward. And then they were inside Hogwarts, standing in an entrance hall so vast it could have housed the Lion's Rest several times over, staring up at a ceiling that disappeared into shadow and torchlit grandeur. Professor McGonagall met them. Tall, stern, Scottish, wearing an expression that suggested she had been dealing with 11-year-olds for approximately 40 years longer than she would have preferred. She explained the sorting, the houses, the ceremony. Her eyes passed over the group, and stopped, briefly, on Harry. A flicker of something. Recognition, yes, but something else too. Assessment. The look of someone checking an equation they'd been turning over in their mind. Harry met her gaze steadily. McGonagall's eyebrow rose a fraction of a millimeter, which, for her, was the equivalent of a standing ovation. She moved on. The great hall was impossible. No other word covered it. For long tables stretched the length of the room, packed with students in black robes. Candles floated in midair, thousands of them, suspended in defiance of gravity and common sense. Above it all, the ceiling was enchanted to show the night sky, and Harry could see stars wheeling through what should have been stone. But it was the head table that caught his attention. A row of adults, professors, presumably, sat watching the incoming first years with expressions ranging from welcoming to bored to openly evaluating. And in the center, seated in a gold chair that was slightly larger than the others, was a very old man with a very long beard and eyes that twinkled like someone had installed tiny stars behind his spectacles. Albus Dumbledore. Harry knew the name. Escanor had mentioned it, carefully, without detail, in the way you mention a storm that hasn't arrived yet. There is a man named Dumbledore who runs the school. He is powerful and, I believe, well-intentioned. But be careful, Harry. Well-intentioned people with power can sometimes confuse what's good for you with what's good for their plans. Dumbledore's twinkling eyes found Harry across the hall. The old wizard smiled, warm, grandfatherly, genuinely welcoming. And Harry smiled back. Politely. Openly. And gave away nothing. The sorting began. Students were called alphabetically. The sorting hat, a battered, ancient, sentient piece of headwear that Harry decided not to think too hard about, was placed on each student's head and shouted a house name. Abbott, Hannah went to Hufflepuff. Bones, Susan followed her. Granger, Hermione walked to the stool with the rigid posture of someone marching into battle, sat down, and was covered by the hat for approximately 30 seconds before it yelled, Gryffindor. She hopped off the stool looking relieved and slightly triumphant. Malfoy, Draco barely had the hat brush his hair before it screamed, Slytherin, and he strutted to the green and silver table with the satisfaction of someone whose destiny had been confirmed. And then, Potter, Harry. The hall erupted in whispers. Heads craned. Chairs scraped. The name rippled through the room like a stone thrown into still water, and Harry could feel the weight of several hundred pairs of eyes landing on him simultaneously. He walked to the stool. Steady. Unhurried. Back straight, shoulders relaxed, the posture of someone who was not performing confidence but simply possessing it. He sat down. The hat was placed on his head. And then there was a voice. Not in his ears, in his mind. Old and dry and impossibly knowing, like a library that had learned to speak. Well, well, well. What do we have here? Harry thought, hello. Harry Potter. The boy who lived. Goodness, the amount of expectation packed into such a small head. But there's more here, isn't there? Something unusual. Something that doesn't belong to this world at all. Harry felt the hat's consciousness brush against the solar energy, the warm, golden core that Escanor's training had cultivated over 6 years. It recoiled. Not from pain, but from surprise. What is that? That's not wizarding magic. That's not any magic I've catalogued in 1,000 years of sorting students. It's solar. Radiant. It feels like standing outside on a summer afternoon. How extraordinarily peculiar. It's mine, Harry thought firmly. Yours. Yes, I can see that. Not borrowed, not stolen, grown. Cultivated through years of discipline by a mind that, good heavens. The man who raised you. The things he knows. The things he's seen. I can barely process, stay out of those memories, please. The hat paused. Then, with something that felt remarkably like respect, very well. You're protective. That's not usually a trait I associate with the deeply powerful, but you're full of contradictions, aren't you? Let me see what else we have. Harry felt the hat rummage. His ambitions, to be worthy of the man who raised him. His intellect, sharp, disciplined, hungry. His courage, quiet, immovable, tested. His loyalty, fierce and selective. Slytherin would serve you well. That ambition, that self-possession, Salazar would have been fascinated. No offense to Salazar. Ravenclaw, then. The mind on you. The discipline. Rowena would have adored you. I'm not here to be adored. No, the hat agreed. You're not, are you? You're here to be you. Whatever that turns out to mean. And that is a very Gryffindor quality. Not bravery as theater. Not courage as performance. Just the simple, stubborn refusal to be anything other than what you've decided to be. A pause. The hat seemed to be savoring something. The man who raised you. He taught you about pride. Yes. Not arrogance. Actual pride. The kind that comes from knowing your own worth. Yes. I've sorted thousands of students, Mr. Potter. Thousands. And I can count on one hand the number who sat beneath me without a shred of self-doubt. Most of those were psychopaths. You are not a psychopath. You simply believe in yourself with a completeness that is almost unreasonable. Escanor would say it's the most reasonable thing in the world. And Escanor, I think, would know. Another pause, longer this time. The hat's voice softened from academic curiosity to something almost reverent. You've been in a dark cupboard, Harry Potter. And someone brought you into the light. Not just the magical light, the personal light. The light of knowing who you are. This is rare. This is precious. And I think the house that values courage, not the loud kind, but the kind that says, I will be myself even when it costs me, is where you belong. Then say it. Not because you are brave, Mr. Potter. Because you have decided to be. Gryffindor. The hall erupted. The Gryffindor table exploded in cheers. Fred and George Weasley, Ron's twin brothers, who Harry had briefly met on the platform, started a chant of, We got Potter. We got Potter, that was enthusiastic if somewhat lacking in lyrical sophistication. Harry removed the hat, set it on the stool, and walked to the Gryffindor table. Ron, who was sorted minutes later, the hat barely hesitated, dropped into the seat beside him with a grin that stretched from ear to ear. Hermione, already seated across from them, was clapping with an enthusiasm that she seemed slightly embarrassed by. Welcome to Gryffindor, said an older boy, Percy Weasley, Ron's brother, who had the air of someone who had been born with a clipboard. We're very pleased to have you. Thanks, Harry said. I'm pleased to be here. And he was. He looked around the great hall, at the floating candles, at the enchanted ceiling, at the hundreds of faces young and old, at the teacher's table where Dumbledore was clapping with everyone else and a hook-nosed man in black robes was very pointedly not, and he felt, for the second time that evening, the warm certainty of belonging. Then Dumbledore stood, said a few words that were either profoundly wise or completely nonsensical, Harry suspected both, and the feast appeared. Food materialized on every plate and platter, roast chicken and potatoes and pies and puddings and things Harry didn't have names for but wanted to put in his mouth immediately. Ron loaded his plate with the efficiency of a boy who had grown up competing with 5 brothers for seconds. Hermione selected items with methodical precision. Harry ate everything, because Escanor had taught him to never waste food and also because the Hogwarts kitchen, whatever its magical methods, was approximately 7,000 times better than Escanor's cooking. He made a mental note to never tell Escanor this. The first week at Hogwarts was an exercise in calibration. Harry was used to learning. Escanor had made sure of that, not through rigid academic scheduling, but through the cultivation of genuine curiosity. Learn because you want to understand, not because you want to pass a test, Escanor had said, and Harry had internalized this so completely that he approached every Hogwarts class with the eager, focused attention of someone who was there by choice rather than obligation. Transfiguration was taught by McGonagall, who turned out to be the kind of teacher Harry respected most, demanding, fair, and impossible to impress with anything less than genuine understanding. She started them on matchstick-to-needle transformations. Most students struggled. Harry, on his third try, produced a needle so perfect McGonagall actually picked it up and examined it. Well done, Mr. Potter, she said, in a tone that suggested she didn't hand out compliments the way other people handed out pamphlets. 5 points to Gryffindor. Harry nodded. Didn't celebrate. Didn't look around to see if anyone was watching. Just set up another matchstick and tried to understand why the transformation worked, what mechanism, what principle, what relationship between intent and magic made a piece of wood become metal. Hermione, who had also produced a needle, on her second try, a fact she was simultaneously proud of and frustrated by because she'd wanted it on the first, leaned over. How did you do that? Focused on the outcome rather than the process. Escanor always says, Harry caught himself. He'd been about to quote Escanor's advice about visualization, don't tell the fire where to go. Show it where to be, but he wasn't sure how much of his background he wanted to share yet. My dad always says to picture the end result and trust the mechanism. That's actually really sound magical theory. Most introductory texts emphasize the wand movement and incantation, but Adalbert Waffling argues in Magical Theory that intent is the primary driver. Have you read it? No, but I'd like to. Hermione's eyes lit up with the specific luminosity of someone who had just found a fellow reader. I have a copy. I can lend it to you. That'd be great. Thanks, Hermione. She flushed. Barely perceptibly. But Harry noticed, because Escanor had trained his observational skills to a point where barely perceptible was basically a neon sign. Charms was taught by Professor Flitwick, a tiny man who had to stand on a stack of books to see over his desk and who radiated cheerful enthusiasm for magic in a way that was genuinely infectious. Harry's Lumos charm on the first day was notably brighter than anyone else's, warm-toned, golden rather than the typical bluish-white, and strong enough to make Flitwick shade his eyes. My word, Mr. Potter. That's quite a Lumos. 10 points to Gryffindor and perhaps a slight reduction in intensity, if you wouldn't mind. Mr. Longbottom is squinting rather badly. Harry dialed it back. He could feel the solar energy responding to his magic, amplifying it, warming it, giving it a quality that was distinctly his. Every spell he cast came out gold-tinged. Subtle, but there. Like a signature. Herbology was taught in the greenhouses by Professor Sprout, a sturdy woman with dirt permanently under her fingernails and a no-nonsense approach to magical botany. Harry discovered he had an unexpected affinity for plants, something about his solar nature seemed to resonate with the growing things. When he touched the venomous tentacula, it actually purred. Extraordinary, Professor Sprout breathed. I've never seen it respond like that. Mr. Potter, are you doing something intentional? Not, specifically. It just feels natural. Well, whatever you're doing, keep doing it. That plant usually tries to bite first years. History of magic was taught by a ghost named Professor Binns, who appeared to have died mid-lecture and simply continued without noticing. Harry, unable to stay engaged with the droning monotone, used the class to practice subtle energy manipulation under his desk, warming his hands, cooling them, cycling the solar power through his magical channels the way Escanor had taught him. Hermione, sitting next to him, took notes with ferocious thoroughness. She glanced at Harry's empty parchment, opened her mouth to say something disapproving, noticed the faint golden shimmer around his hands under the desk, and closed her mouth. She didn't mention it. But she added, "Ask Harry about the gold light thing," to her mental list, which was growing longer by the day. And then there was potions. Potions was taught in the dungeons by Professor Severus Snape, a man who entered the classroom like a thunderstorm wearing a cape. He was tall, sallow-skinned, with greasy black hair and a hooked nose and eyes that contained the kind of intelligence that made you feel like a specimen under a magnifying glass. He swept through the dungeon door, robes billowing, and fixed the class with a stare that could have curdled the potions before they'd been brewed. There will be no foolish wand-waving or silly incantations in this class, Snape said, his voice low and precise and dangerous. As such, I don't expect many of you to appreciate the subtle science and exact art that is potion-making. Harry sat still. Attentive. Meeting Snape's gaze when it swept over him without flinching, without challenging, simply, acknowledging. Snape's eyes found him. Lingered. Something moved behind those dark irises, something old and bitter and complicated. Ah. Yes. Harry Potter. Our new celebrity. The word dripped with contempt. Draco Malfoy, seated across the dungeon, smirked. Tell me, Potter. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? The question was designed to humiliate. A first-year question pulled from deep in the textbook, something no student on their first day could reasonably be expected to know. Harry saw Hermione's hand shoot up. He also saw Snape ignore it with the practiced ease of someone who had been ignoring raised hands for years. The draft of living death, sir, Harry said. Snape's expression didn't change. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? The stomach of a goat, sir. What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? They're the same plant, also known as aconite, sir. Silence. The dungeon was very quiet. Hermione's hand slowly lowered. Ron was staring at Harry with his mouth open. Draco's smirk had frozen. Snape looked at Harry for a long time. Something shifted in his expression, not respect, exactly, but a recalculation. He'd expected a pampered celebrity. He'd expected James Potter's son. What he was looking at was something else entirely. It seems fame isn't everything, Snape said, but the venom had lost its edge. Well answered, Potter. 1 point to Gryffindor. 1 point. For 3 correct answers that nobody else could have given. It was insulting and everyone knew it. Ron's face went red with indignation. But Harry just nodded and said, "Thank you, sir," with such genuine, unbothered politeness that Snape looked almost annoyed at not getting a rise out of him. After class, Ron exploded. 1 point. 1 point. You answered 3 questions perfectly and he gave you 1 point. Malfoy spills his cauldron and gets sympathy. It's fine, Ron. It's not fine. He's got it in for you, anyone can see that, probably. Harry shrugged. But his opinion of me isn't my responsibility. My work is my responsibility. If I do good work, it doesn't matter whether he gives me 1 point or 100. Ron stared at him. Then shook his head. Mate, sometimes you say things that make you sound about 40 years old. I had a good teacher. Your dad? Yeah. Hermione caught up to them in the corridor. She was slightly out of breath, clutching her bag, her hair even bushier than usual from the dungeon humidity. How did you know all that? She demanded. I'd read ahead in the textbook and I only knew 2 of the 3. Have you read supplementary material? Which edition of Magical Drafts and Potions do you have? Hermione. Was it the revised edition? Because the revised edition has an expanded index that, Hermione. She stopped. Blinked. I just read the whole textbook before term started, Harry said. Cover to cover. It's not complicated material. You read the whole textbook? My dad always says preparation is free armor. Why go into a situation unequipped when the equipment's sitting on a shelf? Hermione's expression went through a rapid evolution, surprise, assessment, and then something that looked remarkably like delight. The delight of someone who had been waiting their whole life to meet a peer who took learning as seriously as she did. That's exactly what I think, she said, with an intensity that made Ron take a cautious step back. That's exactly what I think. Everyone always says I study too much, but it's not about studying, it's about being ready. Preparedness isn't obsession. It's respect for the subject. Yes. Hermione actually punched the air. Then caught herself, went red, and cleared her throat. I mean. Yes. I agree with that assessment. Ron looked between them with the expression of a man who had just realized his 2 friends were going to be insufferably brilliant together and he was going to have to live with it. You're both mental, he said. In the best possible way. Days became weeks. Leaves turned from green to gold on the Hogwarts grounds, and Harry settled into a rhythm that felt surprisingly natural. Mornings were for training. He woke early, 5:30, before anyone else in the Gryffindor dormitory stirred, and went running on the castle grounds. The dawn over Hogwarts was extraordinary. The lake reflected the lightning sky. The Forbidden Forest stood dark against the horizon, mysterious and slightly menacing, like a secret the landscape was keeping. And the castle itself glowed in the early light, ancient stone drinking in the sunrise, looking less like a building and more like something that had grown from the earth itself. Harry ran the perimeter of the lake. He did bodyweight exercises on the grassy slope near the Quidditch pitch. And he practiced his solar manipulation, subtle, controlled, nothing flashy. Cycling the warm energy through his body. Strengthening the channels. Building the discipline that Escanor had drilled into him since he was 6. The body is the vessel. The mind is the captain. The spirit is the fuel. If any one of the three is neglected, the whole system fails. By the time other students were stumbling down to breakfast, Harry had been up for 2 hours and had already burned more magical energy than most of them would use all day. Nobody noticed. That was the point. Well, almost nobody. On the third morning of the second week, Harry was returning from his run, slightly sweaty, breathing controlled, when he rounded a corner of the castle and nearly walked into Hermione Granger. She was carrying a stack of books so tall she had to tilt her head sideways to see around it. Her hair was pulled back in a functional ponytail. She was wearing her school robes over what appeared to be exercise clothes, which was an unusual combination. "Morning," Harry said. Hermione jumped. The book stack wobbled dangerously. Harry's hand shot out, fast, instinctive, the reflexes of someone trained to react before conscious thought caught up, and steadied the top 3 books before they could fall. "Oh. Harry. Good morning." "I didn't, were you running?" "Yeah. I run every morning. At 5:30. Best time for it. Nobody's around, the grounds are quiet, and the sunrise over the lake is." He stopped. Smiled. "You're up early too." "Library. It opens at 6. I wanted to get in before everyone else because the restricted section has a display case with early editions of." She stopped herself this time. "Never mind. You were saying about the sunrise?" Harry looked at her. Really looked. Not at the bushy hair or the slightly too large front teeth or the stack of books being used as a personality barricade. At her. The tiredness behind her eyes that said she'd been up studying until well past midnight. The way she held the books close, not just carrying them but almost embracing them, like they were friends. The subtle tension in her jaw that said she was bracing for something, mockery, dismissal, the thing she'd clearly experienced enough times to expect it as default. "The sunrise is the best part of my day," Harry said. "You should see it sometime. I'm usually in the library by sunrise." "Libraries don't have sunrises, Hermione. Libraries have something better. Knowledge. Both are pretty good. You don't have to choose." She blinked. Processed. Filed. The tension in her jaw eased by approximately 10%. "Maybe," she conceded. "Sometime." "Sometime," Harry agreed. He took 3 books from the top of her stack, ignoring her protest, and carried them the rest of the way to the library. They walked in comfortable silence, and when they reached the doors, Hermione took her books back with a quiet, "Thank you," that carried more weight than 2 words usually did. "Hey, Hermione." "Yes. The books are great. But they're not a substitute for people." Her expression flickered. Vulnerability, quick and raw, darting across her face before she could catch it. The look of someone who had been using knowledge as armor for so long they'd forgotten they were doing it. "I know that," she said. Quietly. "I know you know. I just wanted to make sure you'd heard it recently." She stood in the library doorway for a long time after Harry left, holding her books to her chest and thinking about a boy with green eyes who said things like they were obvious truths that the rest of the world had simply forgotten to mention. Defense against the dark arts was taught by Professor Quirrell, a nervous, turban-wearing man who stuttered and smelled faintly of garlic and something else, something underneath the garlic that Harry couldn't identify but instinctively disliked. It was a dark smell. Cold. Like opening a door to a room where something had died. Harry's solar senses flagged it immediately. In class, sitting in the second row, he felt the warmth in his chest recoil when Quirrell walked past. A subtle pulling sensation, like the heat in his body was being drawn toward the professor and simultaneously repelled by him. A contradiction. An impossibility. Something dark wearing a disguise. He didn't mention it to anyone. Not yet. He filed it away, the way Escanor had taught him to file away anomalies, notice everything. React to nothing. Let the information accumulate until the pattern reveals itself. Quirrell's teaching was mediocre. He stuttered through lectures on basic defensive theory, avoided practical demonstrations, and flinched at his own subject material. The students found him vaguely pathetic. Harry found him deeply wrong. But this, like everything else, would wait for the right moment. The moment that changed things, the first real moment, the one that would be talked about in Gryffindor Tower for years afterward, came on a Monday afternoon in late October. Herbology. Greenhouse 3. Professor Sprout had set up a practical lesson involving venomous tentacula, the same plant that had purred for Harry earlier in the term. Today, they were supposed to be harvesting its leaves, which required careful handling and quick reflexes. The tentacula's vines are fast and unpredictable, Sprout warned. Work in pairs. One cuts, one watches for rogue tendrils. And for Merlin's sake, wear your dragonhide gloves. Harry was paired with Neville Longbottom, which was fine. Neville was clumsy and nervous and prone to minor disasters, but Harry liked him. There was a genuineness to Neville, a transparent, ungorded quality, that reminded Harry of Escanor's night form. Someone who was afraid of everything but showed up anyway. Hermione was working 2 stations over, paired with Lavender Brown. Ron was on the other side with Seamus Finnegan, who had a well-documented talent for making things explode. The lesson went smoothly for about 20 minutes. Harry cut leaves while Neville watched for tendrils, and they fell into an easy rhythm. Neville was actually good at herbology, better than he was at almost anything else, and Harry made a point of telling him so. "You've got good instincts with plants, Neville. Have you always been into this?" Neville flushed. "My gran says it's not a proper magical skill. Says I should be better at charms." "Your gran is wrong." Neville stared at Harry like he'd just performed a miracle. Nobody had ever told Neville Longbottom that his grandmother was wrong about anything. "Every skill is a proper skill if you're good at it," Harry continued, trimming another leaf. "The world doesn't need everyone to be the same kind of excellent." "My dad would say that too," Neville mumbled, then went pink and looked away, and Harry knew not to push. 22 minutes into the lesson, things went sideways. The tentacula at Station 4, Hermione's station, decided it was done being harvested. The plant surged. Not a slow, probing movement but a violent, full-body convulsion, like a sleeping animal startled awake. 6 vines whipped outward simultaneously, thick as ropes, tipped with barbs that dripped venom. Lavender screamed and threw herself backward. Good instinct. But Hermione, who had been focused on a particularly tricky leaf extraction and was half a second behind the plant's movement, didn't dodge. A vine caught her left forearm, rapped once, and yanked. She gasped as the barbs pricked through the dragonhide glove and the vine pulled her toward the plant's central mass, where its mouth, a moist, tooth-lined orifice that had no business being on a vegetable, was opening wide. "Everyone back!" Sprout shouted, already moving, wand drawn. She was 12 feet away. The vine was pulling Hermione closer at a rate of about a foot per second. The math was bad. Harry didn't do math. He moved. Later, people would disagree about what exactly happened. The accounts varied. What everyone agreed on was this: one moment Harry was at his own station, 10 feet from Hermione's. The next moment he was there, between Hermione and the plant, his body angled to shield hers, one hand locked around the vine gripping her arm, the other extended toward the tentacula's central mass with fingers spread wide. And his hand was glowing. Not subtly. Not the faint golden shimmer that the more observant students had noticed around his spells. This was a full, blazing, solar radiance, warm gold light pouring from his palm like a spotlight, hot enough that the students nearest to him felt it on their faces like standing too close to a fireplace. It pulsed once, twice, and on the second pulse the tentacula screamed. Plants don't have vocal cords. They don't scream. But the sound the tentacula made, a high, shrill vibration that resonated through the greenhouse and made every other plant in the room quiver, was unmistakably a scream. The vine around Hermione's arm went limp. The whole plant sagged, pulling its tendrils inward, retreating from the golden light the way a shadow retreats from a lamp. Harry caught Hermione as she stumbled backward. His hand on her arm was warm, not hot, not burning, just warm. Impossibly, comfortingly warm, like holding a cup of tea on a winter morning. The golden light faded from his other hand, dimming back to nothing, and he was just Harry again. 11 years old, dark hair, green eyes, slightly out of breath. "You okay?" he asked. Hermione stared at him. Her left forearm was red where the barbs had pricked, and her eyes were wide, and her hair was even wilder than usual, and she was breathing in short, sharp bursts. But she wasn't looking at the plant. She was looking at Harry. At his hand. At the hand that had just glowed like a piece of the sun. "Your hand," she whispered. "What about it?" "It was, there was light, Harry, Mr. Potter." Professor Sprout was there, slightly out of breath, wand still raised. She looked at Harry, at the cowering tentacula, at Hermione's arm, and performed the rapid triage that experienced teachers were capable of. "Is anyone hurt?" Hermione's arm got pricked. The barbs might have broken skin through the glove. "Let me see, yes, minor punctures, nothing a quick visit to Madame Pomfrey won't fix. Miss Brown, would you escort Miss Granger to the hospital wing?" "I'm fine," Hermione said automatically, even as the blood was starting to well through the glove. "Hospital wing," Harry said gently. "Please." She looked at him. He looked back. There was a conversation happening in that look, layered and complex, conducted entirely without words. "You just did something impossible. I want to know everything. I need you to be okay first. I will tell you. But not here." "Fine," Hermione said. She let Lavender lead her out of the greenhouse, but she looked back at Harry 3 times on the way. Sprout turned to Harry. Her expression was a fascinating mixture of gratitude, concern, and academic curiosity. "That was very quick thinking, Mr. Potter. And very, unusual magic. I've never seen a tentacula respond to a student's touch like that. The light you produced, that's not a standard charm." "No, ma'am. It's not. Would you care to explain?" "It's something I've been learning from my guardian. A kind of, solar magic. Heat and light manipulation. Solar magic." Sprout repeated this slowly, as if tasting the words. "I'm not familiar with the term. It's not in any textbook. My guardian developed it." "Your guardian must be a remarkable person." Harry smiled. "He is." Sprout nodded slowly, filed this away in the mental cabinet where experienced teachers stored things they'd deal with later, and announced that class was dismissed early due to the tentacula's tantrum. Ron found Harry in the corridor afterward. His face was pale beneath the freckles, which made them stand out even more dramatically than usual. "Harry. Mate. What the bloody hell was that?" "What was what?" "You glowed. Your hand glowed. And the plant screamed." "Plants don't scream, Harry. I grew up with a garden full of gnomes and an aunt who once crossbred a rose bush with a mandrake, and I have never seen a plant scream. It wasn't a scream. More of a, distressed vibration. It screamed. Okay, it screamed. And you glowed." "Yes. So." Ron planted himself in front of Harry, arms folded, the picture of a best friend who was not moving until he got answers. "Are you going to tell me what's going on? Because this isn't normal wizarding stuff." "I know normal wizarding stuff. My mom made me degnome the garden every Saturday. I have context. And that," he pointed back toward the greenhouse. "That was not context." Harry looked at his best friend. Red-haired, freckled, stubborn, loyal, wearing an expression that combined concern with determination in a ratio that was entirely Ron. "Can we walk?" Harry said. They walked. Around the lake, along the path that Harry ran every morning, with the afternoon sun casting long shadows across the grounds. And Harry told Ron about Escanor. Not everything. Not the dimensional rift or the 7 deadly sins or the true nature of the sunshine grace. But the important things. The cupboard. The man who knocked. The inn in Wiltshire. The training. The light. He taught me to use solar energy, Harry said, as they rounded the lake's northern shore. Heat and light. It's not wizarding magic, it's something else, something he brought from wherever he came from. But it merges with my magic. Amplifies it. Makes my spells stronger during the day, especially at noon. Ron was quiet for a long time. They walked. The lake lapped at the shore. A giant squid tentacle broke the surface briefly, waved at no one in particular, and submerged again. So you're like, sun-powered? Ron said eventually. Kind of. And your dad, Escanor, he can do this too. Better than me. Much better. During the day, you'd have to see it, Ron. He's the most powerful person I've ever been near. It's not even power, exactly. It's certainty. Like, if the sun was a person and walked into a room. And at night? At night, he's the gentlest man alive. Shy, quiet, apologizes for everything. He makes terrible tea. Ron processed this. You could see him fitting the pieces together, rearranging his mental model of Harry to accommodate this new information. It was, to his immense credit, a quick process. That's why you're different, Ron said. From other students. I couldn't figure it out. You're not cocky, you're nothing like Malfoy, but you've got this thing. This calm. Like nothing gets to you. It's the training. It's the philosophy more than the training. Escanor taught me that real confidence isn't about being the strongest person in the room. It's about knowing who you are and not needing anyone else to confirm it. That's, actually really smart. Don't sound so surprised. I'm not. I'm just, okay, I'm a little surprised. You're 11, Harry. 11-year-olds are supposed to worry about spots and homework, not have fully formed philosophies of self. Harry laughed. I worry about homework too. No, you don't. You finished Snape's essay in 20 minutes. I worried about it for 20 minutes. They grinned at each other. The easy, comfortable grin of people who had just crossed from friends to friends who share real things. Ron nudged Harry's shoulder with his own. Thanks for telling me, Ron said. Thanks for not making it weird. Oh, it's absolutely weird. You're sun-powered, mate. That's deeply weird. I'm just also fine with it. Hermione tracked Harry down that evening. He was in the Gryffindor common room, sitting in an armchair by the fire, reading the copy of Magical Theory she'd lent him 2 weeks ago. Most of the other students were at dinner. The common room was quiet, just the crackling fire and the distant sound of the castle being a castle. Hermione sat down across from him. Her left forearm was bandaged, the tentacular barbed wounds had been treated by Madame Pomfrey with brisk efficiency and a muttered comment about that dreadful plant. She sat with her hands in her lap, her back straight, her expression carefully composed. We need to talk, she said. Okay. About what happened in the greenhouse. I know. Your hand produced a light with an apparent temperature of several hundred degrees. It wasn't a wand lighting charm, the spectral quality was wrong, too warm, too golden. It wasn't incendio, there was no flame, just heat and light. It wasn't any documented charm I've found in the Hogwarts library, and I've looked. I've looked quite thoroughly, actually, I went straight from the hospital wing to the library before dinner, Hermione. And the closest thing I can find is a reference to an obscure branch of elemental magic called solar thaumaturgy, which hasn't been practiced since the 14th century and was largely considered theoretical, Hermione. She stopped. Took a breath. Her hands were gripping each other in her lap with a tension that belied her composed expression. "You're not asking me what it was," Harry observed. "You're telling me what it wasn't. That means you've already figured out that it's something outside normal wizarding magic." "Yes. And that scares you a little." Her chin lifted. A flash of pride, quick and fierce, the look of someone who didn't like admitting fear. "It doesn't scare me. It concerns me. There's a difference." "You're right. There is." Harry closed the book. Set it on the side table. Gave Hermione his full attention, not politely, not performatively, but completely. "The way you look at someone when what they're about to hear matters." "My guardian, my dad, isn't from this world," Harry said. Hermione blinked. "What do you mean, this world?" "I mean he's from a different dimension. A different reality. He arrived here through a kind of tear in the fabric between worlds. When I was 5. He found me, he took me in, and he raised me. That's..." Hermione's mouth opened and closed. Her brain was visibly spinning at maximum RPM, trying to reconcile a statement that sounded like fantasy with the deeply rational, deeply intelligent boy delivering it. Interdimensional travel? There's literature on it, actually, in theoretical magical physics, the concept of parallel magical planes, but no documented cases of, Hermione. I know it sounds impossible. It sounds improbable. Impossibility is a much higher bar. Harry smiled. I like that distinction. I like distinctions. She said it reflexively, then caught herself, as if the instinct to be clever had overridden her attempts to be serious. Sorry. Go on. In his world, he had a power called sunshine. It was tied to the sun, made him almost infinitely powerful during the day, weak at night. When he came to this world, the power started fading, but some of it remains. And he used it to train me. Train you in what? Solar energy manipulation. Channeling heat and light. It's not wizarding magic, it operates on different principles. But it interacts with wizarding magic. My spells are stronger during the day. My magic has a solar quality to it. And I can do things like what you saw today, producing light and heat without a wand, without an incantation. Hermione was quiet. Her eyes were doing something Harry hadn't seen before, they were soft. Not analytical, not evaluating. Soft. Like she was seeing past the facts and the impossibilities to the person underneath. He found you when you were 5, she said. Not a question. Yes. I was living with my aunt and uncle. In a cupboard under the stairs. The softness in her eyes deepened. Something else joined it, anger, cold and quick and fierce, the anger of someone who took injustice personally. A cupboard, she repeated. He heard me. Felt me. The solar energy I was unconsciously producing, he could sense it from outside the house. He came in, he found me, and he took me. Fought through his own fear to do it. Escanor at night he's the most gentle, self-doubting person you'd ever meet. He apologizes for breathing too loudly. But he walked into that house and he took me anyway. Because it was right. Because it was right. They sat in the firelight. The common room creaked. Somewhere above them, Peeves the poltergeist was cackling about something. Thank you for telling me, Hermione said. Ron knows too. I told him this afternoon. She nodded. Then, with the careful precision of someone selecting their next words from a very large internal library, you saved me today. I reacted. Anyone would have, no. Her voice was firm. Certain. The kind of certain she usually reserved for academic arguments. No, Harry. Anyone would not have. Most people would have frozen. Sprout was still 12 feet away. Lavender was already running. You moved. You moved without thinking, put yourself between me and the plant, and you used a power that nobody at this school has ever seen before. For me. The firelight played across her face. Her brown eyes were bright, not with tears, but with something more complex. Gratitude and curiosity and the beginnings of something she didn't have a name for yet, something that made her chest feel warm in a way that had nothing to do with the fire. Of course I did, Harry said. And the simplicity of it, the absolute, undecorated simplicity, hit Hermione harder than any elaborate explanation could have. Of course I did. Like it was gravity. Like it was the sun rising. Like protecting her was so obviously, so fundamentally the right thing to do that it didn't even register as a choice. You're very strange, Harry Potter, Hermione said softly. So I've been told. I mean it as a compliment. I know. She stood up. Smoothed her robes. Composed herself with the efficiency of someone who had a lot of practice reassembling their emotional armor after it had been unexpectedly breached. I'm going to research solar thaumaturgy, she announced. If there's a historical precedent for what you can do, I want to find it. Understanding the mechanism could help you develop the ability further. Hermione, you don't have to, I want to. She said it firmly, with finality, with the same conviction she applied to everything that mattered to her. Your dad trained you. But he can't be here. So let me help with the parts one can. The research. The theory. The understanding. Harry looked at her. This girl with the bushy hair and the sharp mind and the heart that she hid behind books because the world had taught her that intelligence was safer than vulnerability. Okay, he said. Yeah. I'd really like that. She nodded. Turned to leave. Stopped at the portrait hole. Harry? Yeah. Next time a plant tries to eat me, you have my explicit permission to glow. Harry laughed. Hermione smiled, a real smile, not the careful, controlled one she usually wore, but the one underneath. The one that made her eyes crinkle and her nose scrunch slightly and her whole face transform into something luminous. She disappeared through the portrait hole. Harry sat in the firelight, holding the warm golden pulse in his chest that was partly solar energy and partly something else entirely, and he thought, I think I'm in trouble. November brought rain and cold and the escalation of several ongoing situations. The first was Draco Malfoy. Harry's interaction with Draco on the train had established a dynamic that Draco found intolerable. He was used to getting reactions, anger, submission, fear. From Harry, he got none of these. He got calm assessment, gentle redirection, and a refusal to engage that was somehow more insulting than any insult. Draco tried. He really tried. He insulted Harry's parents, tragic, being stuck with dead blood traitors. Harry said, my parents gave their lives protecting me. What have yours done for you lately, and kept walking. He mocked Ron's poverty, hand-me-down robes, Weasley. How quaint. Harry, without looking up from his breakfast, said, Ron has 5 brothers who love him. What's your excuse for being lonely, and took a bite of toast. Each interaction left Draco redder and more frustrated. His insults were increasingly desperate, increasingly cruel, and increasingly ineffective. Harry wasn't ignoring him, that would have been dismissive, and Escanor had taught him that dismissing people, even unpleasant ones, was a form of disrespect. Harry was answering him. Honestly. Calmly. With a precision that laid bare the weakness behind every attack. It was making Draco insane. The confrontation came on a Wednesday evening outside the Great Hall. Draco, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle, his eternal bookends of menace, blocked Harry's path as he left dinner. Think you're something special, don't you, Potter? Draco's voice was loud enough to draw attention from students flowing in and out of the hall. Heads turned. The evening crowd was substantial. I don't think about it much, actually, Harry said. Walking around like you own the place. Showing off in class. Everyone fawning over the boy who lived. It's pathetic. Is there a question in there, Malfoy? Or is this just a monologue? I'm saying that you're nothing. Your parents were nothing. That scar doesn't make you special, it just makes you lucky. And luck runs out. Harry stopped. He'd been moving, planning to step around Draco and continue with his evening. But the words, not the insults about him, those bounced off, the words about his parents. About people who had died so that he could live. About people whose sacrifice Escanor had taught him to honor not with anger but with worthiness. He stopped and he looked at Draco. The corridor got warm. Not dramatically. Not enough for flames or visible heat haze or anything that would register to casual observers. But the students closest to Harry felt it, a shift in the ambient temperature, a pressure change, as if someone had opened a door to a room where a furnace was burning. The torches along the corridor flickered. Their flames leaned toward Harry, like plants leaning toward sunlight. My parents, Harry said, and his voice was quiet, were not nothing. Draco opened his mouth for a retort. The words died in his throat. Because Harry was looking at him with an expression that Draco had never seen directed at himself, not anger, not contempt, not even dislike. Something worse. Something infinitely worse. Understanding. Harry was looking at Draco Malfoy the way someone looks at a person they've figured out. Completely. Compassionately. Devastatingly. You don't really think that, Harry said. You're repeating something your father told you. Something about blood and status and the importance of being better. And maybe you believe it, maybe you've heard it so many times it feels like your own thought. But it's not. It's his. Draco's face went white. Not red, white. The color of exposure. You don't know anything about my father, I know he gave you a set of beliefs instead of a sense of self. I know you measure your worth by who you stand above, which means you need people to be beneath you in order to feel anything at all. And I know that's not your fault. But it is your problem. The corridor was very, very quiet. 50-odd students stood frozen, watching. Crabbe and Goyle, who operated on a binary system of things Draco tells us to hit and everything else, stood motionless, confused by a confrontation that didn't involve fists. You could be more than this, Malfoy, Harry said, and the warmth in the corridor receded, gentle as a tide going out. You're smart. You're capable. You could choose to define yourself by what you build instead of what you tear down. But you have to actually choose it. Nobody can do it for you. He stepped around Draco. Gently. Without contact. And walked away. Draco stood in the corridor for a long time after Harry left. His hands were shaking. Crabbe asked him if he was okay. He didn't answer. That night, alone in his dormitory, Draco Malfoy stared at the ceiling of his four-poster bed and felt something he had never felt before in his 11 years of privileged, shielded, carefully constructed life. Doubt. The second situation that escalated in November was Dumbledore's curiosity. Harry was aware that the headmaster was watching him. Not overtly, Dumbledore was far too sophisticated for overt surveillance, but in the small things. The way his twinkling eyes lingered a beat too long during meals. The way he happened to be walking the 7th floor corridor at exactly the hour Harry was returning from a nighttime study session. The way information about Harry's performance in classes seemed to reach him with unusual speed. Harry didn't mind being watched. Escanor had prepared him for this. Powerful people always want to understand things they can't categorize. Dumbledore will try to understand you. Let him look. Don't hide. But don't volunteer either. What Harry didn't know, what he wouldn't know until Christmas, was that Dumbledore's curiosity had already taken him far beyond passive observation. On the second Saturday of November, Albus Dumbledore brought to the village of Ashbury in Wiltshire and walked up the path to the Lion's Rest. He had done his research. Extensive research, the kind that involved calling in favors from the Department of Mysteries and cross-referencing 17 different magical databases. What he'd found was unsatisfying. Escanor appeared in no magical registry. He possessed no wand, no magical signature recognizable to British detection systems, and no history prior to 1985. He was, as far as the wizarding world was concerned, a ghost. A very polite, very tall, very mustachioed ghost who ran a country pub and had raised the boy who lived. The pub was warm. Small. Smelled of wood smoke and slightly burnt cooking and something else, something that prickled at Dumbledore's senses, a trace energy that didn't match any magical taxonomy he knew. Escanor was behind the bar. Knight form. Thin, hunched, apologetic, wearing a white shirt and an apron and an expression of mild alarm at having a customer who radiated power like a magical reactor in a human suit. "Good evening," Dumbledore said warmly, taking a seat at the bar. "You must be Escanor." "I'm Albus Dumbledore." Yes. I know who you are." Escanor's hands were nervous on the bar towel. "Harry's mentioned you." "The headmaster." "Indeed. And Harry has quite failed to mention you, which I find both admirable and slightly frustrating." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "I do like to know things. Would you like a drink?" I have beer. And tea." "The beer is passable. The tea is, I'm told, catastrophic." "Tea, please." Escanor made tea. It was, in fact, catastrophic. Dumbledore drank it with the serene acceptance of a man who had endured far worse. "I'll be direct," Dumbledore said. "Harry Potter is the most remarkable student I've encountered in several decades of teaching. His magical ability is exceptional. His emotional maturity is extraordinary. His combat instincts, a significant look. Yes, I've heard about the greenhouse incident, are far beyond anything an 11-year-old should possess." "Thank you." It wasn't entirely a compliment. It was also a question. "How?" Escanor cleaned a glass that was already clean. "I trained him. As best I could." "In what?" It's difficult to explain." "Try." So Escanor tried. He talked about sunshine, in general terms, without the context of Britannia or the sins or the grace. He described it as a form of solar energy manipulation that he discovered, being more comfortable than, was cursed with by a divine being, and had adapted for Harry's use. He explained the philosophy, pride as self-knowledge, not superiority. Strength as responsibility, not dominance. Dumbledore listened. He listened with the particular intensity of one of the most powerful wizards in history encountering something genuinely new, and when Escanor finished, the old man was quiet for a long moment. "You're not from this world," Dumbledore said. "Not a question." Escanor's hand tightened on the glass. "No. I suspected as much. The energy signature you emit is unlike anything in my experience, and my experience is considerable." A pause. "You're also dying." The word landed like a stone. Escanor set down the glass very carefully. "The energy is fading," Dumbledore continued gently. "I can see it. You're a vessel for something that was never meant to exist in this reality, and this reality is, wearing it down. Like salt water on iron. You're rusting." "I know," Escanor whispered. "Does Harry know?" "No. He should. Not yet. He's 11. He's just starting his life. I won't burden him with my ending." Dumbledore studied him. For all his twinkling and his grandfatherly warmth, there was a razor behind those blue eyes, and it was assessing Escanor with ruthless precision. "You love him," Dumbledore said. "More than I have ever loved anything. And you would die for him." "I would die for him. But more importantly, I am living for him. Every day I choose to be here, in this world that is slowly taking me apart, because he needs me. And I will continue choosing that for as long as I can." The razor behind Dumbledore's eyes softened. Not disappeared, softened. The old wizard looked at his terrible tea, then at the thin, gentle man across the bar who was holding himself together through nothing but love and stubbornness, and he felt something he hadn't felt in a long time. Humility. "You're a good father," Dumbledore said quietly. "I'm a trying father. Good is aspirational. Isn't everything worth doing?" Escanor smiled his wobbly knight smile. "Harry says things like that. He gets it from me, I think. Or I get it from him. Hard to tell after 6 years." Dumbledore stood. He placed a hand on the bar, palm down, and looked at Escanor with an expression that was, for once, entirely free of calculation. "I will watch over your son," Dumbledore said. "Not because of the prophecy. Not because of Voldemort. Because you asked me to, here, now, with your terrible tea and your magnificent mustache and your love that is the most powerful thing I've sensed in this room." Escanor blinked. "I didn't ask you, you didn't have to. Some requests are louder for being silent." He left. The door closed. Escanor stood behind the bar for a long time, holding the glass he'd cleaned 3 times, and thought about salt water and iron and the slow, patient work of rust. Then he sat down at his writing desk and began a letter to Harry. He wrote about the weather and the pub and the new batch of scones he'd attempted. "Mrs. Patterson says they could be used as building materials, which I choose to take as a compliment about their structural integrity." He wrote about how the village cat had started sleeping in the pub's doorway and he didn't have the heart to move it. He wrote about how the sunrises in Wiltshire were particularly beautiful this time of year and how he wished Harry could see them. He didn't write about rust. About endings. About the way his hands shook at night now, not from cold but from the slow withdrawal of a grace that had been his companion for decades. He sealed the letter and gave it to Harry's owl, a snowy white bird named Hedwig who had appeared at the pub one day and simply refused to leave, and he watched her fly into the night sky like a white star heading north. The troll incident happened on Halloween. Harry knew something was wrong before anyone said anything. He'd felt it all day, a dark, cold undercurrent running beneath the castle's usual magical hum, like a bass note in a song that shouldn't have been there. His solar senses, which had grown increasingly acute as the term progressed, were screaming at him in a frequency he couldn't articulate but couldn't ignore. At the Halloween feast, surrounded by floating jack-o'-lanterns and the raucous energy of hundreds of students, Harry sat with his fork hovering over his plate, focused inward. The cold feeling was stronger here. Closer. Coming from below. "You all right, mate?" Ron asked through a mouthful of potato. "You've been staring at your pumpkin juice for 5 minutes. Something's off." "Off how?" "I don't know. Something dark. Underground." Ron, who had learned to take Harry's instincts seriously, put down his fork. "Dark how?" "Like, dark arts dark. Like something that shouldn't be here." Then Quirrell burst through the doors. "Troll! Troll in the dungeons." He staggered into the hall, turban askew, face pale. "Thought you ought to know." And collapsed. Chaos. Immediate, thorough, screaming chaos. Students surged to their feet. The noise was deafening. Teachers shouted for order. Dumbledore's voice boomed across the hall, amplified by magic. "Prefects, lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately." Harry was already moving. Not toward the exit, toward the problem. Because in the chaos, in the surge of bodies and the cacophony of panic, he'd realized something. "Hermione," he said to Ron. "Where's Hermione?" Ron went pale. "She wasn't at the feast. She's been in the bathroom all afternoon. Lavender said something mean about her teeth and the bathroom." "What floor?" "First floor, I think, that's near the dungeons." They looked at each other. The moment stretched. And then they were running. Not with the crowd. Against it. Pushing through streams of students heading upstairs, dodging prefects who shouted at them to go the right way, sprinting through corridors that were emptying rapidly as the school evacuated. Harry felt it before he saw it. The temperature dropped. Not the solar warmth draining, actual cold, the damp, fetid cold of something enormous and wrong. He smelled it too, a thick, rotten stench, like a dumpster in August. They rounded a corner and there it was. 12 feet tall. Gray-green skin. A body like a boulder with legs. A small, stupid head mounted on a thick neck, carrying a wooden club the size of a small tree. The mountain troll lumbered down the first-floor corridor with the aimless destructive energy of a natural disaster, smashing torch brackets from walls and leaving dents in stone. It was heading for the girls' bathroom. Where a scream, high, terrified, Hermione's, split the air. "Go get a teacher," Harry said to Ron. His voice was calm. Flat. The voice of someone who had already made a decision and was now executing it. "Harry, you can't, I can. Go." Ron hesitated for exactly one heartbeat. Then he ran. Not away from danger, toward help. Because he trusted Harry, and trust meant believing that your friend could do what they said they could. Harry turned toward the troll. It had reached the bathroom door. Its club smashed through the entrance, sending splinters of wood and chunks of stone into the air. Inside, Hermione screamed again. Harry checked the time instinctively. A habit Escanor had drilled into him. 7:42 p.m. Late October. Sunset was hours ago. He was at his weakest. No solar amplification. No noon peak power. No blazing golden light to burn through the darkness. Just Harry. 11 years old. A wand and 6 years of training and the cold, clear knowledge that someone he cared about was in danger. A proud man does not avoid his weaknesses. He faces them. Harry drew his wand and walked into the bathroom. The scene was nightmare material. The troll had demolished half the bathroom. Sinks were shattered. Stalls were matchwood. Water sprayed from broken pipes, flooding the floor. And in the far corner, pressed against the wall, wet and terrified and trying to make herself as small as possible, was Hermione. The troll raised its club. Harry didn't shout. Didn't announce himself. Didn't waste a single second on drama. He pointed his wand at the club and said, with the focused intent of 6 years of magical discipline, Wingardium Leviosa. The charm caught the club at the apex of its swing. The troll grunted, confused, as its weapon suddenly weighed nothing, floating upward out of its grip. It stared at its empty hands with the bewildered expression of something that had never encountered resistance before. Harry flicked his wand. The club flew sideways, smashing into the wall, out of reach. The troll bellowed, a sound like a foghorn played through a garbage disposal, and turned its small, furious eyes on Harry. "Hermione," Harry said, not looking away from the troll. "Move. Now. Toward the door." "I can't, my ankle," he glanced. "Quick." Her left ankle was at a wrong angle, caught under fallen debris. She was trapped. The troll charged. It was fast for something so large. The floor shook with each step. Water sprayed. Ceiling dust fell. Harry sidestepped, clean, precise, the footwork of someone who had been drilled in spatial awareness until it was as natural as breathing, and the troll's fist smashed into the wall where he'd been standing, cratering the stone. Harry extended his hand. Not his wand hand, his left. The one connected most directly to his solar core. And he pushed. The light was weak. Nowhere near what he'd produced in the greenhouse. A faint golden glow, barely visible, more warmth than illumination. But it was concentrated. Focused by 6 years of discipline into a tight beam directed at the troll's face. The troll flinched. Blinked. Shook its massive head. The light wasn't enough to hurt it, not at night, not without the sun's amplification, but it was enough to confuse it. Enough to buy seconds. Harry used every one. Impedimenta. The jinx caught the troll mid-swing, slowing its movement like it was pushing through invisible molasses. Not stopping it, trolls were magically resistant, but slowing it. Defindo. A cutting charm at the troll's knee. Not enough to wound, but enough to sting. The troll roared and stumbled. Lumos Maxima. The light charm, supercharged with every drop of solar energy Harry could muster. His wand blazed with warm golden light, not as bright as noon, not as overwhelming as his peak, but bright enough to fill the destroyed bathroom like a flashbulb. The troll, caught full in the face, bellowed and threw its arms up, blinded. Harry sprinted to Hermione. The debris on her ankle was heavy, a chunk of shattered zinc, but adrenaline and training made him strong enough. He grabbed the debris, lifted, and Hermione pulled her ankle free with a gasp of pain. "Can you move?" "I think so, Harry, behind you," he spun. The troll had recovered. It was swinging wildly, blindly, and one of those wild swings was going to connect with something important if the bathroom door burst open. Professor McGonagall stood in the doorway. Behind her, Snape, Quirrell, and Ron, who was out of breath and pale as milk. McGonagall's wand moved once. A single, precise motion, accompanied by a word that Harry didn't catch. The troll's legs locked together. It toppled like a felled tree, hit the floor with a crash that shook the building, and lay still. Silence. Broken only by running water and heavy breathing. McGonagall surveyed the scene. The destroyed bathroom. The unconscious troll. 2 first years, wet and battered, one with a potentially broken ankle, the other standing over her like a guard dog with a wand in one hand and a fading golden glow in the other. "Explain," McGonagall said. "One word. Sufficient." The explanation took 10 minutes and involved all three of them talking over each other until McGonagall silenced Ron and Hermione with a look and asked Harry to report clearly and concisely. He did. No embellishment, no false modesty. He told her what happened. Hermione was in the bathroom, didn't know about the troll, he and Ron realized, Ron went for help, Harry went in. "You went in," McGonagall repeated. "Alone. Against a fully grown mountain troll." "Yes, ma'am." "And the light?" "The golden light that Mr. Weasley described and that I can see the residue of on your wand." "A personal magical discipline, Professor. Solar-based. My guardian taught me." McGonagall looked at him for a long time. Her expression was unreadable, the mask of a woman who had been teaching for decades and had learned to process shock on a delay. 5 points from Gryffindor, she said. "For sheer foolishness." Ron sputtered. Harry said nothing. "And 30 points to Gryffindor," McGonagall continued. "For the most composed display of defensive magic I have seen from a first-year student in 41 years of teaching. Not many first-years could take on a full-grown mountain troll and live to tell the tale." A pause. "Also, Mr. Weasley, 5 points for having the good sense to fetch a teacher." She left. Snape, who had been hovering in the background with an expression like he'd bitten into something sour, followed, but not before fixing Harry with a long, calculating stare that lingered on the wand's still faintly glowing gold. Quirrell was last to leave. He mumbled something about checking on the troll and shuffled out, and as he passed Harry, that dark feeling surged again, cold, slithering, wrong. Harry's residual solar glow flickered, and for half a second, so briefly it might have been imagined, Quirrell flinched away from it. Harry noticed. Filed it. Moved on. Madame Pomfrey was summoned for Hermione's ankle, sprained, not broken, and Ron's nerves, shattered, but recovering. Harry sat with them in the hospital wing while potions were administered and questions were asked and Ron described the experience in increasingly dramatic terms. And then Harry went full sun mode. I did not go full sun mode. "Mate, you were glowing. In a dark bathroom. At night. With no sun. You went full sun mode. It was barely a glimmer. Tell that to the troll's eyeballs." Hermione, propped up in a hospital bed with her ankle wrapped and her hair dried into truly historic proportions, watched them bicker with an expression that kept alternating between amusement and something else. Something she looked away from every time Harry caught her eye. Eventually, Ron's mother's emergency owl arrived. How did she already know? Ron went to compose a reply that would hopefully prevent a howler, and Harry and Hermione were left alone in the hospital wing. The silence that settled between them was warm. Not awkward. Just full. "That's twice," Hermione said. "What's twice?" "Twice you've put yourself between me and something dangerous." "Greenhouse. Bathroom." "I mean, technically the greenhouse was a plant, Harry." He stopped. Looked at her. She was sitting up in bed, blankets pooled around her waist, her bandaged ankle elevated on a pillow. Her face was pale but her eyes were bright, and she was looking at him with an expression he recognized but couldn't name. "I've never had someone do that for me before," she said quietly. "Run toward the danger because I was in it. My parents love me, but they're dentists. Their idea of danger is an impacted wisdom tooth." Harry sat on the edge of her bed. Not close enough to crowd, close enough to matter. "I'll always come," he said. Simply. Without drama. The way you state a fact that is so fundamental it doesn't need decoration. "If you're in trouble, I'll always come." Hermione's eyes went bright. She blinked rapidly. Swallowed. "That's a very big promise." "I know. You can't possibly guarantee, I can. Because it's not a decision I have to make. It's already made. It was made in the greenhouse. Maybe before that. Maybe the first time you sat down in our compartment and talked about books like they were people." Hermione stared at him. And something shifted, you could almost see it, a tectonic plate moving in her expression, a rearrangement of internal geography. The girl who had spent her whole life being the smartest person in the room and the loneliest person in it, the girl who had built walls out of knowledge because people had taught her that her mind was too much, her enthusiasm was too intense, her personality was too big, that girl looked at Harry Potter and saw someone who was not intimidated by her. Not impressed by her in the patronizing way of adults. Not annoyed by her in the dismissive way of classmates. But genuinely, fully, completely with her. "You're my best friend," Hermione said, and the words came out surprised, as if she hadn't known they were true until she heard them. "You're mine too," Harry said. "Don't tell Ron. He'll figure it out. He already has. He's smarter than he thinks." Hermione smiled. The real smile. The one with the nose scrunch and the eye crinkles and the whole face luminosity. And Harry smiled back, and the hospital wing was warm, and outside the window the November night was dark and cold and trollish, but inside, in this small space between two people who had chosen each other, there was light. November drew to a close. Harry sat in the Ollery on the last night of the month, writing his weekly letter to Escanor by the light of a solar glow he maintained in his left palm, a soft, warm lamp that the owls seemed to appreciate, several of them drifting closer to roost near the golden light. "Dear Dad, I fought a troll. Before you panic, I'm fine. Everyone's fine. I know what you're going to say, was it during the day?" "No, it wasn't. It was evening. My solar abilities were minimal. I used technique, wizarding magic, and what you'd call, creative application of limited resources. I have friends, Dad. Real ones. Ron is loyal and funny and braver than he knows. Hermione is brilliant, maybe the smartest person our age, and she's kind underneath all the books and the encyclopedic knowledge. She's researching solar thaumaturgy for me. She voluntarily took on an extra research project because she wants to understand what I can do. I don't think she's ever met anyone who appreciated how smart she is without being threatened by it. I miss you. I missed the mornings, running in the garden while you stood there looking like a golden statue of yourself and calling out corrections. I miss the evenings, listening to your stories, drinking your terrible tea. I miss the in-between times, the dawn and dusk, when you're both versions of yourself at once and I can see the whole of who you are. The sun doesn't rise to prove it's bright. You taught me that. But I want you to know, even when it's dark, even at my weakest, even when the power dips and I'm just a kid with a wand, I don't forget who I am. You made sure of that. You made sure of me. All my love, Harry. P.S. The headmaster is watching me. I think he knows more about you than he's letting on. Don't worry. I won't give him anything he hasn't earned. P.P.S. Please stop trying to make scones. Mrs. Patterson has offered to teach you and I think you should accept. It's not surrender. It's strategic alliance. He sealed the letter. Gave it to Hedwig, who nipped his ear affectionately and launched into the night sky. He watched her go, a white speck against the stars, carrying his words northward, and sat for a while in the Olery, surrounded by sleeping birds and the soft golden glow of his own making. Somewhere far away, in a country pub in Wiltshire, a thin, gentle man with a magnificent mustache would read this letter at dawn. He would smile at the parts about friends and laugh at the parts about scones and press his hand to his chest at the parts about missing him. And he would feel, through the growing tiredness and the slow fade of a power that didn't belong in this world, the warm certainty that whatever happened next, whatever the future held for the boy with the scar and the sun in his blood, it would be all right. Because Harry Potter knew who he was. And that was enough to light the world. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, Pride and Prejudice. December arrived at Hogwarts the way December arrived everywhere in Scotland, violently. One day the grounds were brown and grey and sodden with November rain, and the next they were buried under a blanket of snow so thick and so sudden that Hagrid had to dig out the front doors of the castle with a shovel the size of a dining table. Harry stood at the window of Gryffindor Tower on the first morning of the snowfall, watching the grounds transform, and felt the cold settle into him in a way that had nothing to do with the weather. Winter was hard. He'd known it would be. Escanor had warned him, years ago, during their first December together at the Lion's Rest. The days were short. The sun was weak, distant, filtered through layers of cloud that turned everything grey and flat. Harry's solar abilities didn't vanish, they weren't purely astronomical, Escanor had explained, they were connected to the concept of the sun as much as to its physical presence, but they diminished. The golden warmth that usually hummed in his chest like a second heartbeat became muted. A pilot light instead of a bonfire. Winter is your test, Escanor had told him, daytime form present but less imposing in the weak December light, standing in the garden with snow on his shoulders. Anyone can be strong when conditions are perfect. The real question is, who are you when they're not? Harry had been 8 at the time. He'd frowned and said, I'm still me. Yes. But which you? The you who has power? Or the you who has worth? Aren't they the same? They should be. Making sure they are, that's the work. Now, at 11, standing in a castle tower with his breath fogging the glass, Harry understood the lesson more deeply than he had at 8. His power was seasonal. His worth was not. Winter was the reminder. He pressed his palm against the cold window. A faint golden glow, barely visible, the barest ember, pulsed against the glass. Not warming it. Just, acknowledging it. I'm still here, the light said. Even now. Morning. Harry turned. Ron stood at the dormitory door, red hair apocalyptic, pajamas inside out, one sock missing. He had the expression of someone who had been violently extracted from sleep by biological necessity and was not yet committed to consciousness. Morning, Harry said. It snowed. Brilliant observation. Did the giant white blanket covering everything tip you off? Ron yawned enormously. Breakfast? Yeah. Give me 10 minutes. I want to run first. You're going to run. In this. It's literally freezing. Escanor says, I know. The body is the vessel, the mind is the captain, the spirit is the what's-it. You know what else Escanor says? Nothing about running in a blizzard being a good idea, I bet. He'd actually love it. Daytime Escanor would call it, character refinement. Nighttime Escanor would call it, deeply inadvisable, and then do it anyway because he'd feel guilty about not supporting me. Ron stared at him for a long moment, then shook his head with the resigned affection of someone whose best friend was clinically incapable of being normal. I'm going back to bed for 9 of your 10 minutes, Ron announced, and disappeared. Harry ran. The grounds were beautiful in the snow, silent and clean, the lake frozen at its edges, the forbidden forest wearing white like a costume it wasn't comfortable in. His breath came in clouds. His feet crunched through crust. The cold bit at his ears and his nose and the exposed skin of his hands, and he let it, because the cold was honest. The cold didn't pretend to be something it wasn't. It just was, and you either met it or you didn't. He met it. Every morning. Even when the solar glow in his chest was barely a whisper. Even when the gray sky pressed down like a ceiling and the days felt like they were over before they'd properly begun. Who are you when conditions aren't perfect? I'm still me. The atmosphere inside the castle, by contrast, was practically tropical with tension. 3 months into term, the social landscape of first-year Hogwarts had crystallized into something recognizable. Alliances had formed. Rivalries had calcified. The initial chaos of 100 children being sorted into 4 color-coded tribes had settled into a functioning ecosystem of friendships, feuds, and the delicate politics of 11-year-olds navigating hierarchy. Harry existed in this ecosystem the way a large tree exists in a forest, clearly present, impossible to ignore, but not actively competing with anything. He didn't seek influence. He didn't play politics. He attended classes, trained in the mornings, studied with Hermione in the evenings, played chess with Ron, and lost, consistently, because Ron's chess brain was frankly supernatural, and treated everyone he interacted with, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Slytherin, with the same steady, measured respect. This drove certain people insane. Draco Malfoy had not recovered from the corridor confrontation. If anything, it had made things worse. The doubt Harry had planted, the doubt about inherited beliefs and borrowed identities, was growing in Draco's chest like a weed he couldn't pull out. And like most people who find themselves uncomfortable with internal change, Draco responded by doubling down on external aggression. The challenge came on a Tuesday. Harry was leaving the library after a research session with Hermione. She'd found 3 references to solar-adjacent magic in medieval texts and was cross-referencing them with theoretical models from advanced magical theory with the intensity of someone defusing a bomb. He was walking through the second-floor corridor, wand in its forearm holster, bag over one shoulder, thinking about nothing in particular, when Malfoy stepped out from an alcove like a villain in a dinner theater production. Potter. Malfoy. Draco was alone. No Crabbe, no Goyle. That was unusual. And his expression was different from the sneering mask he usually wore, tighter, more brittle, like porcelain about to crack. I want a duel, Draco said. Harry stopped walking. Looked at him. Actually looked, the way Escanor had taught him, not at the surface, but at the structure underneath. The jaw set too tight. The hands clenched at his sides. The eyes that were angry but also searching, like someone who needed something and didn't know what. Why? Harry asked. The question threw Draco off. Challenges weren't supposed to be met with why. They were supposed to be met with acceptance or refusal, with bravado or cowardice. Why was a door into a room Draco didn't want to enter? Because I want to prove, what? What do you want to prove, Malfoy? And to whom? That you're not, that the famous Harry Potter isn't, not what? Say it clearly. If you're going to challenge me, at least know your own reasons. Draco's composure cracked. Just a little. A fissure in the porcelain, hairline thin but visible. His voice dropped, losing the performative sneer and finding something rawer underneath. Everyone thinks you're so bloody perfect, Draco hissed. Walking around like nothing touches you. Like you're above it all. Above me. I want to see what happens when someone pushes back. Harry studied him for a long moment. Okay, he said. Draco blinked. What? Okay. I'll duel you. You, really? On one condition. Suspicion flooded Draco's face. What condition? Midnight. Trophy room. Draco's brow furrowed. Why midnight? Because at midnight, I'm at my weakest. No solar advantage. No special abilities. Just wand skill against wand skill. Harry tilted his head. You want to see what happens when someone pushes back. Fine. But I want a fair fight. And a fair fight means you get me without the extra. Just me. Draco stared. The offer was so far outside his expectations that he physically took a step back, as if the concept of voluntary disadvantage was a physical force. That's stupid, Draco said, but his voice was uncertain. Maybe. Or maybe I think fair fights matter more than easy wins. You think you'd beat me even without your freaky sun powers? I think a fight where I use every advantage I have against a first year with 3 months of training wouldn't prove anything about either of us. I think you deserve a real contest, Malfoy. Even if you don't know that's what you're asking for. The fissure in Draco's porcelain widened. For a moment, just a moment, something real looked out from behind his grey eyes. Something young and confused and desperate to understand why this boy who should be his enemy kept treating him like a person. Midnight, Draco said. Trophy room. I'll be there. Draco left. Harry watched him go and thought about something Escanor had said once, during a nighttime conversation when the grace was at its lowest and the man behind it was at his most honest. The person who challenges you is not always your enemy. Sometimes they are your mirror, showing you the parts of yourself you haven't faced yet. Harry wasn't sure if Draco was his mirror. But he was sure that the boy needed something, not a beating, not a humiliation, but something, and maybe a fair fight in the dark was the closest either of them could get to figuring out what. You're going to what? Ron's voice hit a register usually reserved for witnessing Quidditch fouls and discovering spiders. They were in the Gryffindor common room, Ron and Harry and Hermione, huddled in armchairs by the fire while the rest of the house studied or socialized or, in Fred and George's case, conducted experiments of dubious legality in the far corner. Duel Malfoy, Harry repeated calmly. Midnight. Trophy room. At midnight, Ron repeated, as if the time was the primary issue and not the entire concept. Harry, midnight is when you're weakest. Yes. So you're going to fight Malfoy at your absolute worst. At my most fair. Fair. Ron looked at Hermione for backup. Tell him this is mental. Hermione was sitting with her legs tucked under her, a copy of an anthology of historical magical dueling open in her lap. She hadn't looked up from it since Harry made his announcement. Her eyes were moving rapidly across the page, and Harry recognized the expression. She was gathering information, building a tactical picture, preparing for something she'd already decided to support. It's not mental, Hermione said, still reading. It's strategic. How is walking into a fight with both hands tied behind your back strategic? Because Harry's not trying to beat Malfoy. Hermione closed the book and looked at Ron. He's trying to reach him. There's a difference. Ron opened his mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. I hate it when you two do that, he muttered. That thing where you're both thinking on some elevated plane and I'm just here worrying about the normal stuff. Like, I don't know, getting caught. It's after curfew. Filch patrols the corridors. Mrs. Norris can smell students through walls. Then come with me, Harry said. Watch my back. Oh, so now I'm helping you do the stupid thing. That's what friends are for. Ron groaned. But he was already mentally calculating the best route to the trophy room that avoided Filch's known patrol patterns, because Ron Weasley's chess brain didn't stop working just because he disapproved of the game being played. Hermione raised her hand like she was in class. Both boys looked at her. I'm coming too, she said. Hermione, I've been reading about dueling protocols. Historical magical duels have specific conventions, seconds, barriers, terms. If this is going to happen, it should be done properly. It's a first-year scuffle, not a formal affair, Ron said. Every fight should be done properly. Hermione's chin lifted with that particular Hermione stubbornness that meant the argument was already over and the other participants just hadn't realized it yet. Besides, someone needs to be there who can perform competent healing charms in case things go sideways. You can do healing charms? I've been practicing since the troll incident. Episki for minor injuries, Ferula for bandaging. I also have a basic pain relief potion I brewed from a recipe in Snape's supplementary text. Ron stared at her. You brewed a potion. On your own. In your dormitory. In the girls' lavatory on the 3rd floor, actually. Better ventilation. Of course you did. Ron rubbed his face with both hands. Fine. Fine. We're all going. We're all going to sneak out at midnight to watch Harry fight Malfoy at his worst while Hermione plays medic and I play lookout. This is fine. Everything is fine. That's the spirit, Harry said, and Ron threw a cushion at him. The trophy room at midnight was silver and shadow. Moonlight streamed through high windows, catching on the surfaces of hundreds of trophies, shields, and plaques that lined the walls in glass cases. The light fractured and reflected, creating a kaleidoscope of cold brilliance that was beautiful and slightly eerie, like being inside a diamond. Harry stood in the center of the room, wand drawn but held loosely at his side. The casual readiness of someone who didn't need to grip tightly because they trusted their reflexes. He'd changed into loose-fitting clothes, the Muggle exercise gear he wore for morning runs, dark and practical, allowing full range of motion. The solar glow in his chest was at its absolute nadir. Midnight, December, cloudy sky hiding even the moon now. He felt normal. Not diminished, exactly. Escanor had taught him not to frame the absence of solar power as a loss, but reduced to his baseline. Wizarding magic only. No golden fire, no radiant heat, no pride's aura. Just Harry, a wand, and whatever he'd learned. Ron was positioned by the door, ears pricked for Filch, wand out and sweating despite the cold. Hermione stood near the wall, her medical supplies, potions, bandages, wand ready for healing charms, arranged on a trophy case ledge with the organizational precision of a field surgeon. Footsteps in the corridor. Light ones. Alone. Draco Malfoy appeared in the doorway. He was also in practical clothing, dark Slytherin green robes, wand in hand. His face was pale in the moonlight, his blonde hair almost white. He looked at Harry, then at Ron, then at Hermione, and his expression flickered. You brought a crowd, Draco said. I brought friends, Harry corrected. Ron's watching the door. Hermione's here in case either of us gets hurt. Do you have a second? A what? A second. In formal dueling, each participant has a second, someone who ensures fair play and steps in if things go wrong. Draco stared. The concept of someone voluntarily attending to ensure his safety clearly hadn't occurred to him. No. I came alone. That's all right. Ron can second for both of us. Harry glanced at Ron, who nodded despite looking like he'd rather be literally anywhere else. Standard rules. What standard rules? Hermione stepped forward. She'd clearly been waiting for this moment, and she delivered the information with the crisp authority of a referee who had studied the rulebook until it surrendered. Formal first-year dueling conventions. No unforgivable curses, obviously. No permanently damaging spells. No physical strikes. The duel is decided when one participant is disarmed, incapacitated, or yields. Both duelists begin back-to-back, walk 10 paces, turn, and begin on a count of 3. Draco looked at Hermione with an expression that was difficult to read. Not contempt, not entirely. More like surprise that she was being thorough on his behalf too. Fine, Draco said. Standard rules. Harry nodded. He walked to the center of the room. Draco joined him. They stood back to back. This close, Harry could feel Draco's breathing, shallow, rapid, the breathing of someone running on adrenaline and pride. He could also feel the faint magical signature the other boy emitted, sharp, cold, well-trained. Whatever else Draco was, he wasn't magically weak. The Malfoy family had resources, tutors, a legacy of magical excellence. Draco had been preparing for Hogwarts since he could walk. Malfoy, Harry said quietly, so only Draco could hear. What? No matter what happens, this stays here. No bragging, no gossip, no using the outcome against each other. This is between us. Agreed? A pause. Then, barely audible, agreed. Good. Ron counted. 1, 2, 3. They walked. 10 paces each, footsteps echoing in the silver room. Harry counted in his head, feeling the distance grow between them, feeling the familiar pre-combat focus that Escanor had drilled into him settle over his mind like a lens clicking into place. In a fight, fear is natural. Panic is optional. The difference between them is breath. Harry breathed. Turned. Draco was already casting. Flipendo. The knockback jinx came fast and accurate. Draco's technique was clean, his wand movement crisp. The spell crossed the distance between them like a silver bullet, aimed center mass, timed to catch Harry mid-turn. Harry sidestepped. Not dramatically, not with the supernatural speed of his solar-enhanced reflexes. Just, cleanly. A half-step to the right, weight shifting, the jinx passing so close he felt the displaced air ruffle his shirt. Pure technique. The footwork Escanor had made him practice until it was unconscious. He didn't counterattack immediately. He watched. Observed. The way Escanor had taught him, the first exchange of any fight is not about landing a blow. It's about reading your opponent. Every spell they cast tells you something about how they think. Draco cast again. Locomotor Mortis. The Leglocker Curse, aimed low. Smart. Target the mobility of someone who relied on movement. Harry flicked his wand. Protego. The shield charm materialized, weaker than his usual shields, without the solar reinforcement, but sufficient. Draco's curse splashed against it and dissipated. A shield charm. Draco's voice echoed in the room. That's Newt level. First years can't, who decided that? Harry said. And he moved. Not attacking. Advancing. Closing the distance with quick, deliberate steps while maintaining his guard. Draco's eyes widened. Most dueling strategy at any level emphasized maintaining distance, trading spells at range. Walking toward an armed opponent was either brilliant or insane. Draco fired again. Petrificus Totalis. The full body bind, his strongest jinx, fired with genuine power and precision. Harry didn't dodge this one. He deflected it, a sharp wand movement, a muttered deflecto, and the spell ricocheted off his wand tip and slammed into a trophy case, which shattered spectacularly. Ron winced. Hermione was taking notes. Harry cast his first offensive spell of the duel. Expelliarmus. The disarming charm was basic. Every first year learned it. But Harry's version, even without solar enhancement, was technically perfect, the wand movement precise to the millimeter, the incantation voiced with exact emphasis, the intent focused to a razor point. It crossed the room like a crimson arrow. Draco dodged. Barely. The spell grazed his shoulder and he stumbled, nearly losing his footing. He recovered with a snarl and launched a volley, 3 spells in rapid succession, flipenderic semper impedimenta, the combinations flowing together with the drilling of someone who'd practiced sequences. Harry moved through the volley like water through rocks. Left, right, duck. The spells passed around him, each one missing by inches, and to the observers, Ron with his mouth open, Hermione with her quill frozen over her notes, it looked like a dance. Harry wasn't just dodging, he was reading. Each of Draco's spells told him something. The boy favored his right side. His follow-through on curses pulled him slightly off-center. Under pressure, he cast faster but aimed worse. He's good, Harry thought, and meant it. Draco Malfoy was genuinely skilled. His spell knowledge exceeded most first years. His reflexes were sharp. His magical core was strong. In a fair fight against any other student in their year, probably in any year, he'd be dangerous. But he was fighting scared. Harry could see it. Not in Draco's face, which was composed in a mask of focused aggression. In his body. The slight lean backward with each cast, as if part of him wanted to retreat. The tension in his shoulders that was eating his stamina. The way his feet pointed toward the exit, an unconscious escape route mapped by a mind that wasn't fully committed to standing its ground. Draco Malfoy fought like someone who was used to winning from a position of advantage, money, status, name, and had never learned what to do when the advantage was gone and it was just him. Harry pressed forward. Another Expelliarmus, this one a feint, aimed wide deliberately, forcing Draco to dodge left, into the path of impedimenta. The impediment jinx caught Draco in the chest. His movement slowed, not stopped. Trolls were magically resistant but 11-year-olds weren't, and for 2 seconds he was wading through invisible honey, his wand arm sluggish, his dodge incomplete. Harry closed the distance. 4 feet. 3. 2. Expelliarmus. Point-blank range. Draco's wand flew from his grip, spun through the silver moonlight and clattered against the far wall. Draco stumbled backward, wandless, and his back hit a trophy case. Glass rattled. Silver trophies shivered on their shelves. The room was very quiet. Harry stood 3 feet from Draco, wand at his side, breathing controlled. Not pointing his wand at the disarmed boy. Not looming. Just, present. Draco's chest heaved. His gray eyes were wild, not with anger, but with something more complicated. The look of someone who had just been beaten fairly and didn't know what to do with the experience. "You let me cast first," Draco said, his voice hoarse. "Yes. You didn't use any of the golden stuff. That was the deal. You could have ended it sooner." "Yes. Why didn't you?" The question echoed. Bounced off trophies and glass and stone walls and came back carrying the weight of everything Draco Malfoy wasn't saying. "Why did you let me fight? Why did you let me think I had a chance? Why did you treat this like it mattered?" "Because you needed it to be real," Harry said. "A quick win wouldn't have shown you anything. You needed to fight. Really fight. Give everything you had and have it met honestly. So you could humiliate me. So you could see what you're capable of." Harry held out his hand, not for a shake. Draco's wand was on the floor behind him, and Harry had crossed the room, picked it up, and was now offering it back. "Handle first. Malfoy, you're good. Your spellwork is precise. Your combinations are creative. Your magical core is strong. You just lost because you fight like you've got something to protect. What's that supposed to mean? It means you fight defensively even when you're attacking. You're not fighting me, you're fighting the idea of losing. And that's a cage, not a strategy." Draco stared at the offered wand. His hand was shaking. Not from exhaustion, from something internal, something structural, a foundation being tested by unfamiliar forces. "My father says losing is unacceptable," Draco whispered. "Your father is teaching you to fear, not to fight. And there's a world of difference." Draco took his wand. His fingers wrapped around it slowly, like someone reclaiming something they'd thought was gone forever. He looked at Harry, and the mask, the sneer, the arrogance, the Malfoy armor, was cracked wide open. Behind it was just a boy. 11 years old. Scared. Confused. Desperately trying to live up to something that might not be worth living up to. "I don't understand you, Potter," Draco said. "That's okay. You don't have to. You just have to know that I'm not your enemy. I never was." "Then what are you?" Harry considered this. "What are you to the person who challenges you? What are you to the mirror?" "Hopefully," Harry said, "the person who showed you that losing a fight doesn't mean losing yourself." Draco left. Quickly, silently, through the door and into the dark corridor, his footsteps fading until the trophy room held only moonlight and the 3 Gryffindors who'd witnessed something rare. Ron exhaled from his post by the door. Well. That was something. Hermione closed her notebook. She'd filled 4 pages. Her eyes were bright in the silver light, and she was looking at Harry with an expression that had been appearing more and more frequently, one part admiration, one part curiosity, one part something she kept pushing down because she was 11 and didn't have a framework for it yet. "You could have beaten him in 30 seconds, Hermione said. "Probably. You stretched it out because you wanted him to feel what a real fight was like." "Yes. Because you think he's never been in one. Everything in Draco's life has been arranged for him. Wins, status, identity, all inherited. I wanted him to experience something earned. Even if what he earned tonight was a loss." Ron whistled low. "Mate, that's either the wisest thing I've ever heard or the most condescending. Can it be both?" "Probably shouldn't be." Harry smiled. "Fair point. Come on. Let's get back before Filch catches us." They crept back to Gryffindor Tower through corridors that were dark and cold and patrolled by a caretaker whose love of punishing students was legendary. Ron navigated with the instinct of a chess player, 3 moves ahead, always anticipating the patrol pattern, muttering, "Left here, wait, okay go," with quiet authority. At the portrait of the fat lady, who was asleep and grumpy about being woken, they slipped inside and stood in the warm, firelit safety of the common room. "Bed," Ron announced. "Before any more character building happens." He headed upstairs. Harry started to follow, then stopped. Hermione was standing by the fire. The embers painted her in warm tones, amber and gold, highlighting the brown of her hair and the thought behind her eyes. She was hugging herself, arms crossed, and she was looking at Harry with the specific intensity of someone about to say something important. "Harry. Yeah. When you duel, when you fight, you don't look angry. Or scared. Or aggressive. You look." She searched for the word. Discarded several. Found it. Peaceful. Escanor taught me that the clearest version of yourself emerges under pressure. If you're peaceful when you fight, it means peace is your default. The violence is just weather. It passes. That's a beautiful way to think about it. It's a hard way to live it. But it's worth trying. She nodded. Hugged herself tighter. Then, with the jerky abruptness of someone acting before they could talk themselves out of it, she crossed the distance between them and hugged him. It was brief. Fierce. Her arms around his ribs, her face pressed against his shoulder, the smell of parchment and something floral and the particular warmth of a person who cared. Harry's arms came up around her, instinct, not thought, and for 3 seconds the common room held nothing but firelight and the quiet, enormous weight of 2 people who meant something to each other and were slowly figuring out the shape of it. She pulled back. Cleared her throat. Pushed a strand of bushy hair behind her ear. "Good night, Harry." "Good night, Hermione." She went upstairs. Harry stood by the dying fire and pressed his hand to his chest, where the solar glow was the faintest whisper, and where something else, warmer, brighter, having absolutely nothing to do with magical training or divine graces, was burning with a steadiness that the season couldn't touch. Snape cornered him 3 days later. It happened after potions class. The other students filed out, chattering, relieved to escape the dungeon's cold and Snape's colder demeanor. Harry was packing his bag when the door swung shut with a finality that didn't require magic to be ominous. "Stay, Potter." Harry looked up. Snape stood behind his desk, arms folded, robes pooling around him like black water. His expression was the usual mask of disdain, but his eyes, those dark, sharp, impossibly intelligent eyes, were doing something different. They were probing. Searching. Looking at Harry the way a surgeon looks at an X-ray, trying to see past the surface to the structure underneath. "Sir. Close your bag. Sit." Harry sat. The dungeon was very quiet. Potions ingredients lined the walls in glass jars, things floating in preservative, things that writhed, things that glowed faintly in colors that probably shouldn't exist. The torchlight was dim and flickering, casting shadows that moved in ways that didn't quite match their sources. Snape didn't speak for a long time. He stood behind his desk, studying Harry with an intensity that would have made most students squirm. Harry met his gaze steadily. Not with defiance, that would have been a challenge, and Harry wasn't interested in challenging Snape. Just with calm, open attention. "You are not what I expected," Snape said finally. "I've heard that a lot. Don't be glib. I expected James Potter's son. Arrogant, attention-seeking, convinced that rules existed for other people. A pampered celebrity riding his parents' sacrifice like a broomstick. That is what I expected." The names, James, parents, sacrifice, were delivered with a bitterness so practiced it was almost musical. Harry heard decades of resentment in those words. Personal, deep, aged like a poison that had been fermenting since long before he was born. "I'm not my father," Harry said. Not defensively. Factually. "I never knew him." "No. You didn't." Something shifted in Snape's expression. The bitterness remained, but it shared space with something else, curiosity, reluctant and resentful, the curiosity of a man encountering a puzzle he hadn't anticipated and couldn't solve with existing tools. "Your magical signature is unusual," Snape continued. "Every spell you cast in my class carries a trace that doesn't belong. A warmth. A resonance. It's not dark, I would know dark." A flash of something behind his eyes, quick and gone. "It's not light, either. Not in any conventional sense. It's something else." "Solar energy," Harry said. Because there was no point in lying to Snape. The man was too perceptive, too intelligent, too willing to dig until he found what he was looking for. Lying would only delay the inevitable and erode whatever slim chance existed for mutual respect. "Solar energy," Snape repeated. Flat. Skeptical. "My guardian trained me in it. It's a form of magical manipulation tied to solar cycles. Stronger during the day, weaker at night. It interfaces with wizarding magic but operates on different principles." "Your guardian." Snape's lip curled. The mysterious man with no surname, no magical registration, no verifiable history, and an energy signature that makes the Department of Mysteries instruments cry. "You've done research." "I have done due diligence." A teacher's responsibility extends beyond the classroom, Potter, regardless of how the students might wish otherwise. Snape leaned forward. "Who is he?" "My father." "He is not your father. James Potter was your father. James Potter gave me genetics. Escanor gave me everything else." Harry's voice was quiet but immovable. The voice of someone stating something so fundamental it didn't require volume. "He found me when I was 5. He raised me. He taught me. He loved me when no one else in this world was willing to. Whatever James Potter was to me by blood, Escanor is my father by choice. And I will answer to that." The dungeon was very silent. A jar of something pickled bubbled faintly on a shelf. A distant drip echoed from somewhere in the stone walls. Snape stared at Harry. And something happened to his face, something subtle, almost invisible, like a crack forming in ancient ice. The bitterness was still there. The resentment was still there. But beneath them, for just a moment, something else surfaced. Recognition. Because Severus Snape knew what it was to love someone so fiercely that the love became your identity. He knew what it was to lose that person and carry the wound forever. And he could see, in this 11-year-old's green eyes, Lily's eyes, always Lily's eyes, the same quality. The same unshakable, irrational, all-consuming devotion to a person who had given meaning to a life that might otherwise have been empty. "Your mother," Snape said, and his voice was different, quieter, the sharp edges smoothed, the bitterness momentarily recessed. Had that quality. That, loyalty. That refusal to abandon the people she loved. Harry went very still. "You have her eyes," Snape said. "I imagine you've been told that." "Never, actually." Something flickered across Snape's face that might, in better light, have been pain. She was. He stopped. Swallowed. The mask was fighting to reassert itself, the professor wrestling with the person underneath, and neither was winning. She was remarkable. Whatever else you know or don't know about your parents, know that your mother was the most remarkable person I have ever met. The words hung in the dungeon air. Heavy. Real. The kind of words that cost something to say. "Thank you," Harry said. "And meant it." Snape straightened. The mask clicked back into place, precisely fitted, every edge sharp. "You may go, Potter. And I suggest you exercise caution with your solar abilities. This castle has eyes and ears that even its headmaster doesn't fully control." "I understand. I doubt that. But perhaps you will." He turned away, robes swirling. Dismissed. Harry left the dungeon. He walked through the cold stone corridors, up stairways, past paintings that whispered and suits of armor that creaked, and he thought about his mother. Lily Potter, née Evans. A woman he'd never known. A woman who had died for him. A woman who, according to the most hostile teacher in the school, had been remarkable. He had her eyes. He had Escanor's spine. He had his own heart. It was enough. It was more than enough. That night, Harry had the dream. He'd had versions of it before, fragments, impressions, flashes that dissolved on waking like frost in sunlight. But this time it was vivid. Solid. Real in the way that dreams are sometimes real, when they bypass the imagination and tap into something deeper. He was standing in a dark room. No, not a room. A space. Boundless, featureless, a darkness so complete it had texture, weight, presence. And in the darkness, something was watching him. He couldn't see it. He could feel it. A cold intelligence. A malice so old it had become patience. Eyes that were red and slitted and burning in the void like dying stars. Harry Potter. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere. It was thin. Papery. The voice of something that had been human once and had traded away the parts that mattered. "I can feel you. Through the scar. Through the connection we share. You shine so brightly, boy. Like a candle in my darkness." Harry stood his ground. In the dream, his solar core was present, the golden warmth burning in his chest, steady and real. He looked into the darkness and said, "Who are you?" Laughter. Cold. The sound of dead leaves skittering across stone. "I am what's coming. I am what you were born to face. Your parents tried to stop me. They failed. Everyone who has ever stood against me has failed. And you, a child playing with sunlight, you think you can succeed where they could not?" The darkness pressed closer. The cold intensified. Harry's scar burned, white-hot, blinding, a line of fire from his forehead to the base of his skull. He gasped, staggered, but didn't fall. You have power. I can taste it. A stolen sun, burning in stolen veins. But the sun sets, Harry Potter. Every sun sets. And when yours does, I will be waiting. The golden warmth in Harry's chest flared. Not by his command, by instinct, by the trained reflex of 6 years of solar discipline, the light recognizing its antithesis and responding. The darkness around him brightened, just slightly, pushed back by a glow that emanated from Harry's skin like a halo. You're afraid, Harry said. The laughter stopped. You reached out to me. You came to this place, this connection, this scar, and you spoke to me. Because you're afraid. You felt my light and it scared you, and you needed to convince yourself that I'm not a threat. Silence. The darkness churned. The red eyes blazed. But here's the thing. Harry's voice was steady. Not loud, not dramatic. Just steady. The sun doesn't set because someone tells it to. It sets because it chooses to. And it always, always rises again. The red eyes narrowed. The dream shook, reality straining at the edges like a canvas in a wind, and for one brief, terrible moment Harry felt the full force of the intelligence behind those eyes, vast, ancient, broken, held together by nothing but rage and refusal to die, press against him like an ocean against a seawall. Then the golden light in his chest surged. Warm. Bright. Certain. Not overpowering the darkness, that would come later, or maybe never, because this was not yet the time, but holding. Holding the line. Maintaining the boundary. Saying, in the language of light, you do not enter here. This space is mine. The dream dissolved. Harry woke in his four-poster bed in Gryffindor Tower, breathing hard, scar aching, pillow damp with sweat. The dormitory was dark and quiet. Ron snored from the next bed. Neville mumbled in his sleep. Normal sounds. Safe sounds. Harry pressed his hand to his scar. It was hot to the touch. The skin around it was tender, inflamed, as if the dream had left a physical mark on the already scarred tissue. Voldemort. The name came to him clearly, without the superstitious terror that most of the wizarding world attached to it. It was a name. A word. A label for the thing in the darkness. And labels were useful because they made things specific, and specific things could be understood, and things that could be understood could be faced. He didn't go back to sleep. He sat in the common room until dawn, watching the fire die and thinking about darkness and light and the scar that connected them, and when the first gray light of December crept through the windows, he felt the solar warmth return to his chest, faint, weak, winterized, but present. Still present. The sun always rises again. He thought about writing to Escanor. Decided against it. Not because he was hiding things, he'd tell Escanor everything, eventually, but because this was something he needed to sit with first. Process. Understand. Escanor had taught him that, don't react to fear. Respond to it. The difference is time. So he took the time. He sat with it. And by the time Ron came stumbling down the stairs for breakfast, Harry had filed the dream away, not forgotten, never forgotten, but placed in the mental framework where it belonged, information. Data. Another piece of the puzzle that was his life. Morning, Ron yawned. You're up early even for you. Couldn't sleep. Bad dreams? Something like that. Ron looked at him with the quiet perceptiveness that people often missed behind the freckles and the self-deprecating humor. Want to talk about it? Not yet. Soon. But not yet. All right. Ron clapped him on the shoulder. Breakfast? Breakfast. And they went, because some things, friendship, routine, the simple act of eating toast together while the world outside was gray and cold and full of dark things with red eyes, were their own form of light. The third-floor corridor had been bothering Harry since September. Dumbledore's start-of-term announcement had been clear: the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side was out of bounds to anyone who did not wish to die a very painful death. Most students had treated this as a quirky but serious warning from an eccentric headmaster and simply avoided the area. Harry was not most students. His solar senses had been flagging the corridor since the first week. Not constantly, it wasn't a siren, more like a low-grade hum, but persistently. Something behind that forbidden door was radiating energy. Not dark energy, exactly. Not light either. Something dense and old and powerful, buried beneath layers of magical protection like a diamond encased in stone. He hadn't investigated. Escanor's training had taught him patience. Curiosity without caution is just suicide with better motivation. So he'd watched. Listened. Gathered information passively, the way you assemble a jigsaw puzzle, one piece at a time, without forcing anything. Piece 1, Hagrid had mentioned, during a visit to his hut, that Dumbledore's business with Nicholas Flamel was not something Harry should worry about. The mention of Flamel had been accidental, immediately retracted, and followed by a cup of tea so strong it could have stripped paint. Piece 2, Hermione, because she was Hermione, had researched Nicholas Flamel within 36 hours of Harry mentioning the name. Alchemist, she'd reported, sitting cross-legged on the common room floor with books spread around her like a scholarly explosion. Born 1326. Still alive. The only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone. Which does what? Ron had asked. Turns any metal into gold and produces the elixir of life, which makes the drinker immortal. Right. Just casually. Immortality. On a Tuesday. Piece 3, Harry's solar senses told him, in their wordless, instinctive way, that whatever was behind the third-floor door was both incredibly valuable and incredibly guarded. Multiple layers of magical protection, each one distinct, he could feel them stacked on top of each other like geological strata, different teachers' magical signatures contributing different layers. Piece 4, and this was the piece that had turned passive observation into active concern, was Snape. Harry had noticed it in November. A limp. Subtle, almost imperceptible, the kind of injury a skilled wizard could mask with will and practice. But Harry's combat-trained eyes caught it, the slight asymmetry in Snape's gait, the way he favored his left leg, the occasional tightening of his jaw when he stepped wrong. And on the night of the troll, when Snape had appeared in the bathroom after McGonagall, Harry had seen, briefly, through a gap in the man's robes, a bandaged leg. Torn. Bloodied. Like something had bitten him. Something with 3 heads, perhaps. Something guarding a trapdoor. Snape's after the stone, Ron said flatly, when Harry laid out his reasoning in the library one December afternoon. He let the troll in as a distraction, went for the stone, and got bitten by whatever's guarding it. Open and shut. Except it isn't, Harry said. Snape is a lot of things, but he's not stupid. If he wanted the stone, he wouldn't use a method that put students at risk. Dumbledore would notice. Dumbledore notices everything. Maybe Snape doesn't care about students being at risk. He does. Harry thought about the potions dungeon conversation. About Lily's eyes and the pain of a man carrying a decades-old wound. He cares more than he shows. Then who, Quirrell? Hermione and Ron both stared at him. Think about it, Harry said, leaning forward, keeping his voice low despite the library's enforced silence. Quirrell's defense against the dark arts teacher, but he's afraid of his own subject. He wears that turban everywhere, even to meals, even to bed according to the Ravenclaws who've seen him in the corridors at night. He smells like garlic, supposedly to ward off a vampire he met in Albania, but underneath the garlic, there's something else. Something cold. Something dark. You can smell dark magic? Ron asked. Not exactly. I can sense it. Solar energy and dark magic are opposite charges. They repel each other. And Quirrell sets off my senses every single time I'm near him. Not faintly. Strongly. The man is radiating dark energy like a campfire radiates heat. Hermione's brow was furrowed. She'd set down her quill, an event so rare it was practically a news headline. But Quirrell's barely competent. He can't get through a lecture without stuttering. How could he be a threat to the stone's protections? What if the stutter is an act? That's a lot of assumption, Harry. I know. And I could be wrong. But Escanor taught me something: when your instincts and your evidence point in the same direction, trust the convergence. And they're pointing at Quirrell. They're screaming at Quirrell. Ron and Hermione exchanged a look. The look of two people who had learned, over 3 months, that Harry's instincts were not to be taken lightly. So what do we do? Ron asked. For now. Nothing. Watch. Wait. Gather more information. Harry sat back. And hope I'm wrong. He wasn't wrong. He was about to be spectacularly, catastrophically, and unfortunately right. The thing that pushed them from watching to acting was Dumbledore leaving. It happened the week before Christmas break. An owl arrived at dinner, urgent ministry business, requiring the headmaster's immediate presence. Dumbledore departed that evening, leaving McGonagall in charge, and Harry felt the change in the castle's magical atmosphere immediately. Like a pressure drop before a storm. The protections around the third-floor corridor were still there, but they felt thinner. Less supervised. Like a fortress whose general had stepped out. Tonight, Harry said to Ron and Hermione at dinner. Whatever's going to happen, it happens tonight. How do you know? Because if I were going after a well-protected object and the most powerful wizard in the country suddenly left the building, I wouldn't wait for him to come back. They prepared. Quickly, quietly, with the focused efficiency of people who had, despite being 11, already faced a troll together and come out the other side. Ron mapped patrol routes. Hermione packed supplies, potions, healing items, reference notes on common magical protections. Harry centered himself, cycling what little solar energy the December night allowed through his channels, building reserves. I should mention, Hermione said, as they gathered in the common room at midnight, that this is deeply inadvisable. Noted, Harry said. Noted and ignored, Ron added. I'm including it in the written record. You're keeping a written record? Of course I am. We're 11-year-olds attempting to prevent the theft of an incredibly powerful magical artifact. If we survive, the documentation will be invaluable. If we don't, at least the investigators will know what happened. That's simultaneously the most practical and most terrifying thing you've ever said, Ron observed. They went. The castle at midnight was a different creature than the castle by day. Corridors that were bright and bustling became stone tunnels of shadow and echo. The paintings slept. The ghosts drifted. Mrs. Norris prowled like a small, malevolent surveillance system with fur. They avoided her. Barely. Ron's routing was impeccable, and Harry's ability to sense magical presences, even diminished by the hour, gave them enough warning to dodge Filch twice and Peeves once. The third-floor corridor was dark and cold and, Harry noticed immediately, already disturbed. The door to the forbidden room was ajar. Not open, ajar. As if someone had entered recently and not bothered to close it fully behind them. Someone's already here, Harry whispered. They exchanged looks. No words were needed. Ron's jaw set. Hermione's hand tightened on her wand. Harry pushed the door open. The room was large. And occupied. A 3-headed dog, massive, the size of a small elephant, filling the room almost entirely, was slumped against the far wall, all 3 heads drooping, all 6 eyes closed. Asleep. And at its enormous paws, a harp played itself, its melody soft and dreamy, the magical equivalent of a lullaby. Someone put it to sleep, Hermione breathed. Music. Fluffy responds to music. Fluffy? Ron hissed. That's what Hagrid calls it. Of course Hagrid named a three-headed death machine Fluffy. Of course he did. A trapdoor was visible beneath the dog's paw. Open. Already opened. The way forward, and downward, was clear. Harry looked at his friends. Last chance to turn back. Ron snorted. Not a chance, mate. Hermione squared her shoulders. I didn't pack healing supplies to not use them. They jumped. The challenges beneath Hogwarts were, Harry reflected as they progressed through them, rather like a curriculum. Each one tested a different skill, required a different kind of intelligence, and had been designed by a different teacher's mind. Devil's Snare was first. A mass of constricting vines that wrapped around them the moment they landed, tightening with every struggle. Ron panicked. Harry forced himself to go limp, and the plant loosened its grip. Hermione remembered, it hates light and warmth. Harry extended his hand. The solar glow was pathetically weak, December, midnight, underground, but it was there. He pushed everything he had into it, and a ball of warm golden light bloomed in his palm, small as an apple, but to the light-averse Devil's Snare it might as well have been a supernova. The vines recoiled. They dropped through. The flying keys came next. A room full of enchanted keys, hundreds of them, fluttering like metallic butterflies around a locked door. 3 broomsticks hovered in the middle of the room. Harry mounted one. And discovered, with a jolt of pure exhilaration, that he could fly. Not just competently, intuitively. The broomstick responded to him like an extension of his body, turning and climbing and diving with a precision that felt less like learning and more like remembering. He'd never been on a broom before. It didn't matter. The spatial awareness, the reflexes, the physical control, everything Escanor had trained into him translated perfectly to flight. He caught the right key in 40 seconds. Ron and Hermione watched from below with their mouths open. Show off, Ron called, but he was grinning. The chess room was Ron's domain. A full-sized wizard's chess set, occupying a room the size of a small cathedral, the pieces enormous and violent and positioned for a game that was already in progress. They had to play, and win, to cross. Ron took command. Instantly. The nervousness, the self-deprecation, the constant background static of I'm not as good as my brothers evaporated the moment he saw the board. His eyes went sharp. His voice dropped into a tone of quiet authority that Harry had never heard from him before. Harry, you're the bishop. Hermione, take the castle. I'm the knight. He played brilliantly. Move after move, sacrificing pieces with cold precision, building toward a checkmate that the enchanted chess set couldn't avoid. Harry watched from his position on the board, watching the pieces explode when taken, stone fragments flying, and felt a deep, genuine respect for Ron Weasley. Everyone has their moment, Escanor had said. The wise person recognizes other people's moments and gets out of the way. Ron's moment came at the endgame. The board was narrow. 2 moves to checkmate. But the path required a sacrifice. I have to be taken, Ron said. His voice was steady but his face was pale. Ron, Hermione started. It's the only move. The queen takes me, Harry steps forward, checkmate. He looked at Harry. You know I'm right. Harry looked at the board. The positions. The possibilities. And he saw what Ron saw, the elegant, brutal mathematics of sacrifice enabling victory. Yeah, Harry said quietly. You're right. Then go. After it takes me, step to E3 and end it. Ron managed a grin that was only slightly shaky. And Harry? Whatever's down there, give it hell. Ron moved. The White Queen struck. Ron crumpled to the stone floor and didn't get up. Harry stepped to e3. Checkmate. The White King's crown clattered to the floor. The door opened. Hermione was already at Ron's side, checking his pulse, applying the diagnostic charm she'd practiced. He's alive. Unconscious. Probable concussion. She looked up, eyes bright with unshed tears. Go, Harry. I'll take care of him. Harry knelt beside Ron. He put his hand on his friend's shoulder and let the solar warmth flow, what little he had, all of it, a trickle of golden heat into Ron's battered body. Not healing, exactly. Sustaining. A promissory note from the sun. Thank you, Harry said to his unconscious friend. Then he stood. He looked at Hermione. She was on her knees next to Ron, healing supplies out, wand ready, and she was looking at Harry with an expression that had moved past any pretense of analysis or curiosity. It was raw. Scared. Fierce. Come back, she said. I will. Harry, I mean it. Whatever's down there, come back. He reached for her hand. She gave it. He held it for a moment, warm, solid, real, trembling slightly, and the solar warmth flowed through the contact, a faint golden glow at the junction of their palms that they both saw and neither mentioned. I need you on the other side of this, Harry said. Stay safe. I'll come back. He let go. Walked through the door. And the stone closed behind him. The next challenge was Snape's. A logic puzzle involving 7 bottles, potions arranged in a line, with a riddle explaining which would let you move forward, which would let you go back, and which would kill you. Harry studied the riddle. Logic. Reason. The ability to think clearly when every instinct screamed to rush. A proud man does not panic. A proud man thinks. He solved it. The bottle that would take him forward was the smallest, barely a mouthful. He drank it. Felt ice spread through his veins, then warmth as the potion settled. Flames blocking the forward door parted. He stepped through. And found himself in the final chamber. The room was circular. Stone walls, stone floor, stone ceiling. In the center stood a mirror, tall, ornate, gold-framed, with an inscription carved across the top that Harry didn't immediately read because his attention was fixed on the person standing in front of it. Professor Quirrell. Without the stutter. Without the nervousness. Without any of the trembling, simpering, garlic-scented act he'd maintained for an entire term. The man who turned to face Harry was calm, poised, and smiling with the serene cruelty of someone who had been watching a game unfold exactly according to plan. Ah, Mr. Potter, Quirrell said, and his voice was smooth. Confident. A completely different person. I wondered whether you'd make it this far. I'm glad you did. Harry stood in the doorway. Wand in hand. Solar reserves at 0, midnight, underground, December. He had nothing but his wizarding magic, his training, and the unshakable thing in his chest that wasn't power or light but simply, stubbornly, himself. The stutter was an act, Harry said. Obviously. Since before Hogwarts. Since Albania. Since I went looking for something in the forests there and found rather more than I bargained for. Quirrell's smile widened. Or perhaps I should say, something found me. He turned back to the mirror. Harry recognized it now, the mirror of Eriste, he'd read about it in one of Hermione's reference texts. I show not your face but your heart's desire. I see myself presenting the stone to my master, Quirrell murmured, staring at his reflection. But I can't work out how to get it. The mirror is the last protection. Dumbledore's work. Clever man. Infuriating man. Your master, Harry said. Voldemort. Quirrell flinched. The first genuine reaction Harry had seen from him. You dare speak the name, it's a name. Words only have power if you give it to them. Harry took a step into the room. He's here, isn't he? With you. In you. Quirrell stared at Harry with something that might have been respect. You're perceptive. More than your reputation suggests. My reputation was written by people who don't know me. Then perhaps you should hear from someone who does. Quirrell reached up. His hands found his turban. Began to unwrap it. Harry felt it before he saw it. The cold. The darkness. The same malevolent intelligence he'd sensed in his dream, now present in the room like a physical force, pressing against his skin, pushing against the fading solar warmth in his chest. His scar ignited, white-hot, blinding, pain like a nail being driven through his skull, and he staggered, catching himself against the wall. The turban fell away. Quirrell turned around. And on the back of Quirrell's head, pressed into the skull like a mask pushed into clay, was a face. White. Inhuman. With red eyes and slits for nostrils and a mouth that was curved in a smile that had nothing to do with happiness and everything to do with hunger. Harry Potter. The voice was the same as the dream. Papery. Ancient. The voice of something that had been human once and had carved away everything that made it so. We meet again. The boy with the stolen son. It wasn't stolen, Harry said through gritted teeth, fighting the pain in his scar. It was given. Sentiment. How touching. Let me tell you about gifts, boy. I was given life, and I made it eternal. I was given magic, and I made it absolute. I was given a name, Voldemort, and I made it a thing the world fears to speak. That is what power does with gifts. It transcends them. No. Harry straightened. The pain was enormous, a white-hot band across his forehead, but he set his feet and lifted his head and stood. That's what fear does with gifts. It hoards them. Twists them. Makes them into walls. You didn't transcend anything. You just got so afraid of dying that you forgot how to live. The face on the back of Quirrell's head contorted. The red eyes blazed. Insolent, Quirrell, Voldemort hissed, and the cold in the room intensified. Use the boy. Let him stand before the mirror. He may be able to retrieve the stone. Quirrell spun. His wand was out, pointed at Harry. Come here, Potter. Stand before the mirror. Harry had a choice. Refuse, and Quirrell would force him. The man was a competent wizard, clearly far more dangerous than his act suggested, and Harry was depleted. Or comply, and buy time. He chose time. He walked to the mirror. Stood before it. And looked. The reflection showed Harry. But not just Harry, a better Harry, a fuller Harry. He was standing in sunlight, and the light was so bright it seemed to pour from the mirror like water, and in Harry's reflection, his hand reached into his pocket and pulled something out, a small, blood-red stone, and winked. The reflected Harry put the stone back into his pocket and smiled. In the real world, Harry felt a weight appear in his actual pocket. Small. Heavy. Warm. The stone. The mirror gave it to him because, and Harry understood this with a clarity that felt like Dumbledore speaking directly into his mind, he wanted to find it, not use it. The protection was elegant in its simplicity, only someone who wanted the stone without wanting to exploit it could retrieve it. What do you see? Quirrell demanded. What does the mirror show you? Harry could have lied. Should have lied, probably. But Voldemort's red eyes were boring into him from the back of Quirrell's head, and Harry had a feeling, instinct, training, the convergence Escanor had taught him to trust, that a lie would be detected. So he told a different truth. I see my family, Harry said. My mum and dad. And Escanor. He lies, Voldemort hissed. I'm not lying. I see the people I love. Harry turned to face Quirrell. The stone was in his pocket, heavy and warm, and every second that passed was a second closer to whatever came next. I see the thing you traded away. The thing you'll never get back. Seize him. Quirrell lunged. His hands reached for Harry's throat, and the moment his skin made contact with Harry's, the room exploded with light. Not Harry's light. Not the solar glow or the golden fire or any of the trained, disciplined abilities Escanor had cultivated. This was something else. Something older. Something embedded in Harry's skin by a mother's sacrifice, a blood protection that had been dormant for 10 years and was now, in the presence of the thing that had murdered her, waking up with the fury of a lion. And the sunshine met it. The solar energy in Harry's chest, dormant, depleted, barely a spark at midnight in December underground, felt the protection activate and resonated. Like a tuning fork. Like a harmonic. The two powers, a mother's love and a master's training, recognized each other as kindred, as two forms of the same fundamental force, the refusal to let darkness win. The resonance amplified both. Harry's body blazed. Golden white light erupted from his skin, from his hands, from the scar on his forehead that was screaming with pain but also channeling, taking the dark energy pouring through it from Voldemort and converting it, transmuting it, turning the connection that was supposed to be a weakness into a conduit for power. Quirrell screamed. His hands, where they touched Harry's skin, were burning. Literally burning, the flesh cracking and blackening, smoke rising from the contact points. He jerked away, staring at his ruined hands, and screamed again. "What are you?" Quirrell shrieked. "I'm Harry Potter," Harry said, and his voice was calm, and steady, and blazing with a light that filled the underground chamber like sunrise. "And you made a mistake coming here." He reached out. Grabbed Quirrell's face. The contact point erupted with golden fire, not flame, not heat, but light so concentrated it became physical, became a force that burned through Quirrell's magical defenses like the sun burning through fog. Quirrell screamed. Voldemort screamed, a sound that wasn't sound, a psychic shriek of rage and pain and fear, yes, fear. The thing that the most feared wizard in history had spent his entire existence avoiding was now flooding through him because the boy's light was real and it burned and it was. Quirrell crumbled. His body, unable to sustain the destruction, collapsed. Turned to ash. Fell apart like a sandcastle in a wave. And from the ash, something dark rose, a wraith, a shadow, a formless thing with red eyes and a howl of fury that shook the stones, and it flew at Harry. The golden light met it. And for one moment, one eternal, crystallized, universe holding its breath moment, the chamber was full of nothing but brilliance. Then the wraith was gone. Torn apart, dispersed, scattered into fragments of darkness that fled through the walls and the ceiling and the stone, shrieking as they went, burning, diminished, defeated. Not destroyed. Harry could feel that. The thing that called itself Voldemort was not dead. It was wounded, scattered, driven away, but not dead. Something was keeping it tethered to existence, some anchor, some dark mechanism that prevented the final dissolution. But that was a problem for another day. Because the light was fading, and the chamber was going dark, and Harry's legs were giving out, and the stone in his pocket was warm against his thigh, and the last thing he thought before he hit the ground was, "I told her I'd come back." And then, nothing. He woke in the hospital wing. Sunlight. Real sunlight, December sunlight, thin and pale but present, streaming through the tall windows and falling across his bed in golden bands. Harry lay still for a moment, just feeling it. The warmth on his skin. The solar energy trickling back into his depleted channels, slow and welcome, like rain after a drought. "Ah," said a voice. "You're awake." Harry turned his head. Dumbledore sat in a chair beside his bed, dressed in robes of deep purple and wearing half-moon spectacles and an expression that combined relief, respect, and the particular intensity of a man with questions. "Professor." "Good morning, Harry. Or rather, good afternoon. You've been unconscious for 3 days. 3 days? You performed magic that, frankly, should not have been possible for a wizard of any age, let alone an 11-year-old. Your body needed time to recover." Harry looked at the sunlight on his blanket. 3 days. Ron. Hermione. The Stone. Quirrell. The Wraith. Ron, Mr. Weasley is perfectly fine. Minor concussion, fully healed, and currently in possession of the largest box of chocolate frogs his mother could procure, which I believe numbers in the hundreds. Hermione, Miss Granger has visited this room approximately 14 times in the past 3 days. Madame Pomfrey has had to physically remove her on 3 occasions. She left detailed instructions for your care, a reading list for your recovery, and a note that I was asked to deliver. He produced a folded piece of parchment. I confess I did not read it. The look Miss Granger gave me when she entrusted it to me suggested that doing so would result in consequences I would not enjoy. Harry took the note. Unfolded it. Harry, you promised you'd come back. You did. Don't ever scare me like that again. I've been researching the interaction between blood protection magic and solar energy amplification, and I have 17 pages of notes and 3 preliminary theories that I need to discuss with you immediately. Also, Ron says, oi, and that you owe him a chess game. Come back properly this time. All the way. Harry read it twice. Folded it carefully. Placed it on his bedside table with the precision of someone handling something valuable. The stone, Harry said. Destroyed. Dumbledore's expression was serene. Nicholas and I agreed that it was for the best. A man who has lived for 600 years learns to let go of things. Even immortality. And Quirrell? Gone. The possession destroyed his body. Voldemort's spirit fled. He's not dead. No. Dumbledore's serenity flickered. He is not. He'll come back. I believe he will try. Then I'll need to be ready. Dumbledore studied Harry for a long moment. The twinkling in his eyes dimmed to something steadier, something serious, something that recognized that the boy in the hospital bed was not a child to be patronized but a person to be respected. You did something extraordinary down there, Harry. The combination of your mother's protection and your solar abilities created a force that Voldemort could not withstand. The mechanics are, I confess, beyond my full understanding, and that is not a confession I make lightly. Escanor would say it's not complicated. Love and light are the same thing. They burn through darkness. That's just what they do. Your guardian is a wise man. He's the best man I've ever known. Harry paused. He's dying, isn't he? The question fell into the hospital wing like a stone into still water. Dumbledore's expression didn't change, but something behind it shifted. The careful consideration of a man deciding how much truth to share. You know. I've known for a while. The grace, the power he carries, doesn't belong in this world. It's been fading since he arrived. He's weaker every year. I didn't want to see it, but... Harry's voice caught. He swallowed. Kept going. I notice things. He taught me to notice things. His night form is more frequent. His daytime transitions are shorter. He coughs when he thinks I'm not listening. Dumbledore said nothing. Sometimes, the wisest thing a powerful man could do was shut up and let a child process truth. How long does he have? Harry asked. I cannot say with certainty. Years, perhaps. The process is gradual. Can it be stopped? I don't know. The nature of his power is unlike anything in my experience. But Harry, Dumbledore leaned forward. Your guardian knew this when he chose to stay. He chose you over his own survival. He chose to spend his remaining time, however long that is, making sure you became who you are. Harry's eyes burned. The solar light in his chest pulsed, not with power, but with something deeper. The frequency of grief and gratitude and love so fierce it could have powered a star. He did, Harry whispered. And the man you are becoming, is worthy of that sacrifice. Harry couldn't speak for a while. He lay in the sunlight and let it warm him and thought about Escanor. About a thin, gentle man in a country pub in Wiltshire, reading letters by the fire, cooking terrible meals, watching the sun rise every morning and knowing every single time, that there would eventually be a sunrise he wouldn't see. And choosing to be there anyway. Choosing Harry anyway. The sun does not rise to prove it is bright. It simply is. Professor? Yes. I want to go home. The end-of-year feast was a blur of points and cheers and Dumbledore's last-minute awards that pushed Gryffindor to the House Cup and made the entire red and gold table erupt with a noise that probably violated several noise ordinances. Harry sat between Ron and Hermione. Ron was loading a plate for the 4th time. Hermione was explaining to Neville that bravery wasn't about not being scared, it was about being scared and doing it anyway, and Neville was listening with an expression of dawning, fragile wonder. Under the table, Hermione's hand found Harry's. Not grasping. Not clutching. Just, touching. The backs of their fingers, resting together on the bench. A contact so subtle no one noticed. Except them. This was a good year, Ron said through a mouthful of pie. We fought a troll, nearly died in a series of underground death traps, and Harry literally incinerated a professor, Hermione pointed out. Like I said. Good year. Harry smiled. The great hall was bright and warm and full of people, and the ceiling showed a summer night sky full of stars, and tomorrow he'd be on the train going home to Escanor. Home to the Lion's Rest. Home to burnt toast and terrible tea and morning training in the garden and the gentle, heartbreaking miracle of a man who had chosen to love him even though it was costing him everything. King's Cross Station. Platform 9 3/4. The Hogwarts Express hissed and settled. Students poured out like a dam breaking, streaming toward waiting families, the air full of reunions and tears and the specific joy of children returning to people who loved them. Harry stepped onto the platform with his trunk and Hedwig's cage. He scanned the crowd. And there he was. At the far end of the platform. Thin. Hunched. Glasses crooked. Mustache magnificent. Wearing a slightly rumpled white shirt and trousers that were a bit too short because even his knight form was too tall for off-the-rack clothing. Standing with his hands clasped in front of him, chin ducked, the very picture of a man trying to take up as little space as possible. But when he saw Harry, something happened. His spine straightened. Not fully, not the daytime transformation, not the lion's pride expanding, but enough. His shoulders came back. His chin lifted. His brown eyes, magnified by those old glasses, found Harry's green ones across the crowded platform and filled with a light that had nothing to do with sunshine and everything to do with the simple, staggering power of a parent seeing their child come home. Harry ran. He crossed the platform at a dead sprint, weaving through families and trolleys and piles of luggage, and he hit Escanor like a cannonball. The thin man staggered but didn't fall, his arms came up, wrapped around Harry, and held on with a strength that should have been impossible for his diminished form but wasn't, because some things were stronger than physics. Dad, Harry said into Escanor's chest. Harry. Escanor's voice cracked. Shattered. Rebuilt itself around the word. My boy. They stood there. The platform bustled around them. People looked and didn't look. An owl hooted. A cat yowled. The train hissed steam into the afternoon air. Eventually, Harry pulled back. He looked up at Escanor. The man who had found him in a cupboard and taught him to hold the sun and loved him so completely that it was killing him. Let's go home, Harry said. I want to watch the sunrise with you. They left the platform. The Muggle side of King's Cross was loud and ordinary and completely unaware that the thin man and the dark-haired boy walking through it carried, between them, enough light to reshape the world. They sat on the porch of the Lion's Rest that evening, as the sun settled behind the Wiltshire hills and the sky turned from gold to amber to deep, deep blue. Escanor had made tea. It was terrible. Harry drank it anyway. Some traditions were sacred. I have to tell you something, Harry said. I know. You know. Escanor smiled. The night was settling over him, his frame diminishing, his confidence retreating into that gentle, apologetic warmth that Harry loved with a fierceness that bordered on violence. I know you fought something dark, Escanor said softly. I felt it. Through whatever connection you and I share, through the light, through the training, through whatever binds a teacher to a student and a father to a son, I felt you fighting. And I felt you win. I won because of you. You won because of you. Same thing. Escanor's eyes crinkled. Perhaps. There's more. The man who killed my parents, Voldemort, he's not dead. He'll come back. Yes. I'll have to face him again. Probably more than once. Yes. And you. Harry's voice faltered. The hardest part. The truest part. You won't always be here to help me. The porch was very quiet. Crickets sang in the garden. The last light of sunset painted the hills in colors that existed nowhere else in the world. No, Escanor whispered. I won't always be here. I know about the grace fading. I've known for a while. I thought you might. Escanor looked at the sunset. I wanted to protect you from it. You can't protect me from everything. I know. But the desire to try. That never goes away. Not for a parent. Harry leaned against Escanor's side. The thin arm came around his shoulders, warm despite the gathering cold. They watched the last sliver of sun disappear below the horizon. Escanor. Yes. You said once that the night takes your power but shouldn't take your worth. That power is circumstantial but worth is inherent. I remember. I want you to know that I believe that. About you. Whatever happens, however much time we have, your worth isn't measured by the grace. It's measured by this. He pressed his hand to his own chest. By what you put in here. By the man you chose to be when you were at your smallest and weakest and most afraid. Escanor was crying. Quietly. The tears ran down his thin cheeks and into his magnificent mustache, and he didn't wipe them away because some tears were not meant to be hidden. You did not make me proud, Harry, Escanor said, his voice barely audible. You were always worthy of pride. You simply reminded yourself. Harry pressed closer. The night settled around them. The stars came out, one by one, distant suns burning in a darkness that could diminish them but never extinguish them. And somewhere far away, in a formless void between existence and oblivion, a fragment of darkness that had once called itself Lord Voldemort drifted and burned and remembered the feeling of golden light tearing through it like dawn through shadow. And for the first time since it had begun its long campaign against death, it wondered, not feared, not yet, but wondered, whether the boy with the scar and the sun in his blood might be something it could not overcome. The thought was small. Quiet. Easily dismissed. But it didn't go away. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, Who decided that? Summer burned. Not metaphorically, literally. The summer of 1992 was the hottest Wiltshire had seen in a decade, the kind of heat that turned fields golden brown and made the air shimmer above the roads and sent the village regulars into the Lion's Rest not for the beer, still mediocre, or the food, still hazardous, but for the inexplicable coolness that seemed to radiate from the building itself, as if the pub existed in its own private microclimate. Which, in a sense, it did. Harry had spent the first week of summer holidays reworking the passive thermal regulation he'd been practicing since he was 8, cycling solar energy through the structure of the building, absorbing excess heat during the day, releasing it at night. The Lion's Rest stayed comfortable regardless of the weather, and the regulars attributed this to good insulation and thick stone walls, and never thought too hard about why the innkeeper's son sometimes had faintly glowing hands. English villagers. Excellent at not asking questions. Harry was different this summer. Not dramatically, not in ways a casual observer would notice. But Escanor noticed. Because Escanor noticed everything about Harry, the way a gardener notices everything about a plant they've been tending since it was a seed. The boy was harder. Not hard, that was a different word, a word that implied cruelty or coldness, but harder. More solid. As if the experiences of the past year had compressed him, condensed him, turned the raw material of his personality into something denser and more resilient. He still laughed easily. Still ran every morning. Still drank Escanor's terrible tea without complaint. Still sat on the porch at dawn and dusk and talked about everything and nothing. But there were moments. Small ones. When Harry's eyes would go distant and his jaw would tighten and the golden light in his palms would flicker in a pattern Escanor recognized, not the steady pulse of controlled practice, but the irregular stutter of something reacting to a memory. The way a campfire jumped when wind blew through it. The boy had fought a war. A small one, contained, one night in an underground chamber, but a war nonetheless. And wars left marks that didn't show on the skin. On the third night of summer, after the pub had closed and the village was asleep and the Wiltshire sky was full of more stars than seemed structurally possible, Escanor found Harry sitting in the garden, cross-legged on the grass, palms up, golden light pooling in his hands like liquid. Not practicing. Just, holding. Holding the light the way you'd hold something precious that you were afraid of dropping. Escanor sat beside him. Night form. Thin. Gentle. The stars reflected in his glasses. You haven't told me everything, Escanor said softly. Harry's hands flickered. The light steadied. He didn't look up. I told you what happened. Quirrell. The stone. Voldemort's wraith. You told me the events. You haven't told me how they made you feel. A long silence. The garden hummed with crickets and the distant sound of the creek. Harry's light pulsed. Steadied. Pulsed. I was scared, Harry said. Not during. During, I was, clear. Focused. Everything you taught me kicked in and I just moved, like a machine, like the training took over and there wasn't room for fear. But after. In the hospital wing. When I woke up and the sun was coming through the windows and I realized I'd almost died. His voice dropped. That's when I was scared. That's normal. I know it's normal. I don't need it to be abnormal. I just need to. He clenched his fists. The golden light compressed, brightened, turned from liquid to solid, two small balls of concentrated solar energy humming in his palms. I need to be better. Stronger. Faster. He's coming back, Escanor. Voldemort. He's coming back and when he does, I can't be the kid who almost died in a basement. Harry, I need to be the person who ends it. Escanor was quiet for a long time. He watched the light in Harry's hands. Watched the tension in his shoulders, the set of his jaw, the particular intensity that came from a young person discovering the weight of their own destiny and trying to lift it all at once. Stand up, Escanor said. Harry looked at him. What? Stand up. Harry stood. Escanor remained seated, cross-legged in the grass, thin and small and looking up at the boy who was already taller than his night form. The night air was warm. The stars wheeled overhead. Hit me, Escanor said. What? Hit me. With whatever you've got. Solar, wizarding, physical. Everything. Give me everything. Escanor, I'm not going to hit you, why not? Because it's night, you're in your night form, you're weak. Small. Vulnerable. Harry's mouth snapped shut. Say it, Escanor said gently. You think I'm too fragile to take a hit. You think the night version of me is too delicate, too diminished, too less to withstand what you'd throw at me. That's not, it is. And that's exactly the mistake you're about to make with yourself. Escanor adjusted his glasses. You said you need to be stronger. Faster. Better. You said you can't beat the kid who almost died in a basement. You're talking about yourself the way the world talks about me at night, as if the version without peak power is the lesser version. The insufficient version. The one that doesn't count. The garden was very still. Harry's golden light dimmed. His hands opened. The concentrated energy dissipated into the warm night air. You are not your peak, Harry. Escanor's voice was soft but absolute, the peculiar quality of his night form that emerged in moments of genuine wisdom, when the gentleness and the certainty merged into something that was neither daytime nor nighttime but simply, essentially, Escanor. You are not the noon blaze or the golden fire or the boy who incinerated a dark wizard in an underground chamber. You are also those things. But you are not only those things. You are also the boy who made friends on a train. The boy who faced a troll with no solar power and nothing but grit and a wand. The boy who showed an enemy compassion when everyone, including the enemy, expected cruelty. Harry's eyes were bright. You want to be ready for Voldemort? Good. I'll train you. We have all summer and I will push you harder than I've ever pushed you. But I will not let you turn yourself into a weapon. A weapon has one purpose, to destroy. You have 100 purposes. 1,000. And the boy who remembers that, the boy who fights because he loves, not because he fears, that boy is more dangerous to Voldemort than any amount of solar fire. Why? Because Voldemort understands power. He's built his entire existence around the accumulation and preservation of power. If you meet him as a force of raw strength, you're playing his game. And on his game's terms, he has decades of experience and dark magic you've never seen. Escanor smiled. But if you meet him as something he's never encountered, a person who is powerful and kind, strong and gentle, capable of destruction and incapable of cruelty, you become something outside his framework. Something he can't predict, can't model, can't understand. You want me to be unpredictable. I want you to be whole. In my experience, wholeness is the most unpredictable thing in the world. Harry stood in the garden under the stars and felt the truth of it settle into him like water into dry earth. The tension in his shoulders eased. The set of his jaw softened. The golden light in his palms smoothed from the irregular stutter of fear to the steady pulse of calm. Okay, he said. Train me. Tomorrow. At dawn. At dawn. And Harry? Yeah. The tea I made tonight is genuinely the worst I've ever produced. I think I may have accidentally used dishwater. I was wondering about the soap aftertaste. Please don't tell Mrs. Patterson. The training that summer was unlike anything that had come before. Escanor had always been deliberate about Harry's development, building foundations, cultivating control, teaching philosophy alongside technique. But this summer, with the knowledge of what was coming and the limited time remaining, he shifted gears. The lessons became more intense, more demanding, more focused on practical application under adverse conditions. You will not always fight at noon, Escanor said on the first morning, standing in the garden in his full daytime glory, 7 feet of golden muscle and absolute confidence, the lion's sin of pride in everything but the fading grace that powered him. You will not always fight in sunlight. You will not always fight with full reserves. So we train for the worst and let the best take care of itself. They trained in the early morning, when Harry's solar abilities were moderate. They trained in the evening, when they were fading. And on several occasions that left Harry drenched in sweat and shaking with exhaustion, they trained at midnight, in complete darkness, with nothing but wizarding magic and physical skill. Again, Escanor said, midnight, the garden lit only by stars and the faint glow of Harry's lumos. Harry had just been knocked flat by a training construct, a magical dummy Escanor had commissioned from a discreet wizarding craftsman, and was lying in the grass with his pride bruised and his ribs aching. The dummy cheated. The dummy is a sack of enchanted cloth. It doesn't have the cognitive capacity to cheat. It felt like cheating. Get up. Harry got up. He always got up. Escanor had never had to tell him twice. The boy's resilience was not theatrical, he didn't leap to his feet with a war cry or shake off the pain with a grin. He got up the way a boxer gets up, slowly, deliberately, with full knowledge of what was coming next and full commitment to facing it anyway. "Your footwork is sloppy when you're tired," Escanor observed. "You widen your stance to compensate for balance loss, which reduces your lateral mobility. You need to stay tight. Compact. Tired feet are lazy feet, and lazy feet get hit. Easy for you to say. You're standing still. I'm providing instruction. Standing still is an essential component of instruction. You're also 7 feet tall and glowing. It's distracting." Escanor grinned. The daytime grin, broad, confident, impossibly charismatic. "I can't help my magnificence. It's a burden I bear with grace." "Was that a pun?" "I don't know what you mean." Harry rolled his eyes and attacked the dummy again. This time, his footwork was tighter. The physical training was complemented by magical development that pushed the boundaries of what a first year, even an exceptional one, should have been capable of. Harry's Patronus came first. It happened on a July afternoon, the sun at its apex, Harry at his peak. Escanor had been working with him on the concept for weeks, explaining the theory. He'd read Hermione's notes, which were characteristically thorough, discussing the emotional requirements, a happy memory, the happier the better, concentrated and sustained, and helping Harry identify the right memory to power the charm. "What's your happiest memory?" Escanor had asked. Harry had thought about it. The easy answers came first, the morning Escanor first showed him the transformation. The day his Hogwarts letter arrived. The moment on the train when Ron became his friend. Hermione's smile in the hospital wing. But the one that resonated, the one that hummed at the same frequency as the solar core in his chest, was older and simpler. The night Escanor knocked on the cupboard door. The sound of it. The thin, apologetic voice saying, "Hello." The feeling, the first feeling Harry could remember that wasn't fear or loneliness or resignation, of being seen. Of someone looking at him and choosing to stay. That was the memory. Not a moment of power or triumph. A moment of connection. A gentle man's voice in the dark. Harry cast the charm at noon on a cloudless July day, standing in the Garden of the Lion's Rest with the sun directly overhead and every cell in his body thrumming with solar energy. Expecto Patronum. The light that erupted from his wand was not silver. Silver was the standard Patronus color, every text said so, every recorded instance confirmed it. Silver white, ghostly, luminous. That was what a Patronus looked like. Harry's Patronus was gold. It blazed from his wand tip like a sunrise compressed into a single point and then exploding outward, golden light so bright it turned the garden into a furnace of brilliance. It took shape, not instantly, but with the deliberate, majestic pace of something that knew exactly what it was and was in no hurry to prove it. A lion. Not a heraldic lion, not a cartoon lion, not a symbol. A lion. Massive. Maned. Muscled with light itself, its body composed of golden fire that moved with the fluid grace of a living thing. It stood in the garden, as tall as Escanor's daytime form, and opened its mouth, and the sound that came out, not a roar, not exactly, more like a resonance, a vibration that you felt in your chest and your bones and the deepest part of yourself, filled the garden and the village and the fields beyond with a warmth that made every person within a mile stop what they were doing and look toward the Lion's Rest with a vague, pleasant confusion. Escanor stared at it. The lion turned its massive golden head and looked at Escanor with eyes that burned like twin suns. And in those eyes, in the magical construct born from Harry's happiest memory, Escanor saw himself. Not the daytime version. Not the lion's sin of pride. The other one. The night one. Thin and gentle and apologetic, kneeling in front of a cupboard door, saying, "Hello," to a frightened boy. That was what Harry's lion was made of. Not power. Not strength. Not pride. Love. Escanor sat down in the grass rather suddenly. The lion padded over to him, the golden Patronus, as substantial as the air and as real as the sun, and pressed its enormous, shimmering head against Escanor's chest. The man's hand came up, trembling, and rested on the lion's mane. The contact point glowed brighter, two forms of the same light recognizing each other. "Harry," Escanor whispered. "Yeah. That's me." "Yeah." Harry was shaking slightly. The effort of maintaining a Patronus this powerful was enormous, even at noon, but he was smiling. "The sun coming up smile. That's you. That's always been you." The Patronus faded as Harry's concentration wavered, dissolving into golden motes that drifted upward like sparks from a fire. But the warmth of it remained, soaked into the garden and the stones and the air, and Escanor sat in the grass for a long time afterward, saying nothing, holding the memory of a golden lion that had looked at him with his own son's love. Hermione's letters arrived every 3 days like clockwork. They were Hermione in paper form, dense, detailed, organized with headers and subheaders, occasionally footnoted, always brilliant. She wrote about her summer. "My parents took me to France. The Wizarding Quarter in Paris is fascinating. Did you know they have a magical library that's 6 stories underground?" She wrote about her research. "I've identified a possible connection between solar thaumaturgy and ancient Egyptian heliomantic practices. The Temple of Ra had techniques that sound remarkably similar to what you describe." She wrote about books she'd read, theories she'd developed, questions she wanted to discuss. And, buried in the academic rigor and the research updates and the cultural observations, she wrote about missing him. Not in those words. Never in those words. Hermione Granger did not write, "I miss you," the way other people did, directly, vulnerably, with the emotional equivalent of walking into a room without armor. She wrote it in code. In subtext. In the spaces between sentences. The library here is excellent, but it lacks a certain quality. I think it's the absence of good company while reading. I've been practicing the solar detection exercise you taught me. It works better when I imagine you explaining it. France is beautiful. You'd like it. The light here is different, warmer, more golden. It reminded me of you. Of your abilities, I mean. The light your abilities produce. That's what I meant. Harry read every letter twice. Replied to each one. His letters were shorter. He didn't have Hermione's facility for academic density, but they were warm and honest and contained things he wouldn't have told anyone else. Training is going well. Escanor's pushing hard, but it feels right. My Patronus is a lion. A golden lion. I'll show you when we're back. You're going to have 17 questions about the spectral analysis and I'm going to answer all of them. Ron wrote me. His family went to Egypt. Charlie showed him a dragon. Ron met a dragon, Hermione. He buried it in a PS like it was no big deal. I love that kid. I've been thinking about what you said in the hospital wing. About coming back. I want you to know that it wasn't a choice. Coming back to you and Ron and everything we have, it was never a choice. It was gravity. It was inevitable. You can't research that. It's just true. He sent that last letter at 2 a.m, immediately regretted it, spent the next 24 hours convinced he'd said too much, and then received Hermione's reply, which was 6 pages of research notes on Egyptian sun magic and a single line at the end. Some truths don't require research. They just require someone brave enough to say them. Thank you for being brave. Harry pressed that letter to his chest and felt the solar warmth pulse in response, and he thought, yeah. I'm definitely in trouble. Ron visited in August. He arrived via the Fleur network, tumbling out of the Lion's Rest's fireplace in a shower of soot and freckles and immediately tripping over the hearthrug. Brilliant landing, he announced from the floor. Meant to do that. Harry pulled him up. They grinned at each other, the easy, instinctive grin of people who'd gone through something together and come out the other side as family. Welcome to the Lion's Rest. Ron looked around. The pub was warm and worn and comfortable, all stone walls and wooden beams and the inexplicable coziness that Escanor's presence imbued. The bar was polished. The fire was low. And standing behind the counter, cleaning a glass with the careful attention of someone who had been cleaning that specific glass for 6 years and still hadn't gotten it right, was a thin, hunched man with a magnificent mustache and an apologetic smile. "You must be Ron," Escanor said softly. "Harry's told me so much about you." Ron stared. He was staring at the mustache, mostly, but also at the totality of Escanor, the gentle voice, the shy posture, the warmth that radiated from him like heat from a stove. This was the man Harry called the strongest person alive. This gentle, apologetic, glass-cleaning innkeeper. "You're..." Ron started, and his brain visibly wrestled with the disconnect between Harry's descriptions of a towering golden colossus and the reality of a man who looked like a strong wind would carry him away. "Taller than I expected?" Escanor blinked. Then laughed, the shy, startled night laugh that was completely different from the booming daytime version but equally genuine. "I get that a lot. Can I offer you a drink?" "I have tea, though I should warn you, it's terrible," Harry and Ron said simultaneously. "I was going to say, it's an acquired taste, but yes, fine, it's terrible." Ron settled in with the easy adaptability of someone raised in a chaotic household. He explored the pub, ate 2 servings of Escanor's marginally improved cooking, played chess with Harry in the garden, won in 11 moves, grinned apologetically, and generally made himself at home with the specific talent of Weasleys for turning any space into comfortable territory. And then, on the first evening, just before sunset, Harry said, "Come outside." They stood in the garden. The western sky was doing extraordinary things, layers of orange and pink and gold stacked like a celestial cake, and the last strong sunlight of the day was angling through the trees. Escanor stepped out of the pub's back door. He was already changing. The sunset transformation was the most dramatic. Dawn was gradual, a slow expansion, like watching bread rise. Sunset was a compression, the daytime form reluctantly yielding, power receding like a tide. But right now, in the last minutes of strong light, Escanor was at about 70%. Still massive. Still broad-shouldered and imposing. Still radiating that presence, the absolute, bone-deep certainty, that Harry had tried to describe and that no description could capture. Ron's jaw dropped. Not a little. A lot. His mouth opened so wide Harry could see his molars. "This," Harry said simply, "is my dad." Escanor looked at Ron with the daytime eyes, warm but intense, kind but absolute. He smiled the daytime smile. It was like being smiled at by the concept of confidence itself. "Hello, Ron," Escanor said, and his voice was a deep, resonant thing that you felt in your sternum. "I've heard you're quite the chess player." Ron's mouth moved. No sound came out. He tried again. "You're really big," Ron managed. "I've been told. Like. Really big." The observation doesn't diminish with repetition, but I appreciate the emphasis. "And you're glowing." "Mildly, yes. It's a Tuesday." Harry was grinning so hard his face hurt. He watched his 2 worlds meet, the best friend from his school life and the father from his home life, and something in his chest that had been partitioned, kept separate, clicked together. Ron stayed for 3 days. In that time, he saw the full cycle, Escanor at sunset, diminishing, Escanor at night, thin and gentle and making catastrophically bad tea, Escanor at dawn, growing, brightening, Escanor at midday, the full, overwhelming, impossible peak. He watched Harry and Escanor train in the garden and sat on the porch with his mouth open as Harry produced golden fire and Escanor guided it with instructions that sounded like a nature documentary narrated by a god. "Channel the energy through your core, not around it. You're bypassing the central conduit and losing efficiency. Think of it as a river. You want the river to flow through the dam, not over it. The dam keeps cracking. Then make a better dam. You have the raw material. You just need the architecture. Easy for you to say. Your architecture was designed by a literal divine being. And yours was designed by an 11-year-old who punched a boy for insulting me. I'd say the foundation is solid. On the second evening, Ron and Escanor played chess. Night form. Gentle Escanor, hunched over the board, adjusting his glasses, making moves with the tentative, apologetic energy of someone who expected to lose. Ron, opposite him, playing his usual aggressive style, fast, intuitive, punishing. Escanor lost the first game. And the second. And then, midway through the third game, something shifted. The apologetic posture remained, but the moves changed. They became patient. Deliberate. Strategic in a way that was less about winning and more about understanding. You play like you fight, Escanor murmured, moving a bishop. Aggressive. Instinctive. You trust your reflexes to find the right move. Is that bad? It's extraordinary. Instinct is rare and valuable. But instinct without patience is a blade without a handle, sharp but difficult to wield. He moved another piece. Try thinking 3 moves further than you normally would. Not to replace your instinct, but to give it a longer runway. Ron frowned. Looked at the board. Really looked, the way he did when a game got serious. And then his eyes widened, because 3 moves ahead he could see what Escanor had set up, a trap so gentle, so patient, so quietly devastating that Ron's instinct-first approach would have walked right into it. Bloody hell, Ron whispered. Language, Escanor said mildly. Sorry. But, bloody hell. That's brilliant. You sacrificed your knight 12 moves ago to create this. 12 moves. I didn't even notice. Patience is invisible. That's its power. Ron stared at Escanor with new eyes. Not the awe he'd shown the daytime form, that was spectacle, and Ron, like anyone, could be dazzled by spectacle. This was something deeper. Respect. The specific respect of a master recognizing mastery in an unexpected form. You're really smart, Ron said. I'm really patient. They're often confused. Can you teach me? The patience thing. The 3 moves ahead thing. Escanor smiled his wobbly knight smile. I would be honored. They played chess every evening for the rest of Ron's visit. Escanor lost every game, but each game lasted longer, and each game taught Ron something new, and by the time Ron tumbled back through the FLU network on the 3rd day, landing on his face again, still claiming it was intentional, he had a new dimension to his game that would take years to fully develop but was, even now, visible in the way he paused before moving, considered before committing, breathed before striking. Your dad's amazing, Ron told Harry before he left. Both versions. The big golden one is terrifying and incredible and I never want to fight him. But the night one? The one who makes terrible tea and loses at chess on purpose to teach you things? Yeah. That one's the real one. That one's the hero. Harry hugged him. Ron, not typically a hugger, stood stiffly for a moment and then melted into it with the specific surrender of a boy who didn't get enough physical affection from his family of 7 and needed it more than he knew. See you on the train, mate, Ron said. See you on the train. The last week of summer was precious. Harry knew it the way you know the last pages of a good book, aware that the ending was coming, wanting to slow down, unable to stop the forward motion of time. He and Escanor trained every morning. The sessions were intense but joyful, the particular joy of 2 people doing something difficult together and doing it well. Harry's control had sharpened dramatically over the summer. His solar abilities were stronger, more refined, more versatile. He could maintain the golden aura for 20 minutes at noon. He could project concentrated heat beams with precision at 50 meters. His Patronus could hold form for over a minute. And he'd developed something new. It came on a morning in the last week, during a sparring session at 11 a.m., an hour before peak. Harry and Escanor were running through combat scenarios, Escanor calling out situations and Harry responding with appropriate magical and physical responses. The exercise was designed to build fluid transitions between wizarding spells and solar techniques, the hybrid approach that Escanor believed was Harry's greatest tactical advantage. Ambush from behind, 3 opponents, mixed magical and physical, Harry spun. Shield charm left, solar burst right, dodge center, stupefy at the training construct that represented the third attacker. Clean. Fast. The construct hit the ground. Now add a fourth. This one is resistant to solar energy. Harry adjusted. Dropped the solar burst, replaced it with a chain of wizarding spells, Impedimenta to slow, Expelliarmus to disarm, Petrificus Totalis to finish. The construct fell. Now add a fifth. This one is resistant to everything. Harry paused. Resistant to everything? An opponent who can't be stopped by force. What do you do? Run. Escanor the lion's sin of pride does not run. Escanor the lion's sin of pride is 7 feet tall and literally made of sunlight. Harry Potter is 11 and weighs 50 kilos. Fair point. But you're still not running. What do you do? Harry thought. Not about spells. Not about technique. About Escanor's teachings. About pride. About the difference between power and worth, between force and presence. And then he did something he'd never done before. He pushed. Not physically. Not magically, exactly. He pushed with his self. With the core of who he was, the confidence, the certainty, the unshakable knowledge of his own worth that Escanor had built in him brick by brick over 6 years. He pushed it outward, through his skin, through his aura, through the solar energy and the wizarding magic, and he projected it. The garden changed. It wasn't visible, not exactly. It was felt. The air became heavier. Warmer. Thicker with intent. The space around Harry expanded in a way that had nothing to do with physics and everything to do with presence. He didn't grow. He didn't glow. He just became more. More real. More present. More there. And the effect on the surrounding area was profound. The training constructs, enchanted to simulate intelligent opponents, froze. Not from a spell. From the magical equivalent of a prey animal recognizing a predator and choosing absolute stillness as its only survival strategy. Escanor felt it. Standing 10 meters away, in his full daytime form, the most powerful physical being in this world or any other, he felt it. Pride's aura. Not his pride's aura. Not the divine, grace-powered emanation of absolute superiority that had made demon kings hesitate and gods think twice. This was different. Smaller, yes. Weaker, yes. But fundamentally, structurally, philosophically the same. An aura born not from divine gift but from human cultivation. Not from a grace but from a choice. The choice to know your own worth so completely that the knowledge itself became a force. Escanor's eyes widened. The daytime eyes, gold-flecked and absolute and accustomed to being surprised by nothing. They widened. Harry, he breathed. Harry released the push. The air normalized. The training constructs unfroze. The garden was just a garden again, grass, sunshine, stone walls, an old shed that had been rebuilt twice. What was that? Harry asked, breathing hard. The effort had been enormous, like trying to flex a muscle he'd only just discovered existed. Escanor sat down in the grass. Cross-legged. In his full daytime form, which made the posture look like a mountain had decided to sit. His expression was complicated, pride, the emotion, not the ability, amazement, love, and a particular bittersweetness that Harry couldn't decode. That, Escanor said, was you. That's not an answer. It's the only answer that matters. The technique, the specific technique, is called Pride's aura. It's the projection of internal certainty as external force. I can do it. The Demon King could do it. Certain angels and archangels could do it. It is, as far as I know, one of the rarest abilities in any world. And I just did it. You did it. Differently than me, mine comes from sunshine, from the grace, from an external power source channeled through internal confidence. Yours came from nowhere but yourself. No grace. No divine gift. Just the conviction, built over 6 years, that you are who you are and that is enough. Escanor's voice was thick. Do you understand what that means? Not entirely. It means you don't need me anymore. The words hung in the summer air. A bird sang somewhere. The creek burbled. The sun beat down on 2 figures in a garden, one enormous and golden, one lean and dark-haired, and between them, in the space where words lived after they were spoken, something enormous and necessary was being acknowledged. That's not true, Harry said. It is. Not emotionally, you'll always need your father, and I'll always need my son. But magically? Tactically? You have surpassed what I can teach you. The aura was the last thing. The capstone. Everything else is refinement, practice, repetition, experience. Things you'll gain from living, not from lessons. Escanor, I'm not sad. The lion sin of pride smiled, and it was the most genuine expression Harry had ever seen on the daytime face, not the confident grin or the assured smirk, but something real and raw and beautiful underneath it all. I'm proud. This is what every teacher hopes for and most never see. The student who needs the teacher until suddenly, beautifully, they don't. I will always need you. Yes. But not for this. Escanor gestured at the garden, at the training constructs, at the space where the aura had manifested. For this, you need only yourself. For everything else, for love, for home, for someone to make terrible tea and listen to your stories and remind you that power without kindness is just tyranny in a handsome package, for that, you have me. For as long as I'm here. Harry crossed the garden. Knelt beside his father. They were roughly the same height now, Harry kneeling, Escanor sitting, and Harry looked at the golden, glowing face of the most powerful man who had ever held him when he cried. For as long as you're here, Harry repeated. And after? After is not my territory. It is. Everything you taught me lives in the after. Everything you built in me carries forward. You don't stop being my father when you. Harry's voice caught. He steadied it. You don't stop. That's not how this works. Escanor's daytime eyes, gold and warm and steady, filled with tears. Which was extraordinary, because the daytime form rarely cried. The daytime form was pride and certainty and the unshakable knowledge that the sun was the most powerful thing in the sky. But even the sun could be moved by love. Come here, Escanor said, and opened his massive arms, and Harry leaned into the embrace of a man who was literally made of sunlight, and the garden blazed with a golden warmth that had nothing to do with combat or training or the end of the world, and everything to do with 2 people holding on to each other because holding on was the most important thing either of them would ever do. September 1st. King's Cross again. Platform 9 3/4 again. The scarlet train again, hissing and waiting. Escanor was in his night form. The morning transition had been brief, briefer than last year, Harry noted with the clinical detachment of someone cataloging something they didn't want to think about. The man standing on the platform was thin, gentle, bespectacled, mustached, and holding a paper bag that contained sandwiches he had made that morning with an earnestness that far exceeded the quality of the result. The sandwiches have cheese, Escanor said, handing over the bag. I believe. It's possible I used butter. The 2 are more similar than you'd think. I'll eat them regardless. You always do. The wobbly smile. That's one of my favorite things about you. Harry took the bag. Put it in his trunk. Stood on the platform with his father and felt the seconds ticking away with the physical weight of sand through an hourglass. "I'm going to be fine," Harry said. "I know. I'm stronger than last year. I know that too. And I have the aura now. And the Patronus. And everything you taught me." "You have everything I am," Escanor said softly. "Which is simultaneously everything and not enough. The paradox of parenthood." Harry hugged him. The thin arms came around him. Familiar. Warm. Shaking slightly, because the night form always shook a little, from cold or nerves or the simple effort of existing in a body that was slowly losing the thing that sustained it. "Write to me," Escanor said. "Every day. You don't have to, every day. Every day would be nice." Harry picked up his trunk. Turned toward the barrier. Stopped. "Escanor?" "Yes." "Who decided you weren't enough?" The question, so specific, so precisely aimed, delivered in the gentle but immovable voice of a boy who had learned it from the man he was speaking to, landed like an arrow in a bullseye. Escanor's breath caught. His eyes filled. His magnificent mustache trembled. I did," he whispered. "I decided that. A long time ago. Then decide differently." Harry smiled. Walked through the barrier. And was gone. Escanor stood on the Muggle side of King's Cross for a long time, surrounded by commuters who didn't know him and would never know what he was, and he pressed his hand to his chest where the grace flickered like a candle in a draught, and he thought about his son's question, and he tried, for the first time in decades, genuinely tried, to decide differently. The Hogwarts Express. The same compartment. Ron was already there, sunburned and buzzing with stories about Egypt and pyramids and a dragon named Norberta who had apparently tried to eat Charlie's boot. "Mate, you look different," Ron said, examining Harry with the squint of a connoisseur. "Taller. Broader. What did Escanor feed you?" "Inedible sandwiches and philosophical principles. The breakfast of champions." The compartment door opened. Hermione stood in the doorway. She was different too. The summer had changed her, not dramatically, but in the particular way that summers change 12-year-olds. She was slightly taller, slightly more defined, her bushy hair pulled back in a practical braid that exposed a face that was sharpening from childhood softness into something more angular and certain. Her front teeth had been corrected, her parents were dentists, after all, and the difference was subtle but significant, giving her smile a new quality that Harry's brain registered and then immediately refused to process in any useful way. "Hi," Hermione said. "Hi," Harry said. They looked at each other. 1 second. 2. 3. The kind of look that contained an entire summer's worth of letters and subtext and unsaid things and the growing, terrifying, wonderful certainty that whatever existed between them was not going to stay undefined forever. Ron looked between them with the expression of a man watching a train he was not on approach a station. "Oh no," Ron muttered. "It's happening, isn't it?" "What's happening?" Harry and Hermione asked simultaneously, then both went red. "Nothing. Absolutely nothing." "Sandwich?" Ron held up one of Escanor's creations. Hermione took it, bit into it, and made a face that suggested the cheese-butter ambiguity was still unresolved. They sat. The train moved. England scrolled past the windows, green and gold and September beautiful. They talked about everything, Egypt, France, the summer's training, Hermione's research into Egyptian heliomancy, Ron's improved chess game, Harry's Patronus. A golden lion? Hermione's eyes were wide. "Harry, the spectral analysis alone would be groundbreaking. A non-standard Patronus color suggests a fundamental deviation in the caster's magical signature. If we could document it properly, you can see it when we get to school. Can I bring measuring equipment?" "You can bring whatever you want." "I want to bring measuring equipment and a spectrographic charm and a reference sample of standard Patronus light for comparison." Then bring all of that. Hermione beamed. The no-scrunch smile. The one that made Harry's brain short-circuit. Ron ate sandwiches and pretended not to notice anything. Second year began as first year had ended, with Harry at the center of attention he hadn't asked for, surrounded by people who wanted things from him that he hadn't offered, and navigating it all with the steady, unbothered composure that was becoming his signature. But things were different this year. Harry was different. Stronger, faster, more controlled. His solar abilities had made a quantum leap over the summer, the golden aura brighter, the heat projection more precise, the Patronus magnificent. His wizarding magic had deepened too, fed by the solar symbiosis and the relentless practice that Escanor had demanded and Harry had embraced. And the Pride's aura, his newest, most extraordinary ability, sat in his chest like a coiled spring, waiting for the moment it would be needed. He didn't use it casually. Escanor had been very clear about that in the final days of summer training. The aura is not a weapon. It is a statement. Use it as a threat and it becomes commonplace. Use it as a truth and it becomes unstoppable. So Harry kept it holstered. A presence beneath the surface, detectable only to the most sensitive magical observers. Dumbledore felt it. Harry caught the headmaster looking at him during the welcome feast with an expression that was less twinkling and more calculating, the look of a chess player who had just noticed a new piece on the board and wasn't sure whose side it was on. Snape felt it too. In the first potions lesson of the year, Harry walked past Snape's desk and the professor went rigid, a full-body stillness that lasted half a second and was visible only because Harry was watching for it. Snape's dark eyes met Harry's green ones, and something passed between them that was not hostility or suspicion but something more complicated. Recognition. Wariness. And buried very, very deep, so deep that Snape himself might not have known it was there, respect. The year's defense against the dark arts teacher was a man named Gilderoy Lockhart, who was everything Escanor had taught Harry to see through. Handsome, charismatic, confident in a specific way that came from external validation rather than internal certainty. He wore his fame like armor and his smile like a weapon, and the first time he turned that smile on Harry, Harry Potter. We meet at last. Together, you and I are worth the front page. Harry looked at him the way you'd look at a beautiful building with no foundation. Nice to meet you, Professor, Harry said politely. And gave away nothing. Hermione, standing behind Harry, had a complicated expression. She'd read all of Lockhart's books. She'd been impressed. She was now, watching the man interact with Harry, watching the fundamental difference between Lockhart's shimmering, crowd-dependent confidence and Harry's quiet, self-contained stillness, rapidly re-evaluating. He's not real, Hermione murmured to Harry after class. What do you mean? His confidence. It's not, it doesn't come from inside. It comes from the audience. Take away the crowd and he'd collapse. She frowned. How did I not see that before? You saw the performance. Now you're seeing the performer. They're different things. Hermione looked at Harry with an expression that was becoming familiar, the one where she saw something in him that rearranged her understanding of the world and she wasn't quite sure whether to be grateful or annoyed about it. You do that, she said. Do what? Say things that make me rethink everything. It's very inconvenient. Happy to help. The year's central mystery revealed itself gradually, the way all good mysteries do, in fragments and whispers and things that didn't quite add up. Students were being petrified. Turned to stone by an unknown force, found rigid in corridors and bathrooms and stairways, their faces frozen in expressions of terror. Mrs. Norris first, then Colin Creevey, then nearly headless Nick and Justin Finch-Fletchley. Each incident sent the school deeper into fear and speculation. And on the walls, written in something that might have been paint but wasn't, the Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. Harry felt it. The darkness. A different darkness from Voldemort's wraith, this was older, colder, coiled in the deep places of the castle like a snake in the stones. His solar senses tracked it the way a compass tracks north, relentless, precise, unable to look away. It's underground, Harry told Ron and Hermione in the library, their unofficial headquarters for investigation. Whatever's doing this, it's moving through the infrastructure of the castle. Pipes, maybe. Or tunnels. Pipes, Hermione repeated. She had her research face on, the one that meant she was 3 steps into a chain of logic that would end somewhere brilliant. Harry, the first attack was near the second-floor bathroom. The writing on the wall was near the same bathroom. What if the entrance to the chamber is in the bathroom? The girls' bathroom? Ron looked pained. Why is it always the girls' bathroom? Because nobody goes in there. It's Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. She's a ghost who cries constantly and floods the floor. It's been abandoned for decades. Perfect hiding place, Harry said. For a perfect monster. Hermione's eyes were bright with the particular fire of someone who was close to an answer and could feel it pulling at them. I've been researching Salazar Slytherin's history. He was a Parselmouth, he spoke to snakes. If the chamber contains a monster he left behind, it would be a serpent. Something large. Something old. Something that can petrify people who look at it. A basilisk, Harry said. They looked at him. Ron with confusion. Hermione with widening eyes. I read it in one of Lockhart's books, Harry said. Ironically, the only useful thing in them. A king of serpents. Its direct gaze kills. Its reflected gaze petrifies. Reflected, Hermione breathed. Mrs. Norris saw it through the water on the floor. Colin through his camera. Justin through nearly headless Nick. Every victim saw it indirectly. That's why nobody's died. Yet, Ron said grimly. Yet, Harry agreed. The investigation accelerated. They mapped the attacks, traced the pipe system, confirmed the bathroom connection. And through it all, the dark feeling in Harry's solar senses grew stronger, closer, more insistent. Something ancient and malevolent was moving through the castle's bones, and it was hunting. The attack that changed everything came on a Tuesday afternoon. Harry was leaving Transfiguration when the feeling spiked, a jolt of cold through his solar channels so sharp it made him stagger. Not a gradual build-up. An acute, immediate, now. Something dark had just happened. Something close. He ran. Through corridors, downstairs, following the pulse of wrongness like a compass needle following magnetic north. Students shouted at him. A prefect tried to stop him. He dodged, weaved, sprinted with the speed of a body trained since childhood and the urgency of a heart that already knew what he was going to find. The second-floor corridor. A crowd was forming. McGonagall was there. Madame Pomfrey. Dumbledore himself, his face grave, his twinkle extinguished. On the floor, rigid and cold and frozen in an expression of dawning horror, one hand raised as if to shield her eyes, the other clutching a small compact mirror, Hermione. Harry stopped running. The world stopped moving. Everything, the crowd, the noise, the professors, the cold stone corridor with its flickering torches and its painted walls, everything contracted to a single point. A girl on a floor. A girl with bushy hair and brown eyes and a mind that burned brighter than most stars. A girl who had been looking into a mirror because she was smart enough to know what was hunting them and brave enough to take precautions and not brave enough to tell him she was investigating alone. The solar energy in Harry's chest detonated. Not outward. Not destructively. Inward. A compression of grief and rage and love so intense that it collapsed into something dense and white-hot, a singularity of emotion at the center of his being that radiated outward in waves. The torches along the corridor flared, their flames turning gold, reaching toward Harry like flowers toward the sun. The stone beneath his feet cracked. Not from force. From heat. The residual solar energy radiating from his body was so concentrated that the ancient flagstones, which had survived 1,000 years of magical wear, fractured like eggshells. Students backed away. McGonagall turned, wand raised, and froze, not from a spell, but from the sheer, overwhelming pressure of what she was feeling. The aura. Harry's pride's aura, unleashed not by choice but by instinct, by the deepest part of him responding to the sight of someone he loved turned to stone. For 5 seconds, every person in the corridor felt it. Not pain. Not fear. Something worse. Something more profound. The sensation of standing in the presence of someone who had just decided, with the quiet certainty of a tectonic plate shifting, that whatever had done this was going to pay. Harry breathed. Controlled himself. Pulled the aura back, compressed it, contained it. The torches returned to normal. The cracked flagstones stopped radiating heat. The corridor was just a corridor again. But the mark had been made. Everyone who had been present would remember that moment, the 5 seconds when Harry Potter's grief became a physical force, for the rest of their lives. Harry walked to Hermione. Knelt beside her. Her skin was cold. Stone cold. But not dead, petrified victims were alive, just, paused. Suspended. She was in there somewhere, behind the stone mask, and she'd used a mirror because she was brilliant, because even in the moment of danger her mind had been working 3 steps ahead, and the mirror had saved her life and Harry wanted to scream and laugh and cry and break things and fix things and, he took her stone hand. Held it. The solar warmth flowed through the contact, not enough to reverse the petrification, that required Mandrake restorative, but enough to be there. Enough to say, in the language of light, I'm here. I promised I'd always come. I'm here. Mr. Potter. Dumbledore's voice, gentle but firm. I know what's doing this, Harry said. His voice was flat. Controlled. The voice of someone who had moved past emotion into something cleaner and more dangerous. Basilisk. In the pipes. Entrance is in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom on the 2nd floor. Dumbledore regarded him. The old wizard's face showed nothing, the mask of a man who had seen too much to be surprised by information, but his eyes showed plenty. Surprise. Assessment. And that calculating quality that said he was fitting a new piece into a very old puzzle. How long have you known? Hermione figured it out. She was confirming it. That's why she had the mirror. Harry's jaw tightened. She was investigating alone because I wasn't there. That's not happening again. He stood. Looked at Hermione's frozen form one more time. Then turned and walked down the corridor, and everyone, students, teachers, ghosts, parted for him without being asked. The Chamber of Secrets was exactly where they'd predicted. Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, 2nd floor, a sink with a small serpent engraved on the tap. Harry stood before it in the dim, dripping bathroom with Ron at his side and a particular emptiness in his chest where Hermione should have been. He opened it with Parseltongue. He'd discovered the ability weeks ago, the capacity to speak to snakes, to produce the sibilant, whispering language that marked the speakers of Slytherin's line. It had concerned him. Concerned him enough to write to Escanor, who had written back, a language is a tool. Tools are not moral or immoral. Only the hands that use them carry that weight. Speak the language. Let your intentions give it meaning. The sink opened. A dark pipe, wide enough for a person, descended into blackness. Ladies first, Ron said, looking at the pipe with the expression of someone regretting every decision that had led to this moment. There are no ladies present. Then idiots first. After you. They jumped. The slide was long, dark, and deeply unpleasant. They emerged in a stone tunnel lit by an eerie green glow, the air thick with moisture and the smell of old things. Bones crunched under their feet. Snake skins, enormous, translucent, the shed husks of something massive, lay draped across the tunnel like grotesque decorations. They moved forward. Through a vault door carved with serpents. Through a passage that narrowed and narrowed again, the architecture ancient and deliberate, designed by a builder who valued secrecy over aesthetics. And then, the chamber itself. Vast. Cathedral-like. Stone pillars carved into serpent forms lining a central walkway that led to a massive statue at the far end, the face of Salazar Slytherin himself, ancient and stern, dominating the space like a judge presiding over a courtroom that had been empty for 1,000 years. At the base of the statue, a small figure lay crumpled on the stone floor. Ginny. Ron sprinted forward. His sister, Ron's little sister, a first-year, red-haired and small and very, very still, lay motionless. Ron dropped beside her, shaking her shoulders, calling her name. "She won't wake," said a voice. A boy stood near the statue. Dark-haired. Handsome. Translucent, not quite solid, not quite ghostly, but somewhere in between. He held a small black diary in one hand, and his smile was the smile of someone who had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. "Tom Riddle," Harry said. The boy's eyebrows rose. "You know me? I know what you become." Harry's solar senses were screaming. The darkness radiating from this figure was familiar, the same cold, slithering wrongness he'd felt from Quirrell, from the scar, from the dream. The same source. "You're Voldemort." A memory of him, stored in that diary. Tom Riddle's smile widened. "Clever." "Yes. A piece of my soul, preserved in ink and binding." The girl poured her fears and secrets into the diary, and I drank them. Grew stronger. Strong enough to do this. He gestured, and from the mouth of Slytherin's statue, a grinding of stone, a rush of fetid air, something emerged. The basilisk. Harry had imagined it would be large. He had not imagined it would be this. The serpent that slithered from Slytherin's mouth was the size of a train car. Thick as an oak tree. Scaled in dark green that was almost black, each scale the size of a dinner plate. Its head was the flat, triangular shape of a viper, but scaled up to nightmare proportions, a mouth that could swallow a person whole, fangs that dripped venom, and eyes. Harry shut his own eyes. Immediately. Instinctively. The reflexes of 6 years of training responding before conscious thought could catch up. "Don't look at its eyes." Harry shouted at Ron. "Wasn't planning to, mate." Tom Riddle laughed. "How do you propose to fight what you can't see?" Harry didn't answer. He was already moving. Eyes shut. Relying on sound, the massive scraping of scales on stone, and on his solar senses, which could feel the basilisk's presence as a void, a cold spot in the warm map of the chamber, a serpent-shaped absence of heat. "Ron. Get Ginny. Get out." "Harry, I can't leave you, Ron. Now." Ron hesitated for one agonizing second. Then Harry heard him moving, footsteps, the scrape of Ginny being lifted, the shuffle of a boy carrying his unconscious sister toward the exit. Good. Good. One less thing to worry about. The basilisk lunged. Harry felt it coming, the displacement of air, the shift in the thermal map, and threw himself sideways. The serpent's head smashed into stone where he'd been standing, sending fragments of rock flying. He rolled, came up, wand extended, eyes still shut. Reducto. The blasting curse hit the basilisk somewhere along its body. The serpent hissed, a sound like steam escaping a volcanic vent, but didn't stop. Its hide was nearly impervious to magic. Centuries of dark magical cultivation had made it resistant to almost everything. Almost. Harry opened his solar channels. It was afternoon, not noon, not peak, but strong enough. Solar energy flooded his body, golden warmth rushing through channels that had been refined and expanded over a summer of intensive training. He could feel the sun above them, far above, through 100 feet of stone and earth, but the connection was there. The sun was there. And Harry was its conduit. He opened his eyes. Not at the basilisk. At the chamber. At the stone walls and the pillars and the ancient architecture that surrounded them. And he pushed. The pride's aura erupted from Harry like a shockwave. The chamber lit up. Not with spelllight, with him. Golden radiance poured from Harry's skin, from his eyes, from the scar on his forehead that blazed like a brand. The light was warm and fierce and alive, and it filled the chamber the way sunrise fills a valley, touching everything, illuminating everything, driving the shadows into corners and crevices with the inevitable authority of dawn. The basilisk screamed. Not hissed. Screamed. The sound was impossible. Snakes don't have vocal cords, but the golden light was doing something to it, something fundamental, something it couldn't process. The creature thrashed, its massive body slamming into pillars, cracking stone, sending tremors through the floor. It was in pain. Not mortal pain, the light couldn't kill it, Harry wasn't strong enough for that, but disorienting, blinding, overwhelming pain. The darkness that animated it, the 1,000 years of dark magic woven into its biology, was recoiling from the solar energy the way shadow recoiled from flame. Kill him! Tom Riddle shrieked. The translucent figure was flickering, his composure cracked by the golden light that was doing something to the diary too. The book was smoking in his hand, its dark magic burning. Kill the boy. The basilisk lunged blindly. No aim, no precision, just raw, agonized violence, 100 tons of serpent driving forward through golden light toward the source of its pain. Harry dodged. Not cleanly, the chamber was too confined, the serpent too large. A fong grazed his arm. Not deeply. A scratch. A line of fire along his bicep that immediately went numb, which was worse than pain because numbness meant venom. Basilisk venom. Fatal. Fast. No known antidote except phoenix tears, and there were no phoenixes in the Chamber of Secrets. Harry felt the venom enter his bloodstream. Felt it, cold, dark, creeping, begin to work. Felt his vision blur and his strength fade and the solar energy in his channels gutter like a candle in a gale. No. The thought was not panicked. Not desperate. It was flat. Absolute. The voice of someone who had decided something and was not interested in counterarguments. No. Not today. Not like this. Not with Hermione and Stone upstairs and Ron carrying his sister and Escanor waiting at home and a world full of people I haven't finished loving yet. Not today. The solar energy in his chest flared. Not from the sun. Not from the grace. Not from any external source or borrowed power. From Harry. From the core of who he was, the boy in the cupboard, the child in the garden, the student on the porch, the friend on the train, the son who learned to hold the sun because a gentle man with a magnificent mustache believed he deserved to shine. The venom met the light. And the light burned through it. Not slowly. Not gradually. The solar energy, supercharged by Harry's absolute refusal to die, incinerated the basilisk venom in his bloodstream the way the sun incinerated morning dew. The numbness retreated. His vision cleared. His strength returned, no, more than returned. Expanded. The near-death experience, the venom, the refusal, they had pushed him past a threshold he didn't know existed. The solar energy wasn't just flowing anymore. It was blazing. Harry opened his eyes. The basilisk was 30 feet away, coiling, preparing for another strike. Its yellow eyes were squeezed shut against the golden light. It was attacking blind. Harry looked at Tom Riddle. At the diary in his flickering hands. At the source of all of this, the memory, the soul fragment, the piece of Voldemort that had been feeding on a little girl's loneliness and using her as a puppet. When someone tells you what you are, when someone tries to put you in a box, when someone says you can't or you shouldn't or you aren't enough, you look them in the eye, and you ask that question. Harry picked up the basilisk fong that had grazed his arm. It had broken off in the contact, a 6-inch shard of ivory, still dripping venom, still charged with the darkest magic in the natural world. He walked toward Tom Riddle. The memory boy saw him coming. His handsome face twisted, fear, finally, real fear, the expression of something that had never expected to encounter a force it couldn't manipulate or control. "You can't," Riddle started. "Who decided that?" Harry said. He drove the Fong into the diary. The effect was instantaneous and cataclysmic. Ink erupted from the wound like blood, black, thick, screaming, and Tom Riddle screamed with it. His translucent form convulsed, flickered, began to dissolve. The darkness that had animated him, the fragment of Voldemort's soul, the piece of evil that had been hidden in a schoolgirl's diary, met the double assault of basilisk venom and Harry's solar energy simultaneously, and it couldn't survive both. Riddle shattered. Like glass. Like ice in sunlight. The fragments of his form dissolved into golden motes that drifted upward and vanished, and the diary writhed in Harry's hands, screaming voicelessly, and then went still. Dead. The soul fragment was dead. The basilisk, suddenly freed from the magical compulsion that had been driving it, slowed. Stopped. Its massive head swayed, confused, the 1,000-year-old creature trying to process the sudden absence of the intelligence that had been controlling it. Then, with a long, exhausted hiss, it turned and slithered back through the mouth of Slytherin's statue and disappeared into the deep places of the castle. Harry stood in the Chamber of Secrets, holding a destroyed diary, bleeding from a scratch on his arm that should have killed him, glowing with a golden light that was slowly, gracefully fading, and breathing. Just breathing. He heard footsteps. Running. Ron appeared at the chamber's entrance, Ginny supported on his shoulder. The girl was awake, pale and shaking but alive, freed from the diary's influence. "Harry." Ron's voice cracked. "Are you?" "I'm fine." "You're glowing." "I'm also fine." "Is that blood on your arm?" "It's a scratch." "Harry, if a basilisk scratched you, I burned the venom out." Ron stared. His mouth worked. No words emerged. Ginny, clinging to her brother, looked at Harry with enormous brown eyes and whispered, "Thank you. Don't mention it." Harry looked at the diary in his hand. Ruined. Leaking ink. A piece of Voldemort's soul, destroyed by its own weapon. Let's go home. The hospital wing again. Sunlight again. The specific déjà vu of waking up in a white bed with Dumbledore in the visitor's chair. "We really must stop meeting like this," Harry said. "I quite agree." Dumbledore's expression was a fascinating mixture of relief and something that looked suspiciously like awe. "You destroyed a Horcrux." "A what?" "A Horcrux. An object containing a fragment of a wizard's soul." The diary was one. Created by Tom Riddle, Lord Voldemort, during his time at Hogwarts. Dumbledore's blue eyes were very serious behind their half-moon glasses. "It is, I believe, the darkest magic ever devised. And you destroyed it. With a basilisk fong and a lot of stubbornness. The stubbornness, I suspect, was the more critical ingredient." Dumbledore leaned forward. "Harry, I must ask. The venom. Basilisk venom is universally fatal. There is no magical treatment save Phoenix tears. How did you survive?" Harry thought about it. About the moment in the chamber when the cold crept through his blood and his vision faded and the light in his chest guttered. About the flat, absolute refusal that had risen in response. Not a spell. Not a technique. Just, a decision. "I decided to," Harry said. Dumbledore studied him. For a long, long time. And then the old wizard did something Harry had never seen before, he laughed. Not the gentle chuckle of a grandfatherly headmaster. A real laugh. Deep. Genuine. The laugh of a man who had spent 150 years accumulating wisdom and had just been surprised by something wiser. "Your guardian," Dumbledore said, wiping his eyes, "has created something extraordinary. He'd say I was always extraordinary. He just helped me see it. And he would be right." Dumbledore stood. "The Mandrake Restorative will be ready tonight. All petrified students will be restored. Including Miss Granger. The relief hit Harry like a physical blow. He sagged back against the pillows, closing his eyes, feeling the tension he'd been carrying for weeks, the constant, grinding anxiety of Hermione in stone, Hermione frozen, Hermione gone, finally release. "Thank you," Harry managed. "Thank Professors Sprout and Snape. The mandrakes are Sprout's work, and the potion is Snape's. I merely provided the institutional support." A twinkle. "And perhaps a small amount of dramatic timing." Dumbledore left. Harry lay in the sunlight and waited. Hermione came back to herself at 11:47 p.m. Harry was there. Of course he was. He'd been there since Pomfrey had administered the restorative, sitting in the visitor's chair, watching the stone-gray pallor slowly fade from Hermione's skin, watching the color return, watching the rigidity in her muscles soften, watching life flow back into the person who made his world make sense. Her eyes opened. Brown. Bright. Confused for a moment, the disorientation of someone waking from a sleep they hadn't intended, and then focusing. On the hospital wing. On the moonlight. On Harry. "Hi," Harry said. "Hi." Her voice was hoarse. "How long?" "Few weeks." "Did you get the basilisk?" "Yeah." "The diary?" "Destroyed." "Ginny?" "Safe." "Ron?" "In his dormitory. Sleeping. I'll wake him in a minute." "And you?" "I'm fine." Hermione looked at him. That look. The one that peeled back every layer of deflection and composure and found the real thing underneath. "Harry. I got scratched by a fawn. The venom tried to kill me. I burned it out with solar energy. I'm fine." "You," her eyes widened. "Basilisk venom is universally fatal, I know. There's no treatment except, I know." "How did you?" "I decided to live." Harry leaned forward. His elbows on his knees, his face close to hers. "I decided to live because you were in stone upstairs and I promised I'd always come for you and I can't keep that promise if I'm dead." Hermione's eyes filled. Not with the analytical brightness of someone processing information. With tears. Real, uncontrolled, undeniable tears that rolled down cheeks that were still slightly gray from the petrification and dropped onto the hospital wing pillow. "You absolute idiot," she whispered. "Probably. You can't just decide to survive basilisk venom. And yet. That's not how biology works, Harry. That's not how anything works. Escanor would say that the rules of the universe are suggestions, and a sufficiently motivated person can renegotiate the terms. Escanor is also an idiot. I'll tell him you said that. He'll be deeply flattered." Hermione laughed. It came out watery and broken and beautiful, the laugh of someone who had been frozen in stone for weeks and was now alive and warm and looking at a boy who had walked into a monster's lair and refused to die because she needed him to come back. "Harry," she said. "Yeah. Come here." He leaned closer. She reached up, her hands still stiff from the petrification, moving slowly, carefully, and took his face between her palms. Her fingers were cold against his skin. He didn't mind. "I'm going to say something," she said, "and I need you to not be weird about it. I make no promises. I missed you. Not your solar abilities. Not your combat skills. Not your philosophical insights or your connection to a dimensional traveler or your spectacularly unusual magical signature. You. The person who carries books for me. The person who says my intelligence is impressive instead of intimidating. The person who makes me feel like I'm exactly the right amount of everything I am." Her thumbs traced his cheekbones. Her brown eyes held his green ones with a steadiness that had nothing to do with courage and everything to do with honesty. "I missed you too," Harry said. "More than I know how to say. Which is frustrating, because you've probably read 12 books on emotional articulation and I'm over here with a vocabulary that maxes out at a lot. She laughed again. Closer this time. And then, slowly, carefully, with the deliberate precision of someone who had thought about this extensively and was done thinking, she leaned forward and kissed his cheek. It was brief. Warm. Soft. The contact point glowed, actually, physically glowed, a faint golden light at the junction of her lips and his skin, solar energy responding to something it recognized as essential. They both noticed. Neither pulled away. That wasn't weird, Harry said. No, Hermione agreed. It wasn't. Can I? Yes. He kissed her forehead. Gently. The scar on his brow brushed against her skin, and instead of the usual cold pulse of dark connection, it was warm. Warm and quiet and peaceful, as if the thing inside it recognized that this moment was sacred and even darkness could respect the sacred, at least for now. They stayed like that. Foreheads together. Breathing together. The hospital wing silver and silent around them, moonlight on white sheets, and between two 12-year-olds a warmth that was bigger than magic and older than sunshine and as simple and as complicated as two people choosing each other. Hermione. When you were stone. I lost control. The aura, the new thing, it came out. In front of everyone. McGonagall, Dumbledore, the whole corridor. How bad? I cracked the floor. You cracked the floor. The flagstones. They fractured from the heat. A pause. Then, very quietly, because of me. Because I saw you on that floor and something in me decided that whatever had done it was going to face the full weight of everything I am. And everything I am, turns out to be, a lot. Hermione pulled back slightly. Looked at him. And the expression on her face, the tear-streaked, recently unpetrified, 12-year-old face of the smartest witch of her generation, was not fear. Not concern. Not even surprise. It was recognition. Good, she said simply. The end-of-year feast. Again. The House Cup. Again. Gryffindor winning by a dramatic margin due to Dumbledore's last-minute points, which were either deeply fair or deeply political depending on who you asked. Harry sat between Ron and Hermione. Ron was eating with both hands. Hermione was explaining to a rapt Neville that fear of Snape was rational but manageable. Under the table, her ankle was hooked around Harry's, a point of contact so subtle and so deliberate that it said everything that words were still too small to carry. Next year, Ron said through pie, let's maybe not fight a giant serpent. Agreed, said Hermione. No promises, said Harry. You're incorrigible. I prefer, committed. To what? To making sure the people I love are safe. Whatever that takes. Ron and Hermione both looked at him. Then at each other. Then back at him. And something passed between the three of them, a current, a frequency, a bond forged in trolls and chess games and underground chambers and frozen corridors and letters across summer distances, that said, we are in this together. Whatever comes. Whatever it costs. Committed, Hermione repeated softly. Yeah. I think we all are. The train home. The platform. And there, at the far end, thin and gentle and glasses crooked and waiting with the patience of a man who had all the time in the world and knew, privately, that he didn't, Escanor. Harry walked to him. Not running this time. Walking. Steadily. The way the sun moves across the sky. He reached Escanor. Looked at him. The thin face. The brown eyes. The magnificent mustache. The slight tremble in the hands. The love, the enormous, impossible, dimension-spanning love, that poured from this quiet man like light from a lantern. I destroyed a piece of Voldemort's soul, Harry said. I know, Escanor whispered. I survived basilisk venom. I know that too. I felt it. And I think I'm in love with Hermione Granger. Escanor blinked. Then his face did something wonderful, the night form's shy smile and the daytime form's confident grin appearing simultaneously, merging into an expression of pure, unfiltered, parental joy. "I know that most of all," Escanor said. "It's been obvious since your first letter home." "Was it?" "Harry, you described her study habits in 4 paragraphs. 4. No one writes 4 paragraphs about someone's study habits unless they're in love. I thought I was being subtle." "You were not." They laughed. Together. Father and son on a train platform, laughing at the absurdity and beauty and terror of being alive, and the commuters flowed around them, and the train hissed, and the world was full of dark things and bright things and the space between them where people like Harry and Escanor lived, not in the light or the dark, but in the choice. The daily, hourly, moment-by-moment choice to face the darkness and shine anyway. "Let's go home," Harry said. The Lion's Rest. Evening. The porch. 2 chairs. 2 mugs of terrible tea. The Wiltshire Hills rolling toward a sunset that was painting the sky in colors that shouldn't exist and yet did, stubbornly, beautifully, the way all the best things did. "Escanor?" "Yes." "I asked Dumbledore about Horcruxes. The diary was one. He thinks there are more. More pieces of Voldemort's soul." "Yes. Hidden. Protected. Each one keeping him tethered to life. As long as they exist, he can't truly die." Escanor was quiet for a long time. The sunset painted him in gold and amber, and for a moment, just a moment, the light was strong enough to trigger the change. His shoulders broadened. His spine straightened. His eyes gained depth. Not the full transformation. Just a flicker. A reminder of what lived inside him. "Then they will need to be found," Escanor said, and his voice was neither night nor day but something between, gentle and certain, humble and proud. "And destroyed." "Yes. And you will need to be ready." "I am ready." "You made sure of that." "I made sure you could fight." "Being ready is more than that. Being ready is knowing what you're fighting for." Escanor looked at Harry. "What are you fighting for?" Harry looked at the sunset. At the hills. At the pub behind them, warm and worn and full of the invisible marks of a life lived together. At his father, thin and gentle and magnificent and mortal and everything. "You," Harry said. "Ron. Hermione. The Weasleys. Neville. Every person who's ever walked into this pub and felt warm without knowing why. Every kid who's sitting in a cupboard right now wondering if anyone's coming." He paused. "Everything worth protecting. Everything worth loving. Everything that the darkness wants to take and can't, because light exists, and I exist, and I choose to be both." Escanor set down his terrible tea. Removed his glasses. Cleaned them on his shirt. Put them back. A ritual. A centering. A man preparing to say something that mattered. "When I found you," Escanor said, "you were a spark. Tiny. Flickering. Hidden in a cupboard, nearly extinguished by people who didn't understand what you were. And I thought, in my smallest, weakest, most insignificant form, I thought, that spark is me. That spark is every person who was ever told they were too much or not enough. And if I can do nothing else in this borrowed life, in this borrowed world, I can make sure that spark becomes a fire." The sun was almost gone. The last light clung to the hilltops like fingers gripping a ledge. "You're not a spark anymore, Harry. You're a sun. Your own sun. Not mine, not a copy or an echo or a lesser version. Yours. Built from scratch, from your own magic and your own heart and your own unbreakable, infuriating, magnificent stubbornness." The last light faded. Night came. Escanor diminished, his shoulders narrowing, his frame shrinking, the gentle, apologetic night form settling over him like a familiar coat. But his eyes stayed bright. And when the final darkness comes, Escanor whispered, and it will come, because that is what darkness does, you will face it. Not because you are brave. Not because you are powerful. But because you decided to. Because you looked at the darkness and asked the only question that has ever mattered. Harry smiled. The stars were coming out. The first one appeared above the hills, small, distant, burning. Who decided that? Harry said. Exactly. Escanor reached out and took Harry's hand. Night frail. Trembling. Warm. The answer is always the same. The answer is always you. They sat on the porch. Father and son. The darkness settled. The stars multiplied. And somewhere far away, in formless voids and hidden objects and the cracks between life and death, the scattered pieces of the darkest wizard who ever lived trembled in their hiding places, because something was coming for them. Something bright. Something certain. Something that carried the sun in its blood and love in its bones and the unshakable, incandescent, world-changing conviction that it was enough. The sun would rise again tomorrow. And Harry Potter would be ready. Chapter 4 End.